know the best of both. Seen a little more that mean the less I know. Only thing I gotta do, collect the dough.
5 years, 10 entire seasons of the ESA Cup. It's been a staple of the console scene for so long. There's so many moments that we can highlight. So much Siege has been played over that time, but today is when it ends. The ESA Cup final season, Season 10, wraps up today in what is sure to be an absolute banger of a series. A grand final, a best of 5 between Team Synq and MolotovGang. I'm your host, Chamberine. Of course, I'm not going to be on my own the entire day. I'm going to be joined by some wonderful guests, of course, who will be taking us through. To start us off, the analysts is Amguns and Travi. How are we doing today, boys?
Doing good, thank you, Sham. It's great to be here. It's an absolute privilege to be here for ESA Season 10 on the desk this time, Travi. Not where we normally are, but how are you feeling about these games today?
Oh, it's crazy. You know what? Coming into this as a cast, the first season of ESA, can't wait to get into this grand final. We've got a great game coming up here today, and you know, I'm just absolutely stoked to be getting into it.
Yeah, and you're looking pretty fresh, pretty fresh. It's great. You can tell it's all grand finals. I'm excited to see what our casters are wearing later on. But it's the best of 5. It's a game that I'm so excited to get into my teeth into. We're going to have a look at first, though, before we get into the actual game. We're going to have a look at how we actually got here. We'll have a little look and peruse at the Swiss stage, and there's a couple of games in there. You know, Swiss stages are always one of the ones where you look at it and you're like, what is going on? Because there's so much action. MolotovGang, you can see they're going pretty decent until they actually faced up against Team Synq. It was actually looking a bit ropey there in the middle, wasn't it, guys?
Oh, it certainly was there. I mean, you look at that game there, 2-1 that one went the way of Team Synq there. Chalet, the first map, was fairly close to fair, it went into overtime, but then the second map's Consulate Cafe. It was a very clear way and clear-cut win there for Team Synq. And Amguns, looking at the way that one went, of course, it was very much a game of out of head of play styles, wasn't it, that one?
It was indeed. So for those of you that might not have seen all of the games, MolotovGang are cool, calm, and calculated in their approach to Siege. They love to use the 6th man, which is the clock, on their defense. They also love to be very clinical in the way they attack. Common setups they take apart with ease. But Team Synq, they are very, very aggressive. They throw a lot of pocket plays at their opponents, and that's what made that particular matchup in that head-to-head in the Swiss such an exciting matchup. So hopefully we'll have more of that action today in our BO5 Unlimited OT Grand Final.
Yeah, I'm glad you highlighted that. I always forget that they do Unlimited OT down here on the ESA Cup. I absolutely love it. Now, just to remind us where we are, Swiss stage. We've just had a little discussion about it, but we're going to have a look at the playoffs. This is where we got into the real meat and potatoes of the competition. MVG, they sailed through that top bracket relatively unharmed, not really kind of phased, really. Bottom, though, that's where the excitement was. Team Synq, of course, they lost to Entropy in that upper bracket and then dropped down and went on an absolutely stellar run. There was times where they didn't even think they could field a roster, but they managed to get all the way through to that grand final. I'm going to come to you. Is there any games in that bracket that you were excited about?
The best game was that upper bracket grand final. That game between Molotov and I can't remember their opponent's name, but that game just before the grand final in the upper bracket was a phenomenal game to watch. MolotovGang absolutely showed their class in that game, and that's where we got to see them highlight how good they are in dismantling defenses especially. They got 3 clinical attacks on Clubhouse Basement in that game, which is notoriously one of the hardest bomb sites to attack, and that game was phenomenal to watch. Puffer Bob and Deltagon got to cover all the action there. It was a phenomenal game to watch, and hopefully this game will be just as good as that game.
What about you, Travi? Anything to add? Any games you want to add on? You want to kind of point out to the viewers? We have all the VODs available.
Yeah, we do, on our YouTube channel, of course. And for me, it's actually going to be our lower bracket final there game against Ghost Army and Synq. Reason that one being is Synq, throughout this entire season, they have been fighting tooth and nail for every single win they've been getting, whether it's been overtimes, whether it's been free maps. This was the first proper game where I felt they had a proper reign on things from start to finish. 7-3, 7-5 against Ghost Army, taking down the champions, coming from the upper bracket there and completing that successful lower bracket run. For me, that solidified to them that they're coming into this grand final today ready to play and ready to try and win this championship.
great points that you've highlighted there. I'm especially excited about the fact that we're actually getting a little bit of a rematch between that Swiss stage. Of course, Synq came out on top of that after they answered quite a lot of questions. I've seen quite a few tweets going out, a few bits of back and forward. They tend to inspire a little bit of arguments, which is fine. And they I've just looked across some other things. I'm not even going to read what Rednax has just put in that chat. It's not family friendly, is what he's just put.
He's having
Incredible.
fun with it.
This is it. They got me to host today just so that they could do stuff like that. That's exactly what it is, so they could play tricks on me. Last time I was in Germany, they were throwing beers at me in the middle of the cast when I was here for ESA Cup. It was crazy, absolutely wild. We're going to have a very quick talk about the rosters. Now we don't have a graphic for it, but we're going to just rhyme them off, and hopefully they're right. Because the thing is a couple of them have changed. We've seen, especially when I was looking for Team Sync's VODs, so many of the games, they had different people jumping in, filling different roles. And I'm going to start with them. Team Synq, Fod, Pizza, Pete, Unfalls, and Solo will be the ones playing today. Now, Travi, I know you've got a few points to talk about Synq. Is there anyone that you want to highlight in that roster?
I think in terms of that roster, as you say, it's been a lot of changes throughout that roster. You do often find when you watch back Team Synq play, and it's not always the same 5 players. There is a lot of change. Even today, we've got 6 players hopping in and out of the lobby. It's a bit of a turbulent one to be watching, and they do sometimes struggle to find that consistency. And for me, I really want to highlight the story of this roster, because in Season 9, they played under the name of Project Black X Esports. They got to playoffs just about, and then they went out 0-2 in the first upper bracket game, and then 0-2 in the lower bracket game. They got eliminated right off the bat at the earliest possible point. Really worrying stuff, because when they lost to Entropy in Season X, I honestly thought it might be a similar story. But no, they've made that lower bracket run, they've made that comeback. And for me, it's that disruptive play style that they're so good at. Their adaptation is second to none in this league. They are so good at reading the room, recognising what the enemy team is bringing along. And despite perhaps, not always sharing the same 5 roster, which, can bring in that issues of those team stability issues, that being able to back each other up, they're able to persist, they're able to get it through, and they're able to get the job done no matter what. And for me, it makes them really threatening team in this grand final.
I'm excited to see what they're going to put up for us, because I played before a long time ago. I played with Pizza. The first time I ever played competitively, I played in Pizza's team. I played absolutely atrocious. I'm not a competitive player. That's why I talk about the game. I'm rubbish at playing it. But yeah, I'm excited as to what Fod's going to come up with. I know that he's got one of the most creative minds on console. The stuff that he comes up, the stuff that he was getting me to do when I was playing Rant with him is nuts. It's wild. And I'm glad you kind of highlighted that kind of style that they have. We're going to talk about MolotovGang as well. The roster that they've decided to go for, they've decided to get a name 6. So I'm intrigued as to if they've got someone playing a different map, or if they're going to change things in and out. Of course, you've got Aine, Veriox, Just, Hachi, and Isan / Madara. Depends on who they want to play. Is there anyone you want to kind of talk about on that roster?
I'd like to highlight the roster as a whole, to be honest with you. Their roster's been a little bit more stable, I think it's fair to say, than Team Synq's. And I think that really ties into their playstyle as a team. We'll hopefully get to see today, like they've been showing throughout the tournament, how coordinated they can be. A lot of their success has come down to their team synergy with each other. I think that comes down to they've just got so much experience playing with each other. They are also our reigning champions at the moment. They've had a lot of success here in ESA. They've been playing a lot of games across the console scene as well. And all of that combinates into a massive amount of coordination that is just unreal to deal with. Especially in that upper bracket grand final, just the way they bond with each other and they can take fights together, it is phenomenal to watch. However, the downside of this is, because they've been playing such a long time and they've been used to their ways a little bit, little pocket strats or unpredictable plays, bits of aggression, can sometimes catch them out. But overall, as a roster, these guys are phenomenal when they work together. So I just wanted to highlight the roster as a whole, because I think their success has come down to just how well they can work with each other, Shan.
Yeah, I'm really intrigued how this is going to play out, because we do really have. I mean, Fod said it perfectly. He said it's pretty much a big David and Goliath situation happening. Predictions. That's where we're going to go. We're going to have a conversation. I decided that I was going to go for the David. I decided that I was going to go for Synq. What about you guys? Let's have a look at what we're looking at. We're going to MolotovGang. You thinking Team Synq? Travi, I'll come to you first. Who are you thinking?
I've got to go back Team Synq for this one, just off of the back of that Swiss stage game. It's a very interesting way to see these two playstyles head together. You know, you have that tight, coordinated aggression from MVG, and then that sort of X-Factor wild card of a Synq. And for me, it's exciting to watch first and foremost as a game. I think they're two really interesting playstyles against each other. But for me, it's just the way that I feel like Synq can bring the unexpected. They will have done their homework here in this one. They will have been practicing. Vod, as you say, Cham, will be bringing in all these crazy sort of strategies there, these pocket strips, and that's exactly what MVG struggled to deal with. So I see it's going to be a hard one. I think it's going to take a lot of persistence from them, but I do think Team Synq will come out on top here.
I'm just having a look along the predictions at the bottom as well. It's looking pretty evens, actually. Quite surprised that, you know, people would tend to gravitate towards that MolotovGang being the reigning champions, having the more kind of length of time together than Team Synq. You know, Team Synq have only been competing in this team for just a few months, not too long, actually. What about you, Amguns? I'm gonna let you jump in. What are you thinking?
I'm firmly in the MVG camp. I've got to watch these guys throughout ESA. It just happens to be the universe has let me watch more of them compared to Team Synq. I've been supporting them throughout ESA. I think all of my predictions have been in their favour. So I have to stick to my guns and stick with MVG for this. MolotovGang, their game IQ hopefully will help them come out on top. So, but as you said, Sham, very even across the predictions from the staff here on ESA.
I like it. I wonder if people are just like, I'll just pick someone that no one's expecting, or if there's actually been thought into it. For me, there was a little bit of thought, just a little bit of history, I guess, just because Vod's Scottish. There you go. That's it. That's the only reason. Just decided that I'm just going to go for that. Also, to be fair, we all love an underdog story, you know? Drop down to the lower bracket, you played MolotovGang back in the Swiss stage, the storylines are essentially writing themselves. They've also beat everybody of note as well, which is one of those ones where you're just thinking, like, Entropy. I've held on for so long. They lost to Entropy, of course, with that overtime, but the game, when I was watching it, that really could have went either way. They managed to avoid Entropy because then it's kind of one of those ones where Entropy first came up against Minions, one of the kind of staples, again, of ESA Cup, and then eliminated each other. It's been a nice little run happening with Team Synq, though. I want to get into the next few things, though. We have the next step up. We're, of course, going to have a look at the map bans in just a few moments, and we'll see where exactly we are going to be heading to, guys. Is there any guesses, actually? Before I can even finish my sentence, we're going straight into it. Now, Clubhouse, Nighthaven, Cafe, Consulate, and Chalet. Pretty standard stuff, nothing too crazy. I'm liking the little Nighthaven pick from Team Synq there. What I'll do is I'll come to you first, Amguns. Is there any maps there you're thinking, oh, that's looking good? I had a little O coming through from you there.
When it comes to the maps, MolotovGang have shown they can be amazing on a lot of maps. So all of the maps in this pool that we're going to come up with today, we've seen MolotovGang be very good on. They average around a 70% win rate on round win rates across all of these maps. They have a very good average across everything. So I think this map Veto is going to suit MolotovGang very, very well, which is really good, especially Clubhouse as well. As I mentioned, the last semi-final, or the upper bracket final game was on Clubhouse as well, and they were extremely dominant on Clubhouse. So I'm really hoping that this map Veto is going to suit MolotovGang really well, Sham.
Travi, what about you? Same question. And any maps there that you're thinking, oh, this is looking pretty exciting, or this could go this way?
I think for me, I echo what Amgun said about MVG. Definitely do have the wider map pool, but for me, Team Synq have this map pool that's very much more concentrated. The maps they're good on, there are fewer of them, but where MVG are amazing on some maps, Team Synq are excellent on quite a few of them, and quite a few of those maps that they're amazing on here are popping up in this map video. Cafe and Consulate were the two maps that they dominated MolotovGang on during the Swiss stage there. So if as long as, for me at least, if MVG can, if Team Synq rather can get one or two of the early ones, they can take it to Cafe Consulate, dominate on there, and they're probably quite smooth sailing here. I think this is a very good map veto for Team Synq here, and as you said, Amguns, all really great maps here for both these sides.
Yeah, and the other thing to mention here is Clubhouse. Team MolotovGang have played it more often than the side of Team Synq. So it's going to be really interesting to see how that plays out research-wise as well, Travi. Obviously, a lot more VODs available of MolotovGang on this map. How do you think that's going to play out in this veto?
I think it's going to be all about the pocket strategies there for VOD, right? Using that knowledge you've got available to you. We know how valuable the knowledge can be in a game of Siege, whether it's directly countering strategies, exposing those weaknesses in your opponent's strategies. Whatever it is, knowledge is power in this game, and just that extensive knowledge that you can bring from those map VODs coming in through to this one, I think Team Synq are really going to have quite a lot to work on here. And as you say, they've played a lot of Consulate Clubhouse, especially for that first map. Team Synq, on the other hand, they've not played a lot of it. It's typically actually quite a low preference map for them. It's one they do ban quite a lot, but it's a fundamental map. Everyone knows it, everyone understands it. So in my mind, they've been hiding something and they're ready to put all the cards on the deck right here to come out the gate swinging.
I'm glad you segued into that, actually. I'm glad you kind of went into the Clubhouse thing just for a second, because I'm a little bit intrigued. Remember, if you're coming from the upper bracket, you get the advantage of getting to pick the way that the ban phase plays out. Of course, MolotovGang got to pick that, and they chose to go for the option that meant that they get to pick their map first. For me, it's not that much of a risk to go for Clubhouse first. You know, I would have liked to have seen something a little bit different. Maybe a Sky, maybe a Lair, maybe something a little bit more kind of test the water. I know that Team Synq don't like to play on Lair, so I would have liked to have seen that, but at the same time, I get it. I get the idea of going to Clubhouse. I get it. It's standard. You're probably going to see it in a grand final. There's 5 maps. Of course you're going to see it. It's one of those ones, though, that I think that maybe that's a slight missed opportunity for MolotovGang. I think that they've not just picked onto something maybe that they could have really, really prepped for and used that upper bracket advantage.
You say that, Sham. I think the stage is set really well for this best of 5. I think the map pool that we've got as a whole here is going to give us some crazy games. It is a BO5. There's nowhere really to hide in these longer series. You have to play. You have to have that expanded map pool, and both of these teams have those maps in their back pocket to be able to give us an amazing day of CJ, Sham.
Exactly. Well, we are going to head on to the next thing on the agenda, which is indeed what everyone at home thought of. We are heading to the Twitter predictions. We will see what you guys thought, what team you think is going to be taking it, and just like that, 51% in favour of MVG and 49% in Synq. 208 votes cast as well, so that's pretty balanced stuff. Seems that no one really wanted to favour anyone in particular. I like this. As much as teams want to get the David and Goliath storyline, they're not quite getting it just now. Armguns, is there anything that you can kind of extrapolate from that?
I mean, I think that we can leave it to Twitter, right? We had over 200 votes going into this poll, so it's not even like we're biased by a small amount of people voting. I think the people have decided this is going to be a very even game, and that's really what I'm hoping for. Let's give ESA Season 10 a final to be remembered. Let's have an amazing game between 2 brilliant teams. So I can't wait for all the action to unfold, Cham.
Yeah, I can't wait. What about you, Travi? Is there anything you want to add on to this prediction that you can see in front of us?
I think it just screams how close this grand final is going to be. You know, we've been saying David versus Goliath battle here, but I really do think Synq have that potential to become that namestay, become that Goliath in this one as well here. And I think it's that clash of the 2 titans. We've definitely got the 2 best teams here. And I would be upset if this wasn't anything but a 5 mapper. This has the potential to go the distance. And as the sign says behind me just there, 5 maps in overtime, please. I don't think I'm going to need to be asking because I think these teams are going to be delivering.
That's what you want. I always forget about the unlimited overtime. It's a nice little treat. It's a nice little nugget. When I was asked to come back, do a little hosting action, I was like, yeah, I could do that. I could set aside Sunday afternoon. Totally slipped my mind. Not until you said it there that it was unlimited overtime. You could be in here for the long haul, and I want every single round possible. That's exactly what we need. First map up on the menu though is Clubhouse. So we spoke about it briefly. I'll come to you, Amguns, first. Anything you want to add? Do you think this favours anyone in particular, or is there anything you want to kind of mention quickly?
I think it makes a really interesting dynamic that, as you mentioned earlier, Sham, this is Molotov's map pick, especially because they've shown how strong they can be on this map. I would expect them to get off to a really good start here on Clubhouse. If this starts going Team Synq's way early, it could really shift the momentum in this series, because as you said, Sham, it's their pick, right? It's the map you would pick you're the strongest on. You think you've got the best chance of opening up a 1-0 lead in this series. If Team Synq can take this away from them, I think we'll have a phenomenal series ahead of us. I think it is in the advantage of MolotovGang going into Clubhouse because they have played it more. It's 4 games to just the 1 of Team Synq. So I think this is a big, big map for Team Molotov to start off well.
What about you, Travi? Anything? You got something to kind of be different? You want to go play against it? You want to maybe annoy Amguns a little bit? I don't know.
Yeah. You know what? I think this is the perfect opportunity for Synq to make a statement early on, right? I think as everyone says, this should be MolotovGang's map. This is the one they've picked out of all 9 maps in the map pool. Clubhouse is where they wanted to take it. And wouldn't it be such a shame for MVG if Team Synq were to come along and absolutely embarrass them a little bit on their own map pick? And that totally swings the momentum round, totally brings it into the other way. And if Synq can come out the gate swinging here, come off with a 1-0 lead early on into the series. Even if they go and lose Nighthaven Labs, I looked at Cafe Construct, they should be fine there, I reckon, Team Synq. So if they can win it here, I think it really sets up this to be a great series. But I think regardless of, it is a map of fundamentals. Whoever wins it, I don't think it's going to be won easily.
Okay, well, the stage is very much set for this best of 5 grand final. I have one more question for both of you, and it requires one singular word of answer, or two, depending on which team you go for. Which team is going to take Clubhouse to start things off here? Travi, I'll come to you first.
Team Synq.
I'm going to go for it.
It's got to be MolotovGang. It has to be.
Of course, playing against each other. Why not? You know, someone's got to win. I mean, someone's going to lose their prediction ELO in this final. But 5 maps are standing in front of us. Is there anything that you guys want to add before we actually jump into the actual game?
I'll put my hand up for this. I want to say a massive thank you to everyone that's been watching ESA throughout all of this. It's amazing to see that the console side of things have a great audience and there's people supporting these teams. I love the amount of support on Twitter as well, especially for some of the other teams that haven't made it this far. Entropy and the fans behind them always supporting, always getting involved on Twitter. It's just amazing to see what a community we've got here on ESA and what a phenomenal season it's been so far.
What about you, Travi? Anything you want to add before we start?
It's got to be such a great time, and yeah, community phenomenal here. It's really nice to have that tight-knit community amongst everyone, and I cannot wait to hopefully see this grand final deliver and hopefully end Season 10 with an absolute banger best of 5.
Well, that draws a close to our pre-match conversations. You'll, of course, see us throughout the day between the maps, and at the end of this game, we will be crowning the ESA Cup Season 10 champion. And it is indeed the last season, so it is unfortunately going to be drawing to a close. That's it for the ESA Cup. That's it going to be finished after this game. Or is it? I don't know. Maybe you'll find out. Go ahead with our casters, Puffle Bob and Amguns. Take us away.
Here on ESA. So Puffo, hopefully you're all good now. What are your vibes coming into this game?
So hopefully that the microphone works for the first thing. That's, I think, going to be a good way to introduce us in. But, I mean, I'm excited. Like I said, this is going to be a fantastic matchup. While maybe you didn't hear me at the very beginning, but, you know, it was a lot of hype bringing into this, even hearing Sham, Travi, and yourself talk about it at the very start. Now, of course, we do have to keep in mind that this is a long legacy lasting here for MVG. They've been going in ban for ban, season for season even, and in the end, this is going to be either their third time's the charm, or finally, like it's been mentioned many more times in the past, David versus Goliath. That's the best story to really summarize it up.
Cool, sorry about that. Yeah, Puffo, you said it great. We've got a great game ahead of us, and this is the underdog story that I cannot wait to see who comes out on top in this game. So I think the stage is set, Puffo. We are very, very close to getting this game underway, and I can't wait for all the action that's about to unfold.
Absolutely. And like we talked about it, or rather you talked about it, Clubhouse. Everyone seems to be really close and tight on who's going to be taking it out, especially when it comes down to, is it going to be MVG, is it going to be Synq? It's a really close tie, which most of the time when MVG was on that voting poll, it was really heavily favored towards them. And, you know, this is maybe one of the first times we see such a rivalry. Again, I have not seen such a close matchup just yet. And, I mean, maybe Synq make a name for themselves today.
Maybe. This is, as we've been hyping it up as they've been the underdogs, but as we saw from the polls as well, I don't think it's fair that they're an underdog. Like the poll on Twitter, 51% to 49%. It's so even between both of these teams, and we've seen how dominant both these teams can be, Puffo. I can't wait to see how these teams are going to battle it out head to head. That Swiss game that we saw was phenomenal. I think Travi mentioned it earlier as well. This is the rematch everyone's been waiting for, I think it's fair to say, Puffo.
Absolutely. We've been waiting for it for a long time, and here it is, delivered right on stage. And for the grand final of all, a best of 5 is really going to give both of these teams not only a bit of warm-up time, but in the meanwhile also nicely adapt to each other and see how we're going to be going. But Clubhouse is the first one, a staple pillar of Rainbow Six Siege, just like MVG has been for ESA seasons all the time along. And well, let's take a look at the predictions here yet again. I mean, MVG does have a favorite, but not ones that we've seen in the past. Normally it's been reaching over 70%. This time around, Synq is really starting to catch up.
They are indeed. The polls have shifted a little bit. Maybe all the analysis that we did coming into this game have shifted people in MolotovGang favor. That's good for me, Puffo, because I'm going to be supporting MolotovGang here coming to this series. Who are you backing here, Puffo, as we get into this game?
I've been with MolotovGang since the beginning. I'm gonna go with them till the very end. I would really like to oppose you, Handguns, just to put a bit of more spice and, you know, go with Travi on this one. But when it comes to Clubhouse, MolotovGang are the champions, and I expect them to deliver similar performance this time around as well.
Sorry, say that again, Puffo. I was zoned out there. You have to excuse me.
Basically, I'm with MVG to summarize it up. And, well,
Lovely
while
stuff.
we're going into it, Handguns, the bans are here.
They are indeed, and this is where the bans can dictate the game. And throughout ESA's history of Season 10 so far, we've seen a lot of shield bans been coming out, Puffo. And I'm very much anticipating we're going to keep that trend going as MolotovGang, they're going to be banning out here first. Who are you hoping to see banned out, Puffo? Puffo?
Yeah, okay, for a second, again, I didn't hear you through, but first ban, Maverick, lovely to see it. When it comes down to MolotovGang, honestly, I'm going to be expecting Hibana. That's going to be my prediction.
We'll have to wait and see as the bans tick through, and it is going to be Hibana. You're very well informed here, Puffer Bob, as the Hibana is going to be removed as well. The implications of this are twofold. She's really useful on that top floor for Jim, clearing the castle barricades to stop the bandit trick, as well as for basement as well, getting that motor hatch, getting that kitchen hatch. So with Maverick and Hibana off the board, seems like both of these teams are leaning into that defensive utility meta as we move into this game, Puffer.
Well, if the Maverick is banned, so the Cade must go as well. When we come over to the defense, there are many operators here we can sort out when it comes to Valkyrie and when it comes to Azami, Fenrir. There are just all sorts. And honestly, I can't predict it, but I would say either Azami, Tubarao, or Fenrir would be one of the three to be the last one here on defense. Again, this is Team Synq. We can't predict too much from them because they have a lot of good choices, and it all depends what they want to stick with. But I guess it's information that will be removed for another.
Yeah, Valkyrie is huge on a map like Clubhouse. She's been used extensively by MolotovGang across this map, so it makes sense why she's been banned out here by Team Synq. And I think all of these bans are extremely valuable. But as you mentioned, Fenrir, Azami, Solus still being left open. There's a lot of operators that can be a real challenge for both of these teams to deal with left available. I think this game's going to come down to how well the adjustments can be made to deal with those operators, as we are heading to Gym and Bedroom first, Puffo.
Gym and Bedroom. I think this is one of those sides that really rised up on Clubhouse specifically. Used to be the bottom side that was favored a lot, even in ranked CCTV is a real fan favorite, but in the end, Gym has found its potential, and that's why I love to see it. Some teams don't even need to utilize the castle any longer to get full potential of the site, as long as they can extend nicely towards this cache, and we're taking a look at these lineups. On defense, I think I'm more than happy to see what Synq are bringing. It just depends how Molotov here are going to be responding.
I'm really interested to see if Bandit's going to be attempting a bandit trick here. Obviously, no castle on the board is not going to give him any protection if he does look to trick the Jacuzzi breach or the CC breach. A little nice thing you can do with the Azami is use that as a castle barricade. You can get an Azami onto the weights to sort of take the place of that castle barricade. But it just seems like a bit of a waste not bringing that castle. That's normally a staple on this site, Puffer, I think it's fair to say.
Yeah.
So not having that is interesting to say the least.
It's a new experience, but we're going to have to see how Team Synq managed to sync up with it in the end, because again, we already have MolotovGang, and you talked so much about that coordinated aggression that they really bring to the table, and well, look at us, Multihatty already bringing it in as he's taken over Raptors as an entire whole.
Yeah, this early control is phenomenal. They must have a pre-press drone somewhere to let Ash get in hard and fast, already getting the CC wall open early into the round. This is where they can start to put pressure on just one component of the whole Synq are bringing. Moving from CC across, just to get some initial control in the building, to then set up their execute later on in the round.
One breach already opened. Information to be gathered. I doubt vods is going to be pushing too far down into any hatches or lodge itself. But Team Synq, they have a hidden ace up their sleeve, and that's going to be on false coming from backside. The bandit to be roaming is quite unusual. Like you said, you expect him to be bandit tricking, but this time around, he's simply going to be waiting to strike.
And look how much utility's been cleared already, Puffo. They've got both breaches open, mirrors popped as well. And this is where MolotovGang, they're using the tools available to them. Both mirrors now cleared with the Twitch drone. And this is where, look at the chokehold MolotovGang are putting onto Team Synq with 1:40 left on the clock, Puffo.
Relying on that roamer, I don't think is the best way to put it down onto your shoulders right now. A bit of aggression from Synq themselves as they're starting to close in on MolotovGang. But like you said, the utility's been cleared. All that MVG need to do is have themselves a nice execute and kill people accordingly. But it all comes down to how well they work as a team here.
But the good thing about Team Synq, as I say, that they're holding their ground strong. They've still got people in cash. They can hold the jump-ins from cash across the site. And they've now found an entry to start off as well. As Bandit finds one below Puffo, it's all popping off.
Oh, all of a sudden, Molotov were a bit too comfortable, and that's where Unfalls tightened to strike. That's going to be a second one here, since Synq are already gaining a high ground over MolotovGang. With 3 players remaining, you may have that 1 minute, but it's going to be rough to find yourself an easy entry. Actually sneaking into side, that's going to be a return for Mayne. Still has one more to fight against. The Goyo pop will be a fantastic way to isolate the construction player. Finds a second one. No, he doesn't. Unfalls and Pizza going to be doubling down on it. And the last man standing, ESA here, to fight against all odds. 40 seconds here. What can you truly do? That's a headshot for 1, but 2 extra to pop in the meanwhile. And while Synq have already gotten themselves a huge advantage, and in the meanwhile, also round number 1.
And this is phenomenal stuff from Team Synq. Although there was a lot of pressure being put onto this top floor defense, a lot of the different anchor positions Team Synq had hunkered down in didn't actually get cleared. You saw Azami still hanging out in cash, pretty much uncontested. All of the Logi players and around Master very happy just to take their gunfights one by one, and they won those gunfights as well, securing Team Synq their first round coming into this game. And MolotovGang not coming out the gates and maybe as aggressive as I would have liked. They had all everything open they needed. They just didn't really capitalize on that control they created for themselves.
It's interesting to me that we're going to be actually, for the second side of pick, going to CCTV and cash and not downstairs. Now, I'm not too sure, but I consider myself to be a bit of a basement dweller in this situation.
Yeah, very interesting that we are heading to CC next. And the interesting thing about this is it means you have the stronger sites available to you later in the game. So by going in a sort of a backwards order, so by going gym first and then going CC then basement probably last, it means when you need rounds on the board, if this doesn't go as well as Team Synq are hoping, it gives you options. You have that better site available to you later on in the game. So maybe that's what Team Synq are going for here, trying to save that basement site when they really need to get rounds on the board, Puffer.
Huge adaptation from MVG, gone from 0 to 100, and all of a sudden we can already see that the shift is going to be rotated a bit more towards Rafters according to their lineup. I mean, Hachi's Flores is already going to be dealing some damage to these armies, but I'm imagining the flush factor comes in with Isan.
Yes, that Capital is a phenomenal operator for clearing this Rafters position. This is something MolotovGang have shown throughout ESA, is their willingness to shift and adapt the lineup to achieve the goals they want. This is clearly designed to be a garage take, and that, as you said, Ishan on that Capital is a huge component of that. The question will be, can we burn the right way to deal with the Wamais that are protecting these Rafters players?
And even when you start burning, Synq still have a couple of players ready to back up the Rafters. Ready here on bottom, ready to destroy anyone trying to make an easy entry. Those are going to be 2 of those exothermics used on Garage alone, which is going to be, like you said, focused towards Garage. A fantastic way to take over the site, but in the end, you still need that main breach, and you can't allow Team Synq to be moving towards that lobby side too much.
And the main problem they've got now is those lobby players. They need to deal with this swamp extension. These players towards Adam and Lounge, they can hold crossfires into the entry into bottom garage, and that's what's preventing them from clearing this player Puffer.
Absolutely. Keybuzz are being set down, and Hatsi taking heavy damage here. That's going to be the first one, not taken out fully, but a bullet away from it without doubt. Now 140 here. Synq are already having themselves a fantastic amount of delay on MVG's attack. It's such a short attack. It's very two-dimensional to say the least, but in the end, and Synq are still holding strong.
And they're just trying to find a way through this into this lounge area. Castle's starting to feel the heat, Puffo.
Oh yes, he is. He does have to back off, but I believe he's going to be running right into the lines of sight of many. Just takes him out, but does get refragged shortly after. Pete gets one of his own. Now, a bit of boom going down bottom side, but Variox trying to take out most of this utility from verticals.
And this is where in a 4v4 with a minute left, they finally dealt with this lobby extension, but they still haven't got rafters. Look at the amount of time that's been wasted by Team Synq here.
Oh, do you really want to peek? Do you want to peek into Pete? That's the main question here. You try to burn him out, but you're down in the meanwhile. In exchange, Hattie didn't need to even shoot him out since the fire's brightly burned, but in the end, still playing Raptors cheeky, missing some shots, but not fully. Solo there delivers the job. Now Synq have 3 players, MolotovGang have 2. Math isn't mathing, and attacking is starting to become a bit of a struggle.
And Verox has got one pinned down on the window here, but this guy just doesn't need to peek. As Synq Solo, if he just holds his ground here, they're trying to find a way to deal with him, as the peek should come in from the Ash. Verox should be able to find him right here, right now, and he does, leaving us in a 2v2, Puffer.
The 2v2, like you said, is going to be 9 for I right now, and they've been going band for band with these equalizations, especially on the man count, but currently it's going to be a very difficult entry, or maybe not. The correct angles aren't being held, and just allowing it to come in. Variox swings in for one of his own, going to take a slice of pizza, but in the meanwhile, that C4 not landing greatly. You could have outcome with denying the plant, but Variox with the pistol, a cheeky one for the final, and that's going to be the first round going for MBG.
And Team Synq, they looked so good until they didn't. MolotovGang have found a way to problem solve. They isolated that fight on rafters. As you saw there, the one light at the end. It got a little bit scrappy, I can't lie to you guys. As in this 4v4, everything was popping off left, right, and center. But MolotovGang, they've shown their game IQ. They've shown their resilience to pull this round back from the brink. As in this 3v2, to isolate this fight on this rafters player. This is what's won them the round here. This fight right here, right now, the coordination between the Ash and that player outside the breach. MolotovGang done really well to make that most of that round in situations that didn't really favor them.
Synq could have held the single crossfire, and maybe they would have had a bit of a job, especially in the end. They went in for alone swings versus Variox, which is the #1 mistake you do against a MolotovGang player. They're aggressive, they know how to shoot, and Team Synq are not as decent when it comes down to collecting heads. Hopefully though, now switching to downstairs, maybe that's going to be changing in the result.
And I really like the lineup coming in from Team Synq here. MolotovGang have shown especially in the last game they played, how brutal they can be at dismantling a basement anchor defense. So it's great to see that we've got a Legion and a Vigil, maybe a couple of operators that can hold that mid to top floor, just to burn a little bit of time and upset MolotovGang in their attack. The lineup that MolotovGang are bringing here on their attack is very similar to what they bring almost every time to attack this basement site. This is their go-to lineup, Puffo, for trying to dismantle basement.
Go-to for it. Fett being offside is a questionable decision, especially being the execution operator, or rather the one to stop it. Missing that Twitch drone with a shotgun is definitely going to go noticed for the least, but Team Synq here playing a bit more aggressive, although MolotovGang not faltering just yet.
Right, the smoke spawn peak is crazy, Puffo. the confidence from this man is unreal. You love to see it. He didn't find anything this time around. I'm sure if he lost all that utility... Ooh.
Oh no! Oh no, Hatsy! He falls right into the bait of pizza! Chucks that C4 perfectly calculated, and you lose a Jackal just like that. Now your roam clearance is going to be a bit more difficult, but to nicely exchange it out, Fed, his cockiness now punished and just getting away with one of his own.
I don't think they know about the Buck either here, Puffo. There's a Vigil and a Mute roaming on this top floor, and I don't think they know Buck's right next door to them. The pre-fire does come out, but seems like Buck's got the drop on these 2 players on the top floor, Puffo.
Definitely could get one. There's the soft coming out, but he doesn't realize that he's right in front of him, although the wall banks still connect. But a support from the Vigil here. I imagine Solo starting to get a bit edged around it, trying to find himself a perfect corner. And yeah, he's already staring down this master bedroom, just waiting for a single pixel to change colors. And it's about to come any second.
Yeah, the trade does come in elsewhere as the Legion finds one, but the Vigil should be able to make his way out. But another trade coming in from below as a 3v2 now with one player isolated above.
What are we watching? Call of Duty? This is not a battle for sight. People are just battling off of it, for a matter of fact. Now Solo trying to bait and twist the loop. In the meanwhile, using those impacts to make new openings. But those flashes are going to come out. I don't know if he's blinded. No, I don't think so. Solo, he gets away with Variox. Doesn't have the best of rotation, but still maybe could make one towards the side of construction. That impact on hand is definitely going to be handy. But look at the time he's wasting. 1 more minute remains, and he's putting on some pressure right now. He's still holding his corners. He's playing it perfect. And even a support from Pete. Is anyone on site?
I don't know what's going on right now. Solo has an impact in pocket as well, so he can make his great escape. It's a battle on the top floor, apparently, as Mirror's going to now leave him for dead. Just try and make his way out of it. He should be able to make his great escape here with the impact. The swing does come in from the Twitch. Will they be able to find him? The wall bang is where it needs to be, but 30 seconds left on the clock is going to set this up nicely for Pete in the 1v2 clutch.
And of course, the closest path to sight are going to be these main stairs. Pete, in the meanwhile, he knows what he's doing. He's holding both of them down. In the second this Vector has a spray there, all you can do is spray here. He finds one. No, he doesn't. The connections are coming through. It's a down, but he needs to reload. And the perfect swing from just in the nick of time to allow MolotovGang to escape with another.
It's a bit windy. If Mira just had half a mag left, he could have found both. The default cam up as well, giving him all the information he needed, but unfortunately, just not being able to find the shots he needed. But it's all-out warfare on this top floor as Team Synq invested in holding and wasting as much time on that top floor as they could. And that's exactly what we wanted to see from them. Be disruptive. Don't just play that normal lurk game on the staircase and give that control away. Be dedicated to the fight. And it's paying off wonders right now for Team Synq.
Oh, well, that was interesting. That's a new round to say the least, and in the end, while we brought it down to upstairs, people really love playing this gym and master bedroom site. If it's the site and the bomb site itself or not, people just love dropping some blood and splattering the walls with it, and now we're going to be returning to where earlier was the main battlefield to be another rendezvous for the plant, and, well, MolotovGang, they're already one above Synq. Can Synq try to match them up this time around?
Yeah, although MolotovGang, they did end up taking that last round, I just love how aggressive Team Synq are playing. I'd just like them to see a little bit more calculated now in their aggression. They did have the advantage earlier in that round, and the time was wasted. They just didn't need to dedicate as many bodies to the cause. So I think this is going to be a very much do or die approach coming in from Team Synq. So I love it, man. Go all out and try and make something happen. It's just phenomenal to watch these two teams go head to head with each other, Puffer.
I think Team Synq here realized they need to fight fire with fire. If MVG are going to be aggressive, what if we put up some aggression? And while it almost worked out, almost won't quite cut it here with MVG, since they've been holding up quite a high standard throughout the entirety of ESA. Now let's see them do it for the final time around. If I take an early damage, he's been very aggressive on the Goyo, while not even having all his canisters placed down. And that's the first to fall here. Pete, having a say of his own as Isan is going to be out of the competition.
And this is a great entry from the side of Team Synq this time around. There's no Twitch drones to take care of these mirrors now. A lot of utility later on in the game that's been really difficult to deal with now that Twitch is off the board.
Now the Twitcher's off it, and really trying to get this guy out. I mean, poor Fed still has two canisters in the pocket. I don't know what he's waiting to use them for, but maybe that late round execution to just nicely plop him down in the midst of it. And there we go. He finally falls. That's going to be one for Ryox to claim, and he's taking some heavy damage as well. Artillery bought onto him, and he's cornered. That's solo for the count, and the Azami trying to really fight against them all, but simply outnumbered as Hattie finds himself a double, and it's going to be trouble for Synq as they fall one after another. They crumble, and you peek into construction just to be taken out.
The adaptation from MolotovGang here is phenomenal. MolotovGang, last time they attacked Jim, they opted to space themselves out across the top floor, open up everything, and wait for mistakes. Team Synq didn't present any mistakes last time around, so MolotovGang said, great, if you're not going to adjust to all this pressure, we're just going to direct our take straight through CC and do a very traditional CC over, and because they were so much more coordinated in taking one area of the map, they've just found everybody. The amount of manpower available to MolotovGang on the couple of players on that extension just was way too much pressure for Team Synq to deal with. And that's why MolotovGang have found so much success, just adapted beautifully to that setup that Team Synq were bringing on the top floor. So that's brilliant stuff from MolotovGang to take what was a very convincing gym defense last time around. So this is amazing stuff from MolotovGang.
This is amazing stuff from them. They know how to play well, but the one issue I've been catching on is that MolotovGang really love giving off the first pick. Be it C4, be it a random kill. Synq, they managed to get that opening, but they can't keep it up. They always falter to too much aggression, which even MolotovGang, they can handle the pressure. Team Synq do seem to overheat a bit though in the end, and well, that's what cost them these 3 rounds. Gonna have to see how they adapt to it, but currently sending all 5 players to the upstairs and leaving the site ungranted, that's not the idea.
This is where I want to see Team Synq make the adaptation I spoke about before. The aggression is great, and it really disrupts MolotovGang, but we need to use that to our advantage. It also leaves you prone to being rushed. From the lineup MolotovGang are bringing, it does not going to happen. It seems like an extremely similar approach that they always like to go with. So Team Synq, the stage is set for them to disrupt MolotovGang, be aggressive on this roam. I'd like to see them just make their way back to at least the mid-floor to either waste the complete round or try and get themselves back to site. So that way, all of this roam pressure achieves something in the long term.
If there's any point you need to disrupt MolotovGang, it's time right now, Synq. Because you've allowed them to gain a bit too many rounds on the attacking side, I'd say. They could afford to a 5-1 split, and I'd be already counting my white flags. In the meanwhile, though, Solo, again, look at this aggression. Already looking to peek it, gonna nicely rotate down. This time doesn't want to lose his life so early, but time has been wasted, so there's value on that vigil.
This is brilliant. This is such good stuff because MolotovGang now have to re-drone everything. They can try and use the Jackal. Because there was 3 different players up here, there's no way they can tell if all of them have fallen off. So this is lovely stuff coming in from Team Synq.
Oh, you're approaching fence line of sight, and I might just realize that just here, he knows about it. He's starting to feel that jiggle. But can he really find himself that twiggle? Gonna have to see if Rax, now the attacking side is making a great push down, and well, that's gonna be a bit of punishment. You get to keep your life, but don't do it again.
This is a lovely angle. If you haven't seen this before, you can hold the top of the main stairs all the way through that gym hatch. So mid-floor control now established by MolotovGang. They can start to use the buck and this vertical gameplay to try and pick apart this basement defense. And this is what MolotovGang are known for, is picking apart this basement site. It's going to be all down to how well can Team Synq use their smoke grenades, use their crossfires to keep them out. But Pizza is just going to fall easily to the buck here. That's not how you want to start off your basement defense.
Exposing your forehead like that is the best way to get a bullet between the eyes here. Pizza falling close. That shotgun, the 12 gauge, would have worked miracles up close, but that close and comfort is no longer there, and MVG are starting to get a bit of aggressioning as now they're ready to make the execute just a bit more verticals on the line.
Yeah, Buck knows to a T what he's doing with this vert. He's going to look to clear back armory to allow the push to come down from main stairs as he almost catches one.
Oh, Team Synq, they've been a bit too much revealing here. They've been really showing themselves a bit too little. And I here taking some damage. Now MolotovGang are ready to prepare. It's do or die right now, 20 seconds. While the Team Synq may have no utility, they still have those guns to use, and they're being quick about it. We can see these peaks coming out from Pete. He's still trying to fight it out, but while you go for the reload, it strikes yet again that that's not the best time to do it, as just pops up on the kill feed for another third, gonna be fed, and all of a sudden it's all down to Solo, and he can't fight against Variox, who swings in from main, takes it again, and that's gonna be Molotov with their 4th.
This basement attack is clinical. It's so well drilled. Every player doing his role. Ace opening up the church wall. Buck making sure that that's possible. That there's no one playing back armory. Everybody in this roster understands their role when it comes to this basement site. I can't stress enough how difficult of a site it is to crack and how easy MolotovGang are making it look. They are just, it's unheard of, like, teams being this phenomenal at attacking the basement site. But it's great stuff from MolotovGang. It's clear their hard work and dedication to being coordinated is paying off wonderfully for them at the moment. As a 4-1 or 4-2 split, if Team Synq take this round, is phenomenal work from MolotovGang on Clubhouse.
Do you hear that, Guns? Because I don't hear any timeout here. Hello, it's been 5 rounds and 4 of those have been MVGs, and Synq have really not found the comfort to take a single timeout and talk things through. 4 rounds in a row, by the way. They have been going flawless currently. While some of them did really bring it down to that 2v1, 1v1 aspect, it still doesn't matter when you've had a starting lead and still managed to drop it. I really want Team Synq to talk it out and not allow a 5-1 split for the love of God.
Yeah, a little tactical reset here for Team Synq is something that could really help them. And Sham mentioned before we got into this game that did MolotovGang make the right decision to come to Clubhouse? You know, could this pick, the first pick that MolotovGang get, be used to go to maybe Team Sync's weaker maps? Right now, MolotovGang proving us wrong. They're showing us why they are such a force on this map, and it's paying off right now, taking themselves to Clubhouse to kick things off for us.
Absolutely. Easy breaches here for Team Synq. Again, they get themselves on, or MolotovGang, they get themselves a lot of clearage, easy ground. Team Synq don't battle it out, but again, I'm feeling like they're going to be trying to swing into the things to get themselves another opening.
And the gym has been the only site that we've seen success from Team Synq, and that success came when MolotovGang spread themselves out thin across the map. This is where I'd like to see Team Synq just play together. Show us some coordination from yourselves to back up your players on that top floor. It is going to be a player lurking in basement though. Little twist on the take coming in from MolotovGang this time around, Puffer.
Can't allow anyone trying to lurk bottom side and then go for a late C4. That could really be a down-bringing situation, and that's what I'm talking about. Fett keeps on going for it, and he sticks around, he finds out there's a head to pop, and so he does. It's another punish onto the side of Synq, and while though the mute might not be the largest of losses when it comes down to utility base, it's still a gun less.
And MolotovGang have opted to go for the split take this time around, getting bathroom open as well. A player already up the main stairs here. With a minute 30 on the clock, there's so much stuff open as they keep swinging the main breach.
Have we not learned our lesson on Falls? You get to live for a couple more, but now he's just backed off, which is the best situation. Probably shouldn't have gotten to it in the very beginning, but now MolotovGang, they know they can just be patient for a couple of seconds here and still find value in sitting still, while Hatchie has already made headway to main stairs.
And in this 5v4, just an early entry given away by Fod, who's not managed to find any success so far in this game. It's going to be down to Falls to try and get aggressive, try and get a pick back here, trying to get cheeky on this garage rappel. He's going to go for it, but just punished again with feeding the kills here, as MolotovGang looking like they're going to be taking a 5-1 split here, Buffo.
And there it goes. Hatchie's already on the run. He finds himself that top player who was trying to contest. He did get judged, but not the second one, which is going to be the greatest of matter, as Aine finds Solo, and the final one peeking. A beautiful one-tap here for Pet. I can definitely give him a clap and applause, but for Wyox being a fall-off, this is going to be changing the fact that you're completely locked outside of sight, with 40 seconds now on the post plant, and in the meanwhile, completely locked out of it from each and single corner. You can go for this run out. Team Synq, I believe they haven't really got much in the chamber left, with this one final player who's just lurking around, trying to see himself any KD potential, but Hatchie is going to be humbling him in the very end. And MolotovGang going in the first half, 5-1.
Who knows, Puffo? This could be an attacking-sided map now, for all we know, here on ESA. It could be a Team Synq masterclass to show us how effective they can be on their attacks, as unfortunately this lovely one-tap coming in for Pete is more of a consolation kill than anything else, as, bro, Team Synq just absolutely trying to make something happen, trying to be aggressive, but just punished by MolotovGang. Thermite did a great job of understanding that because of he's holding that rappel, and he can hold CC to stop any runouts or peeks onto the balcony, that he's going to be peaked. He's anticipating that aggression coming out from Team Synq, and that's what got him those 2 kills to set his team off to a 5v3 man advantage in that last round.
Well, let's see it, Synq. They've been loving to swing. Attack is the best place to do so, and as long as you can work with information, you're going to be looking healthy. But MVG, while they do bring a bit of strategy, I can also spot some operators that are screaming out comfort.
Yeah, the dock pick is very interesting. From the VODs of MolotovGang, there's always a dock in this basement lineup. It must be a comfort pick for Hatchie.
Yeah.
You know, the ACOG with the MP5 is a phenomenal weapon to use. You can absolutely decimate people with that. Well, Puffo, speaking about that, I actually prefer the P90 over the MP5.
Really?
If you were to run the dock, what weapon would you be using to kick yourself off?
That's a hard question, because the MP5, honestly, it has no recoil. It's just a good gun. With the P90, you can spray good with it. You've really caught me there, Amgoes. But you know what? I'll stick with you. I'll bite the bullet. I will go with the P90 as well, because it's just so fun to spray.
Well, I really want to highlight the fact that Team Synq have brought a fuse and a blitz in this round. They're looking to problem solve, right? The fuse can clear so much utility in and around this kitchen area, as you can see here. I'm really hoping the blitz will be the difference maker. The impact trick, though, is going to come out. If they've got another impact in pocket, though, this hatch is not going to get opened, and it's not going to get opened indeed, as there's no hard breach now left for the side of Team Synq to get anything open, Puffo.
So there's only one way to go about it. Put the blitz in the front, some fuses from above to clear out the site, charge into it, and in the meanwhile, hope that MolotovGang don't have a perfect counter, which I'm not too positive with the Melusi and Goyo combination.
I actually lied. There is more can openers to get this hatch open, and the combination of those can openers with the fuse as well is going to work a treat to get that kitchen hatch open and get a pick on top of it as well. So this is really good stuff from Team Synq, bringing different tools, very uncommon tools, to solve common problems, which has really rewarded them so far, and have still got the blitz available to cause some carnage later on as well.
Oh, that is fantastic reads onto Aine. Great way to start us off. Now, Goyos are going to start getting blasted, which is going to be having a bit of a 15-second stalemate between the two. The second these go off, I'm imagining that Team Synq are going to get a bit more proactive, as they're already waiting to completely deny any attempts.
And the decision to be made here is, where do we want to execute? Do we want to go for that kitchen drop, or do we want to go for that church drop? Ford is going to fall elsewhere. That fuse kill being the only kill he's found so far, but look at the amount of utility that's still left by MolotovGang. We need to see a decision, and we need to see a decision fast here from Team Synq. Otherwise, that war of attrition between the utility is just not going to be won by Team Synq.
Well, it's going to kick off with one for Team Synq, second to be a bit more correct on it, and it's definitely an advantage on the players, but there's still time to be running out, and hopefully Pizza's Blitz will be a very good pick, and in the end allow you to tank a lot of those bullets, while in the meanwhile, Hatchie, that's that comfort pick, giving him a bit of cheekiness, a bit of greed, and looking to get a kill. He knows one's right around him, and the second the flash is thrown, he finds the head of Solo. Will the second peek him in time? No, no one's pushing him, and that allows Hatchie to reset, get himself back in that headspace, and then the fuser is dropped in kitchen now. It seems like Team Synq are slowly starting to fall apart. Pizza, he gets one with the pistol, the second one he does not. As Ishan finds both of them, and blue side takes him out one by one, and just like that, MolotovGang are already on match points. What?
I mean, it was looking so good, Puffo, for Team Synq. It was looking so good. They had the 4v3 advantage, but then Hachi decided, not today, not here, not here, not today. As he walks up those main stairs, finds a great couple of kills for his team. The timing so unfortunate for the Buck. Finds a second as well, holding down the fort with the case in hand up in that kitchen area. As MolotovGang showing their resilience, not willing to go down without a fight, and Hachi rewarded for his aggression, giving Team Synq a piece of their own medicine, really, with that aggression.
That is really surprising that the flash even comes out onto Hachi and no one bothers to try and take the advantage of the blindsided Doc, but it's in the past now. We focus on the present, and unless Synq can match up for 5 rounds in a row without any major mistakes, I imagine MolotovGang are going to be having a troublesome time if they do, but it's only down to the if situation, which, again, low chances.
It's not over yet. This is something I want to highlight. Team Synq, they're still in this final, it's only one map out of a BO5. It's probably not the way you wanted it to go, but there's still time in this game to bring this back. As I said, we could see an attacking masterclass coming out from Team Synq, but still no tack timeout either, Puffo. I'd really like to see maybe this, I don't see why you wouldn't call it at this point in time. You know, you've got nothing to lose. If you don't use it, you lose it. So I think Team Synq, if they could just take that tack timeout to settle themselves, they might be able to find some more success.
Absolutely. I mean, there's really no negative to taking a tactical timeout. And the one thing that Synq can do is try to replicate the success of MVG. As we saw them, MVG lost the first round on their attack, but then ended up going 5 in a row, which is the exact same replica we need to see here from Synq, but will they be able to do it? That's a question on its own, and in the meanwhile, bringing out the Blitz, again, is a questionable decision as it hasn't really brought the value you'd want it to.
Yeah, I'm really hoping they can be more aggressive with it. It did allow them to get into blue on that basement defense, but look at the approach coming in from MolotovGang. Logi's reinforced off completely. They've got a mirror looking into Logi as well. MolotovGang's whole setup here is designed to waste as much time as possible and burn down the clock. They're basically just bunkering into the site itself, waiting for Team Synq to come and hit them and say, you know, we're bunkering in sight. Come and hit us with what you've got.
Absolutely. Lack of extension towards cash, again, is going to be allowing Synq a lot of movement, a lot of freedom, and a lot of early advantage, such as these breaches, and of course, completely sandwiching in the entirety of MVG. But as it states right now, no one has yet to fall, even with everything that Synq has been passed.
Look at all of these players on MolotovGang, just elbows to elbows within touching distance in sight, as they're just so comfortable, just having everybody on the site holding these entry points. But this is where Team Synq, the downside of this strat, is it gives Team Synq so much space to work with and time to pick apart this defense.
Needs to be chucked. A lot of damage. MolotovGang are slowly starting to lose that so-called comfortability. But even the Doc coming out here is going to be resetting to Isan, and that's a beautiful pixel. Justified the first one. Looking for an extra swing. Almost gets the headshot. But no, 8H. He still keeps on persisting. Pizza does return forward, but it's a down onto the thermite finish with the C4. And the last one to be standing is the Blitz with a pistol against 4 strong sharks ready to bite down onto you as hard as they can. MVG are looking to come out with this with a Brazil of all sorts of victories. And unless this pistol whip can claim 4 lives for the chamber, I doubt Synq are going to be taking Clubhouse.
It's an absolute slaughter here on the top floor, man. The utility usage coming in from MolotovGang is phenomenal. Down to the shields, down to the mirror placements. Team Synq just didn't know where to start to look to dismantle this lineup. They had the nades and the ash charges to deal with that shield that was allowing these anchor positions to be played, but they just didn't have the coordination to deal with these bits of, there's so much utility. It's just like, where do you start? As Ishan is going to close things out here on map 1, as MolotovGang, a 7-1 performance from them to claim the first map here in this best of 5, no unlimited overtime, unfortunately, Travi, for our first game, as MolotovGang, do not take this team to Clubhouse. If you can avoid it, do not take MolotovGang to Clubhouse. That's all I'm going to say.
MolotovGang are a monster when it comes to Clubhouse, and it clearly shows they're all comfortable on it. They can play most playstyles. We've seen them extend, we've seen them bunker, and it all works out in their favor. And in the end, Synq really couldn't put up much of a challenge, but that's only map 1. That's the major key point you mentioned, Namguns. There's still 4 more maps for Synq to prove themselves in, and well, I'm interested to see because the next one is going to be Nighthaven.
Yeah, Nighthaven's a great map. I've shown my love for this map on numerous occasions. I think it's phenomenal to watch. Yeah. It's got a great balance of frag capability to strats as well. So I cannot wait to see how these teams go head to head on a map like Labs. We're going to see what the desk has to say about the maps, but it was a great fun to watch Clubhouse with you, Puffo, as what a map that was.
Absolutely.
Well, first map in the bag of MVG 7-1. Welcome back to the desk, Amguns and Travi. We are going to break this one down. Well, I'm going to come to you first, Amguns. What just happened? You were there, you were live, you were in the hot seat.
It was phenomenal from MolotovGang. We were worrying about, like, you know, is this the right map to go to? And it just clearly shows how much experience MolotovGang have on a map like Clubhouse. It just came down to every step of the way. They knew what they wanted to do. Every player on the team understood his purpose and what his role was in each of the attacks. And that coordination that we spoke about before the game is what's given so much success to MolotovGang in that game.
Travi, what happened, man? What happened to Synq? What happened?
I honestly don't know what happened to Synq, if I'm being honest with you, Cham, because, to be fair, the entry stats weren't bad at all. It was 4-4 on the entry throughout, so it wasn't like Team Synq in the early rounds weren't being competitive. It wasn't like it was getting off to a bad foot, but as soon as push came to shove and it started to become trying to clear out those really tough positions, trying to sort of hold on to those power positions when you're on the defense, as soon as it came to those really difficult parts towards the end of the round, that's when it just completely fell apart for Team Synq, and Synq really is the word there, because there was just no synchronization between these players for them, unfortunately. And MVG, they read into that, they played it perfectly, and as you said, Amguns, everyone played their role to perfection. And Synq, when they're playing as discoordinated as it was there's just not a lot you can do until that team play gets leveled up, really.
Well, I kind of have to eat my words, I guess. I was looking at that kind of map ban and thinking, why would you pick Club? Like, it's usually a map that's pretty balanced, it's fine, but then if Synq are going to do that, then you're going to be like, yeah, why not? Absolutely, why not? There were so many times where I was just watching MVG just kind of wander into a gap. They just were like, yeah, I'm just going to step outside, why not? Just kill a couple of you guys. They just looked better. The start was a bit ropey. It did look as though Team Synq had kind of laid a couple of punches on them, and it was like, okay, this could be pretty balanced, but then they just completely ran away with it. What do you think, Amguns, was the biggest change of pace for MVG? What was it they turned? Did they turn something on? Did they power someone up? Or what was it?
I think they just realized what kind of team they were dealing with. I think midway through that game, especially that round where Team Synq really were invested in holding that top floor on the basement defense, I think it clicked in Molotov's mind that this is an extremely aggressive team and we can play to account for that. The Thermite, especially on that CC breach, he just anticipated the aggression. I think so. Whoever the key role player was for the side of MolotovGang basically sat them down and went, look, they're basically throwing themselves at us. We can capitalize off the back of that aggression. And unfortunately, that's where Synq, they just weren't prepared for their opponents to respond that well to that aggression. I think that was the main key difference maker in that game. That was the turning point, if you like.
Yeah, you said a really good point as well in the middle. You said that they were kind of elbow to elbow with the way that they were playing in the last kind of few rounds as well. I think I want to kind of pick your brain, Travi, in terms of what does Synq need to do to stop MVG being that comfortable going into the next map?
I think they need to go back to what worked for them in that Swiss stage game and go back to that opportunity spotting and go back to that keyword of the adaptation there. Because the thing is, watching Synq that game, it was like you're reading a book in English, right? You know exactly what's happening out in front of you. I want them to change that into a language we don't understand, that MVG will not be able to understand. They bring their own book, they bring their own strategies, and they find a way into these rounds where MVG can't read into it. They do it quickly, and for me, most importantly, it's also back to that fundamentals a little bit. Play off of each other, because the trades, they started off well in the rounds, even if the opening picks didn't go their way. 9 times out of 10, there was a response from Team Synq normally, but it just didn't feel like that was the case as that game went on, especially as the rounds went on. They got later on in those rounds, Synq were unable to make the trades, and especially towards the end there, we saw quite a few rounds where it got to the end of the clock. You know, I think that basement attack for MVG in the first round of the second half, where MVG just kind of just let it happen, and Synq just got completely destroyed and dismantled in that one there. They can't be letting that kind of thing happen. Need to be making those responses. I think that's really, really key there.
Yeah, I'm glad you've kind of brought that up as well. Of course, next map on the cards is going to be Nighthaven. I am a little bit concerned, because yes, Team Synq have chosen to go there, but Nighthaven, it does play very similarly to the way that Clubhouse plays. It's very check the box. It's even overlaps in some of the areas of the map. Jumping out, rafters and stuff like that. The basement site, they're very, very similar, and I'm a bit concerned going into that as to how Synq can start to kind of match up towards MVG. What do you think, Gamguns, that they can do on Nighthaven specifically to actually improve and maybe add on to what Travis says in terms of kind of building on that cohesion?
There's 2 things I want to highlight here for the side of Team Synq. The main one is they've got much more experience on labs than they do on Clubhouse. It's 5 maps or 5 officials on labs compared to the 1 they have on Clubhouse. So just from that statistic alone, they've got much more experience on a map like labs, which should give them more preparation for coming into this map on how they can respond to MVG. But I like what Travis said as well. I'd like them to lean into their roots. They clearly want to be aggressive. Just toss the strats. Or bring strats that let you be aggressive, right? You can bring setups with shields and Wamai so you could aggressively peek off those shields. Playing aggressive is a completely fine way to play. I think if they can tune their strats to suit their aggression and be a little bit smarter in the ways they be aggressive, they'll have a lot more success coming into this next map.
I suppose I want to add on to it as well. Of course, the Brazil scoreline 7-1. That it happens to the best of us. These things happen. It's the opening map. Do we think it is an outclassing aspect from MVG? Do we think it's maybe Synq not quite waking up, or do you think it's just that's fine? Maybe that's a map they're kind of comfortable on. We're not too bothered if they win it. We'll go and win Nighthaven. What do you think is going to kind of going through their mind right now, Travis?
I think it just needs to be a complete reset after map 1, if I'm being honest with you, Cham. There's no 2 ways about it for Team Synq. That was not the way you wanted to be kicking off this grand final. It isn't your map pick, sure, but even when it's not your own map pick, losing it 7-1, that's just not the way you want to be starting this one off. You need to be competitive from the get-go. So I think for Team Synq, it's just that pause, that reset, and realise we're going on to a map we wanted to play now. They've picked it early enough here in the veto to show that even though it sort of lies as a bit of a mid-preference map for them, they do have quite a good win streak on it at the minute. I'm going to say played it 5 times in official 4 win streak at the minute since that first loss of it. They've been doing really, really, really well on it. So in that sort of sense of mind, I think this is a good opportunity for Synq to just reset, because I'm going to look slightly ahead and go towards Consulate and Cafe, and Matt coming after this. They're much more comfortable with Team Synq. So as long as this isn't another set of domination, I do think Synq will still have what it takes. They just need to make sure this map doesn't go the same way as Clubhouse.
Yeah, I think I probably agree with you there. What about you, Amguns? Anything you want to add on to that point?
No, I think it's exactly that. Travis nailed it on the head. This is a chance to take a mental reset. Especially Fod as well. Didn't have a great game on Clubhouse. He went, I think, 1-7. His only kill coming with the fuse charge. This is a chance for Team Synq to put that in the past. What's happened has happened. You've got to look forwards and get yourself ready. It's a long series. It's a long and grueling series as well, because we have unlimited overtime here. So it's to me, it's a case of please don't lose your head. It's only 1 game out of a possible minimum of 3. So just take that time to sort yourselves out. Grab a coffee, grab a drink. Just mentally reset coming in for this next game.
I think as well, you got to look at the positives. Yes, you've been 7-1, but there was a couple of rounds that a fine margin another way. There was a 1v2 clutch where Vector just runs out of ammo, unfortunately. I guess it did get a little bit windy, but it happens. And then there's that top floor as well, when you pop out with the C4 to send it over the top. You think, yeah, logically that's the way to do it, but they had no idea about that position, and they were kind of going for the diffuser. there's fine margins like you've got to look at those rounds and think, yeah, actually, if we, that was quite close. We actually, we started on entries, we were doing quite well. We've actually slipped up in these kind of areas. And if you tidy those things up, yes, it can feel that things are really, really like against you and the team's dominating you, but just because of the scoreline. But if you look at the individual rounds, I actually think it's not as, I don't think there's as much of a gulf in class between these two teams as what the kind of scoreline maybe shows. And that's what I'm holding on to, but that's just because I'm a hopeful romantic, I'm just hoping for a nice, close and exciting game. What could happen is we could go out and get another 7-1 and then we're having the same discussion, but the next thing on the line is that it could potentially be eliminated and we could see the champions crowned in 3 maps. I don't think we'll see that. I think we'll see more maps than that. My next thing, though, I want to bring up, though, is your predictions. Unfortunately, Travi, your own one just now. Unfortunately, you've lost out on that first prediction for the maps. I'm going to give you a chance of redemption for both for you, Travi. Who you going for? Are you sticking or are you twisting for your prediction for this map?
I've got to stick. There's no two ways about it. You can't change your mind on the team. I don't think that's fair on Team Synq. I still believe, and even if it is 6-0 down on what could be the third and final map in a couple minutes, I'm still going to be rooting for Team Synq. I still think they've got what it takes. They're going to reset. They're going to come back, and this series is still going to be going on and going a distance.
Love it. Stick to your guns. I'm also going to stay with Team Synq. You're slightly outnumbered here as well. I'm guns. What are you thinking for this one? Are you still staying with MolotovGang, or are you going to join us over here?
Same goes to me. I can't be a fake fan. I've got to stick with MolotovGang, and I've got Puffo Bob as well to back me up. He was rooting for MolotovGang as well. That evens it out just a little bit. But although I'm a MolotovGang fan in this series, I'm a Siege fan first of all. So although I want MolotovGang to win, I just want to see some brilliant Siege. I really want to see I want to get into that OT, that infinite OT. Let's get to 10-10, sort of 9-9 territory. That comes first, in my opinion. I want to see both of these teams rise to the occasion. Obviously, the pressure's on Synq to do that so far, but hopefully that can ignite the spark in them to give us a phenomenal second map.
Yeah, I think the thing is they've already answered the critics and stuff as well. They've already came through that lower bracket. They're already in the final. They've already beat MVG before as well. They've already done it. So it's just they just need to kind of show up and have a good fun, have quite a bit of fun with it. But we've had our fun on the desk. That's going to be all from us because we are actually ready to go into the next map, as of course Nighthaven, and our two casters will be taking us away. I think it's Bob and TD this time. We'll see you just shortly. Ta-ta.
Yeah.
Here we go, map number 2. We're excited for it all the way, and well, while Sham, Amguns, and Travi gave us fantastic insight on Clubhouse, and maybe even what's to come of Nighthaven, the one change we get to see is that this time instead of Amguns, it's TD.
Hello!
Hey, how's it going, TD?
Well, I made it, so it's going good. I had to get me suit pressed and cleaned, so that's why I'm like...
Absolutely. 100%. I mean, you gotta look fresh for the grand finals. It's the only rule about it. But, Amguns is the true one sticking with me and MVG. But TD, we haven't heard you vote. What would you, if your life was on the line, are you going Synq or MVG?
MVG. 100%. Although it might be a little bit biased after I've watched map 1, but still, I'd say MVG all the way.
MVG all the way. Absolutely. Well, but we're gonna have to see, maybe this is, like they said, this was Synq's pick. Maybe Nighthaven is gonna be that fantastic little groove on, but I have to see how it all works out because, I'm getting interested. I'm getting really excited because while though map number 1 was a bit more lenient, it comes down to this one being Synq's favor, so hopefully they can deliver as fatal as of a blow that we saw from the side of MVG.
I mean, look at that. It's crazy. 57% over 43%. Synq, not really the favourite in this one, but it's still pretty close, It's just under 50%, so not bad. But we do go on to one of my favourite maps, I'd say, for playstyle. So yeah, I can't wait for this.
All right.
I think it's similar to Clubhouse, but everything's just completely different. There's a lot more aspects to this map, and I think that's better than what we've seen in map 1. So
yeah, there are similarities. Again, I would really love to see the bands be quite along like it. I think we can imagine a lot of bands like Cade, Maverick, Tubarao, Fenrir's. It's very similar to Clubhouse because there's a lot of strong operators that do transition onto all maps. But on this one specifically, I'd say it's quite favored when it comes down to how you want to deny and how you want to breach.
I mean, you might even see that, you know, Monty ban at some point. I know it's crazy, but we did see a hints of MVG play in Blitz as well at some points as well. I mean, hey, we'll see how the bans go. Blackbeards, so there's one shield off the board. I guess they just don't... It's a very easily accessible bomb site upstairs, and you could definitely push that rafters and get control quickly with these types of operators on the board. But yeah, do you reckon that's a wasted ban? Do you reckon anything else could be utilized?
I don't think so. I think shields are quite valid, and maybe we're going to be expecting a second one, but no! An ace! That's a really interesting one, and it makes so much sense. Although Blackbeard, I'm completely agreeing with, people are still quite scared of the shield meta, and even though it's probably going to be a Blitz or Monty in sight sign in one of the following rounds, ace is a really good one because ace really gives you that safeness when you go towards the breach. You don't need to really get up close and personal as a thermite with the exo, but ace just nicely chucks them, they're fast, and well, while we transfer over to the defense, it's going to be the Izami, just, again, it's rafters, this is where she thrives.
Absolutely, and another thing on that ace ban, actually, you might see a little bit more of that Hibana, but also the Thermite to come out. We know Maverick's slow, so probably won't be picked, but having that double hard breach... Oh, a Clash, okay.
Oh, no.
That is like an anchor ban, like, that. If Clash was on the board, I don't think they'd use it, but if it is, one round, it would definitely be impactful, 100%.
It definitely would be Clash, even though it's not the new Clash that we're going to be seeing in CGX. This one still is quite a terror to go up against, and I think one of these maps, especially Nighthaven and Consulate I like, Clash really shines here, and honestly, I'm going to agree, but although in the end, some teams really don't like shields is the metaphor we can stick with, and although we're going to be going Nighthaven labs, this is where, again, Synq need to show themselves to actually be a very viable competitor for MVG, because the previous map really didn't show it, so hopefully they can have a bit of a better run here on attack.
Absolutely, and also we do see on the attack hints of bringing extra utility on the recruit. That's going to be a lot, actually. Nades, flashes, that'd be really good for just burning off any utility that these defenders set up. I mean, we've got lots of C4s, free C4s. We've got the Valcams as well on this defense. I mean, this is going to be a very vertical heavy map as well, I think. As you can see as well, that Hibana pick is on the board, like we said before, so that will just be the ace substitute. I think it could be just as good as ace. Might just be a bit slower.
Absolutely. Now, on the downstairs, I'm not expecting huge breaches. I don't think it's going to be huge walls made by Hibana. Maybe just minimum entries, or to maybe even create lines of sight. Or we're going to have Team Synq completely ignore this bottom main breach and go, like you mentioned, verticality. We already see the RAM, the IQ, and of course Pizza, all the way from Clubhouse back onto Nighthaven with the Blitz.
Well, of course you got to bring that Blitz in it, but hey, it's going to push roamers or anyone playing upstairs off quickly, because... I mean, they're not going to want to take that Blitz on. And already Pete has found himself a kill. Hello, Pete. A nice early one onto Legion, which does mean those goo mines will not be in the rounds, and kind of a waste of utility off the board early.
Yeah, again, not the best starter here from MVG, but in the meanwhile, Team Synq already going to be offering up some very good potential here now. Not only have they taken a huge amount of ground, and MVG are trying to fight back against this verticality, but they have not wasted more than a minute, which is already impressive on its own.
Yeah, I mean, look at that. They've already found the Valcams. They've already pretty much got a key player off that middle floor. And they're just going to be spending a little bit more time taking off that one extra player on the stairs. And pretty much they should be ready for an execute very shortly. And I think this is a very good start to a new game, a new round of Synq. I can't wait to see how this game now unfolds.
Ooh, but Hashi's already going to be lurking upstairs. He's that real danger, that fear factor that Team Synq should always be afraid of. That roamer that can really put your hopes down and shatter them on the spot. But it only matters how long are MVG going to be keeping him up there, and when will his moment to strike really come about?
Yeah, that's the question. How long will it take? Can they make an execute onto site and make him irrelevant all the way up there? Or do they know? That's the question. But we're going to see now with just a minute left. Execute onto this site has got to be coming soon. You can already hear the Hibana X Kairos pop in now as well. And rotating to breaches, one through the floor. Variox will go down. Oh my god, how's he managed to get that?
Oh, and Falls using the vertical that was established by the attacking side to their advantage. But Hashi, where is it? Come on, you know you're looking for it. He wants it. He wants him kill the zone, but he doesn't have the information on where these attackers lie. He's right behind them. He gets a bit of shots. That's going to be pizza for the damage. Chucks the C4, but you are not LeBron. That is not a half-court shot. He gets challenged, and he wins a second one. That's solo for the name, and all of a sudden the man count is going to be equalized while Team Synq are fully pushing in. Not a care in the world, going for the plant, and that's the Blitz being covered fantastically for the Brain Breach. He challenges, that's where Fod falls, and going for a second swing, the Blitz is going to have to cancel it, but the headshot isn't delivered just yet. The C4 there to go. Boom goes the dynamite. The last one to stand Pete to fight against two. 10 seconds to remain here, and Team Synq have started to slowly fall again. That early advantage is always just a fluke for the end that MVG end up coming back from.
Oh my god, that was insane. Like, the patience of that defense up top, they could have killed the Blitz. Doesn't matter, they missed. They managed to take so many one-on-one gunfights in that execute. It just felt weak for that final execute on the attack. And they've managed to just pick players off one-on-one. And that Blitz is just sat in a corner with nothing to do but plan that diffuser. Unlucky to that, but what a great start from MVG just to defend that final push. And that means as well, time isn't an issue. They don't mind. You know, they're very patient. They can expect what's going to hit that site, and that's what I like to see. The question is, how can Synq respond to losing a situation that looked favorable to them?
I'm not too faithful here. We saw two great loopholes that MolotovGang exposed. The first one was allowing a roamer to come to the upstairs site from simply hiding in a bit of a cubby the entire match, and Team Synq not having the greatest possession of ground control to the point where they realize every move that is made around their floors. The second mistake, you said they're not really bothered by time, but they had such a quick attempt at taking this top floor and the middle one as well. But when it came down to the very bottom, all they were left was with 10 seconds. Where did it all go wrong?
Well, it could have been that, yeah. The fact also we see the roam just coming in right behind them, and that could have actually shut down the attack completely. You know what I mean? So, hey, we're going into this next round. We do have the Goyo on the board here, and we also see a mirror, which is a nice one as well to see on the external breach. We'll see how quickly that gets open, but it does also mean that mirror will block line of sights because it doesn't break properly. But we will start to go through the main garage side, and there is people. Well, there's a Fenrir under the desk here. Pizza does have a drone on it. They might get an early frag on this. It looks like we are getting around into this situation. Oh, he's downed. And a nice little pinch there. Utilizing that drone work very strong to start off the round.
They realize he's downed. We've seen a situation like this many before, but fault or not, MVG have always come back from it. On the other side, Synq, keep it in your grasp. Don't let go of this. This is an open kill. You took out a Fenrir of all operators and on the upstairs floor, but there goes Hats again and Isan, both holding it down. Now, a bit of that bottom was secured nicely by Synq, but they have wasted a bit more time than earlier, exchanged it for one of the players on MVG, and now they need to start taking out utility before it's too late.
Absolutely, and we can start to see now, looking to possibly go for this backside as well. But you can see all downstairs, Pizza is just making sure he's got that drone work. He's making sure he can find those people to scan. So later on in the round, that Deimos will come in handy. With 1 minute 20 on the clock, it's looking to be a similar execute timeline. And we start to see the flashes coming in through electrical. Now and through the back! Oh, it will be Variox getting refragged by Pete, though. And now, 1 minute on this clock, a 3v4 in favor of this attack. Bandit kind of stuck in between a rock and a hard place here, but he's going to hold his ground. We can just see Multi just swinging out, trying to take the player on the staircase. Will he succeed? Not just yet. Frag's coming in. We'll cook him away, and it will move his position all the way onto the double door.
Oh, there it comes. We talked about it, TD. It's the death mark onto Isan, and he's being hunted down, forced into electrical. Even from the bottom, the revolver is about to make its course, but in the meanwhile, the nades are going to be making a lot more trouble. On Falls finds the second. That's going to be just 2 to remain here for MVG. And will they be able to fight back against it? Hatchy yet again, swooping in for the backlines as he finds himself another to flatline. Let's put them all on the cord, and let's start to plug some plugs. Right now, Isan waiting for IT to swing. That's one for Hatchy, a second one for the Vector, and all of a sudden, Synq have a lost position. position. They've started falling, tripping. Some can say you go for the Goyo canister, but the timing couldn't be more better as MVG swing in just in the nick of time to find themselves the second defense.
Again, it's these situations where they can just pick themselves up from the worst man of disadvantage they can be put in. MVG literally going from that 2 versus 4 situation, and now we're 2-0 up. You see how well the Warden just went downstairs real quick while they were executing onto site to go get himself a nice little pick because they knew someone was below. It would have been the Deimos. And so just getting those picks just really helped make more space and more time to get one-on-ones on that bomb site. That was amazing from MVG to change that situation now. And, I mean, what else could they have done well there to recover that round?
I'm just wondering myself, Synq, what went wrong? I mean, in many moments, again, they get the opening kill. It's looking great. They get themselves on what? A 3v5 situation or something like it. And in the end, they still allow Hachi to come in from the backlines. It seems like whoever is dead or maybe isn't on the side of Synq really don't prioritize their players on bottom trying to do their solo mission like the Deimos going in from bottom to try and find that vertical shot above. But in the end, a drone could have helped out. A bit more of caution would have been present and it could have been a completely different result. But for a second round, a complete turnaround, and you know MVG are looking golden when they need to go on to the third site as the 2 best have been logged down due to victories.
I mean, MVG are just sharp. They have that gun skill. They have everything in the bag. They are a top-tier team. And you have to have a well-thought-out execute. If you're going to take them gunfights, you have to expect to take a good gunfight, else you're going to go down man advantage like that. And as we start, we have the castle on the board. And honestly, this Hibana being forced out is very good just to deal with all this little utility. It's pretty much low cost as you've got that exothermic charge and the Maverick on the board anyway. I mean, this is a good use of utility at its finest right now as we start to map the bottom section of the main breach. And it will also be Pete, so you can see on the other side of the map there, is waiting to force himself up the backside with the shields. So that'll be interesting to see soon.
Taking extra steps of security just to not have your feet revealed, the Thermite is going to be placing the Exo just a bit above the normal position you'd have it on. And just like that, Hattie, look at him. He's already waiting to swing, holding his angle and being as patient as MolotovGang can be. But we're waiting for that aggression that's going to be coming out in any moment. The bandit trick ready to come, and it's
got it.
As the Exothermic, the second one that was on hand of Team Synq, has now been lost.
Oh, here we go. We're going to swing out. Ooh. He's going to get punished. A lot of HP off. And now he's kind of trapped there. Maybe he will fall off.
Yes.
But it will be Pete to take one. He's upside down right now, and he's just finding easy picks of people running across the room. Flash is going to go in as well onto the hallway. It will be 1 minute 20 yet again on the clock. Blitz sneaking around. Can he find this castle? Might encounter him. That could be really bad for the castle, but he will get taken down. Castle says no. Now 4v4, making a 4v3. Veriox takes solo off the board, and 1 minute on this clock. Dokkaebi calls coming to an end. We'll have some good information now, surely, off of those. Still one player up top. It will be the Goyo looking to try and take a pick here off of the entrance. Oh, it's Vods to take down Multi. 3v3. There's a lot to play for here. With 40 seconds, that's plenty of time to do something. Fod will push into the site here, but Veriox will take one down. 3 versus 2, and it's not looking good for the attack. With 30 seconds left, he upstairs, and Fod just in the garage open area.
Let's see it. MVG have done it yet again. It's Veriox has found himself the triple. 8A there to deliver the final. And all of a sudden, MVG have completely flipped the pan for yet another moment. Time after time after time. This is the third one we get to see. And MolotovGang have not only lost the pick, the opening, it's the same narrative as we saw it on Clubhouse. Deliver an odd to Nighthaven, but this time, it's still business booming for MVG as they not only find the picks to return for it, but Synq keep on going for these 1v1s. And you know MVG are the best pixel clickers because Veriox simply cannot lose. He got a triple in that round, which has been carrying MVG in that and many more before.
I mean, 2 massive picks there. The blitz off the board, in pretty much dropping the shield and trying to take a one-on-one. And then just a nice little swing out to just get a pick from the furthest position possible, really. That's incredible. But we do now go to the basement bomb site. And, hey, 3-0. I mean, Synq's got to get some rounds in now. They don't really want that role swap to come and haunt them, really, do they? We also do see a little bit of change up. We got that Mozzie on the board here as well. Not too sure if it's even going to really damage Synq too much, but their drone economy might get shut down a little bit more. And we'll see as well. The Deimos coming back out, and we're getting rid of that Blitz as well, which I personally don't think we need to see that Blitz anymore. But yeah.
Absolutely. We don't need to see him anymore. He really hasn't been working. Again, Team Synq have been really trying to force the shield and trying to push him, shove him into the lineup, but it hasn't brought the value they'd hoped for. Even a Monty would have been done a better job, because the Monty really forces you to be just that huge tank, the absolute menace that can't be moved right, besides if people force their utility onto him, like smokes, Goyo canisters, C4s, and even then there's some sort of value with it, as with the Blitz, your feet are exposed, forcing you to pull out the pistol and get headshotted. Now, if you can't play it with a team as well as you could with a Monty, you might as well either leave the shield out or try switching.
Yeah, I agree with that. You know, you definitely need another player with that Blitz just to be there, yeah, so he can charge the gunfight. But here we go. We've got the Ram going in for vertical, trying to make some angles onto the players that we know will be in that middle floor section. And this should be routine now, really, for Synq to understand where people might be and to predict what they're going to do, as well as utilize that drone work. And already Deimos is going to find the Mozzie, and we'll start to hunt that down here. But I don't know if it was the right person here. We'll have to see. It will be, again, the IQ looking for all that utility, but possibly a gunfight onto this staircase. Multi will just back down, though. Doesn't need to take a gunfight early, and is in a bit of a bad position anyway to do so.
Absolutely. Now, Team Synq have, again, it's looking good, right? It's like a really fantastic position they have. Maybe they don't have full control over the stairs, and they can still try and fight back and try to loop around it. But MolotovGang have ratted themselves out into the smallest corners of the building, such as Isan. I'm surprised Hachi isn't on the top floor somehow. And let's just see how that's going to be affecting not only their mental, as I imagine they're going to be worried constantly, but there it is, the expected first. Pete is going to be delivering one, and Ane for the fall, just like previously, but can they keep it up?
You know, we say they get this control really quickly, but have they really done too much to deserve that control or get it? I feel like they've been gifted it by MVG, and as we can now see, it will be Pizza trying to find out this Deimos scan. Will be Veriox to take one down, though, as IQ falls with 50 seconds on this clock and a 4v4.
Grimbees are going to be stalling one out another, but Isan, look at the time he's wasting, because finally he falls to the hands of Vod. That's going to be one for the KD. A C4 to be chucked, not finding much success, but time is still remaining, Synq, although not wasted too much, because it's a virtue you don't really want to play around with, as three players try to stick around and against you to force you back into that top floor. MolotovGang still have a lot to offer here, and it's only a matter of time until Team Synq are going to be running into their lines inside. That's one, but Ryox with one does get traded out for Hachi, but still not looking the best, because in the end it's a 1v2 for Ryox, and can he be the man with the cape, the true hero for MVG yet again to strike? I don't think so, because Solo finally puts a stop to this massacre.
Look at that, just straight in. And those bees, I mean, they look menacing. They did a lot to just try and push off. But 3-1 now. Hey, Synq, have something here. Will they up? Can they bring some momentum into this game now? And that's what it's all about. Can they find their way in? And we've seen it before. This map can be a 180. We can go all the way. We can be stuck on a match point position. It doesn't matter. This map can definitely change as long as the teams have some way of dealing with what's going on here. But hey, we're going to see now. It will be downstairs again. We're going to see if they can defend this a little bit better and just iron out any mistakes that were made in that round.
That's good. It's a great start, right? Team Synq, in the end, they still struggled a bit, but they were able to go for that refrag potential, which is, I absolutely love it. You know, Verax gets away with one, then Hattie falls in return. And Team Synq, since they held that mad advantage 4 against 3, they were able to exchange one player after another until it was all brought down to that 2v1 position, which they gracefully took. And in the end, it's not just over yet. 3-3 is not a bad split here for Synq. They can still come back on the defensive, especially with the operators they could be utilizing that I haven't seen from MVG much, like the Bandit, the Gades, the Tubarao. Although we have seen the Bandit, but the Gade and Tubarao combination have been a bit lackluster, as MVG have been really thinning it out towards the second and third floor, which again fits and complements the regression greatly. But Team Synq, I think they've started to catch on to their tricks.
And already we're going to start to see opening up that big warehouse section as well. nice and early to get those lines of sight up onto the rafters. As we do see someone at the top of the nature staircase here, just waiting. He might get aggressive later, we'll see. He looks like he wants to, but it might be an easy early frag, we'll see. But,
Ping directly on him. They know about his location, and I feel like Just may have a bit of a thread over the needle with it too, as he's really tempting to swing it, but I'm imagining MVG, the mental, has right now been not only looking confident, that could be bringing them over to where Synq can find these mistakes and punish him off of it, while Just is holding an amazing amount of ground. It's Hatchy that's really delivering some efforts, although Pete has waited for him for such a long time that now is the time for him to check his left and return the favor.
what a... Oh, Pete, another! Oh, okay. And we're going to start to see some scans up top as well, as this position looks pretty favorable here. Pete's getting 2 big picks. Can he continue this streak? We know where players are. We've now got control of that top area. We do see in the bottom of nature there is the Goyo still. He got flashed and... Oh, he's down! Oh! A 2v4! Goyo off the board. We still have one more middle floor here.
Ooh, here it is now. MolotovGang down to their top players. Navarrox is definitely one of them. Hatchy might have lost the field, but Isan still is no laughing matter to go up against. And Team Synq are not only hunting them down, but they're going to need to find this execute perfectly, as there are no C4s for MVG to use against this verticality. And in the meanwhile, it's going to have to be cut down to raw strength and raw aggression that they're going to need to completely shove into the throats of Synq. And I feel like the first attempt is going to be made here by Synq, as now hunted down. He finds one, but it's exchanged by Pizza himself, and that's 2 dead men walking. Now let's see when Varox is going to be a dead man talking.
40 seconds and a 1v3. Veriox in a bit of an unfavorable situation here, but we know something could come from it. Ping's coming in. Nade's being thrown down, but it is 2 players on the site here, looking to now start the plants. Will it? He was not really making much ground, and this plant's going to really force him out. But can he find anything? Gonna take a lot of damage. Nade cooks. He's gonna go for it, but he's gonna get taken down by Pete. That's unfortunate.
It is. What? It's good for Synq. They are comfortable on this map. Finally, they found out how to counter MolotovGang. They simply gained the information. Their information game with the drones has been right now fantastic. From the very beginning, where Just was constantly being pinged, to the point of where even if Hatzy found himself a cheeky kill around the corner that wasn't to be expected, the alignment between these players is like stars in the sky. They find the perfect refrags when it's needed, and that's what's gotten them these 2 rounds. Now 1 more remains before we have the roles be reversed, where MolotovGang are going to be forced to that attack, which they find quite comfortable. I'd say that attack here for MVG is going to be a bit more delightful seeing their playstyle, but Synq, you're going into your own home then.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, MVG are getting a little bit more confronted by a lot more intel, and intel is massive in this game. But hey, a nice amount of Deimos scans, people getting into pinching positions. It's good, and they're playing really direct. They're going for these clears now, and they should have been doing this from the start. But now, if we get this 3-3 split, they could show us something good on defense, and that's going to be amazing to see. However, we still have another round before that 3-3 split. We could see it go either way here. Mirror as well, going to be set up on to the standards warehouse up top, and it looks pretty much the same as what we've been running. Will they be able to deal with it? We have seen Synq struggle upstairs previously.
The one thing I love, the new addition to Team Synq here, is that instead of putting beats on operators such as the Deimos or maybe the Blitz, they're going to be actually taking him upon the Nook, because the Nook is fantastic for not only going downstairs by themselves, but also traversing to this top floor and clearing out every single corner there is while being completely silent and not alerting the guards, some may say. And let's see how MVG are going to be affected by it, because Pizza's operator has a bunch of potential to counteract their playstyle.
Already going to see some Goyos getting popped, and already downstairs we have some information. Pingers coming out, and it will be Multi just waiting at the barricade that's already been opened. It could be Nook! He will go down! Oh, Pizza no longer going to be avoiding detection, as those X-Kairos on the external wall will open the rest up, and will make a nice open hole for them to go through. And it... Oh...
Oh, that's dirty, Just. You can't apply more pressure to the wound anymore. It's been salt rubbed on it, and Team Synq are starting to need that lick upon it. Now, in the meanwhile, while the defenders are still being a bit of a blunder, look at Synq. They're completely paranoid. They don't know which corner MolotovGang could be swinging out from. They're checking all utility, but while you're shooting cameras, while you're shooting legions, while you're shooting whatever might be in your way, right now you need to worry about yourselves as you have 3 players to put up against 5, and MVG have not only been bloodlusted, but they've been craving this fourth round for quite a while.
I mean, the fact that they've now bunkered that up as well, and they've got the Fenrirs popping off as well, it's going to be so hard to get through. They can utilize the Mav, but it's going to be so slow, and it's going to pretty much leave them in this situation now. Maverick's also got to run across that door if he even wants to make some room. I think they're going to rotate off to the nature side, which would make more sense to try and find a little bit more space into the back half of that site. I just don't know what they can really do here, and I think MVG, 5 of them being still on the board, is super strong, and the utility that's backing them up is even bigger. Oh, it's Solo to swing in.
A bit too far away from your team, Hashi. But a down onto Solo. Not expected. It's not finished, but the 1 onto VOD is. That's going to be a couple bullets right where they belong. And now let's see what's going to be the effort from Unfalls. As he gets taken out for the final, he walks right into the line of sight. The scope here for the MP7. And the final bullet, a couple extra to put in. And MolotovGang still coming out with a positive split, 2 above the side of Synq. And they get themselves a couple of lifelines.
Yeah, I think that up top site is a lot harder for Synq to get a grip on, especially with all the utility that was still left on the board and that late reinforcement and those really good early picks. I feel like you still needed that Hibana to be on the board in that warehouse side. That's the take they wanted. Yes, they had the Mav, but that was mostly just to make sure they can get rid of any electrical utility that's still there. Going down to this basement on the roll swap, we're going to see a little bit of a different play style defensively, possibly, and the attack will definitely show a little bit more consistent change as well. We see possibly a massive roam clear lineup coming on the board here.
Absolutely. I think a lot of players here have been consistently loving the Legion and Nook shotgun, which is really interesting to see. I absolutely love it. I think it's a fantastic contribution to not only rotations, but it's also quite a powerhouse. Now, in the end, while Synq are going to be here on the defense, we can see some switches. And, you know, TD, I'm not saying I'm not a fan of it, but that Capcan is such a ratty play.
Listen, if you walk through a door and you're not paying attention, it could be a pick. Yeah. However, we also see a Brava on the board. It could just say Uno reverse card, right? +2, +1? Oh, we'll see.
Maybe. Hopefully Synq don't find themselves in positions blown up by Pete's Capcans hacked. That would be quite unfortunate to say the least. Let's see what MVG are going to be doing. It's swinging out. No FUD. He's making Nene look like cannon fodder as he swings out with the shotgun and finds the thermite of all operators.
He said, range is not an issue. I've got a shotgun and it does a lot of damage. Oh my god. That's the biggest one they could take out. Thermite off the board. What else are they going to do now?
Oh,
they can't get any walls. I mean, they're just going to have to play gunfights and try and take ones. I mean, they can still do stuff. They've got, I think they've got a shotgun in reserve, maybe some verticality as well. They have that Jackal, which they can still clear people off. But I mean, they could just play together now, the Team Synq could, and it would be a lot harder for MVG.
Oh my. Now VOD has been he's been boiling down under for the entirety of this match since MVG have been swinging a bit too much and he's constantly been the victim. Now he's ready to victimize on his own, and that's going to be one of the best, if not the best possible start to take out the main hard breach, the one who's supposedly to go to the plant and find himself to be one of the final ones to be among the living, but no, Synq just simply don't care. And now MVG, while they're trying to clear out this outside skirt of this map, they still have an entire line of defense to clear through on this first floor.
It always feels good to know you've done something absolutely massively impactful. And here we go, another! Nerf the shotgun! Multi will get down P in a 3v3 situation. They've ironed it out, but they still have a whole site to deal with no verticality really established at all. They're going to have to go down staircases and try and take one-on-ones to funnel into site.
I guess MVG have always been confident with their gunfights, but when you're facing a relentless shotgun such as it, what do you truly have to offer? Solo with the C4 still in his pocket, ready to chuck at any moment, but in the meanwhile, 3 against 3, this is where MVG could still find themselves a possible opportunity, but Fret not Synq have been showing such confidence on this defense that it might as well be theirs. 30 seconds, time is going to be ticking, and it's going to be putting some extra pressure on that shoulder, making it a bit of a burden. Isan taking out utility, the Mira is going to be standing as a bit of trouble, but the C4 is going to be the greatest danger of them all, as it's shown, but walking right towards it, just find himself in the grave. Now the final one to cover, Isan falls as well, as Hatchy with the diffuser completely surrounded as Falls takes his turn.
I mean, hey, you couldn't have possibly have lost that round in that situation. I just think that is amazing. You've got 2 massive impactful picks from a shotgun. He's playing in a ratty position. He's not moved the entire round. He's just sat there in the corner. His quality, and then there's nothing for the execute anyway. Hey, what a great defensive round there.
That was fantastic. I don't think FOD is going to be getting away with that any longer. I feel like MVG are going to be anticipating that sudden change of movement a lot more. But if they don't, I'm imagining they're going to be finding themselves in a lot more positions where they're thrown off so early on. Now, in the end, I mean, FOD is back on the secondary. He has the shotgun. Now, I'm just waiting for him to switch to the primary to see if he has picked up the T5 or if he's going to be reattempting the casualty he caused earlier.
We're now just here for the shotgun, to be honest. Just waiting to see what he's got.
I think it is the T5, because otherwise he would be probably making the rotations with his primary.
Yeah. I think he's had a good round, and he now needs to change it up a little bit. I also think this is quite a longer range bomb site. It's more direct access as well, so that shotgun might not be as relevant, whereas you're guarding a whole staircase on the basement bomb site. So, yeah, it does make sense. We do have, of course, the Flores coming out, which could be good for key utility as well, just to push people off. There's a lot of walls that can just get opened with good line of sight here as well. And that hatch will be got as well. There's nice standards and making sure that it's a little bit harder for them to breach.
Oh, Synq playing with fire for a second there. The Wamayan False was running for his life and almost got off guard by Hatchy. Hatchy could have aimed a bit more head height, and that would have been one extra pop for the silver platter. While in the meanwhile, here comes the Flores. Is Isan going to be trying to challenge it and prevent it? Nope. The shield is going to be gone very early on. And then False tries to peek, but gets punished by Isan.
I don't like that shield at all, because you get direct access from downstairs and no one's watching the staircase anyway, and then you're just putting pressure by removing the shield.
That's too close. Again, a lot of these players have been having near-death experiences, although Just gets away with his life intact.
I mean, 2 minutes on the clock already, and probably going to get that wall open very shortly. Exothermic charge now cooking, and it will be Pizza to run away, but he's got to be careful he doesn't run into someone else. Veriox is just here and waiting. And he's in IT. He knows. That's the thing. Pizza knows. He's surrounded. Like, he's just been caged. He will get one, though! Oh, but a refrag instantly. 4v3, 1 minute 40.
But I don't think that's going to be standing much longer. We see Ane's down currently, although that's going to be thanks to the Frost Mat, and one right from below. Solo swoops in to finish the job. The Pizza couldn't deliver himself, although the trap came in quite handy. And like we said with the Capcan, if you don't check, you're going to get punished for it.
Here we go. Verticality coming in from the Legion. There's 3 people still on this site section, but they are just playing out the way of the verticality. So this might waste a little bit time, but if they can get one more pick to make room for their execute, this will be good for them.
Yes, it will. It'll be fantastic. And right now, I'm not only talking HP standard, but how everything has been running across not as smoothly for MVG as they would have hoped for it to go. And in the meanwhile, Synq's still healthy. Not a single casualty on their HP bars with the remaining 3 players, as with MVG, 2 other players need about a collection of 3 bullets to finish both of them off, while Hatchy's still trying to use all of his drones in the current present. It's going to be difficult, but FOD is going to find Just in the midst of all this chaos. Now Team Synq just need to relax and wait back and sit for all of them to come into their hands.
I mean, it's just a funnel trying to get in through this side of the bomb, and it's really hard. You've got guys that can swing out a shotgun on the 90s, which will get a kill, and it will be Solo getting himself a massive shotgun pick there. Multi will take down FOD, a 1v2. Diffuser in control of the attack here. Can we take one gunfight on this site to iron out the rest of the round? 15 seconds, though. It's not a lot of time, and he's got to find where he is. If he starts planting, that's the game over pretty much. And there we go. Pete to finish off the round. Nicely content, sat next to the vending machine and ready to take another round.
Put in a coin, got himself a bit of soda, energy on the way, and then just finished while he was already there, as that's going to be Synq equalizing out the score. They've been trailing behind MVG's count for quite a while now, but finally they have caught up to it, not lurking in the shadow no longer, but being head-to-head with them, as now it's time for them to dethrone MolotovGang of their leads. This is their round to do it. This is the opportunity, as these following rounds will be the most important when it comes down to Nighthaven alone. Keep in mind, MolotovGang, they win this map and they're already on series point, while for Synq, they get these 2 following rounds and they have match point to get one of their own.
This is why I like Nighthaven. It is pretty much like this. You start to struggle, but then once you get that momentum, it does change and it can become an equal game. We now need to see how these 2 teams can change throughout, how they can adapt. Synq has done really well in my books on that final half of attack and on this defense. They could definitely pick up more rounds and it could contest MVG. And we now start to see actually a Monty coming onto the attack, which is an interesting one. Haven't seen it being utilized just yet. How will Synq respond to that? Will it make them struggle? Let's take a look and see.
Take a look and see, as now the prep phase is over, ready to begin the action. In 2 minutes 50 to stand between the answer of who's going to be back on top, looking to claim the throne as fast as they possibly can, hopefully within regulation, but like Travi wanted it, and some of these players I imagine too, possibly even the viewers, overtime is a possibility here.
Can I just point out as well, we now have a little toggle for the shotgun when it's in play, so that is quality. So the shotgun is now in play, chat.
MVG, count your days, it's over.
2 kills I expect. Nothing more, nothing less. Alright, we're going to start off already. A lot of drones getting destroyed here. The economy already in half. As, well, the shotgun's on the middle floor as well. We have the Warden, who's going to be just holding down the fort from below. That Brava trying to hack as much as it possibly can. There's a good amount of things to hack, mostly cams, which will come in useful for late rounds, especially on any rotating defenders. Already got the... Oh, does he see him? He does! Legion just about escaping death there, all the way onto site. That could have been a really free kill.
Too soon, Fod. Your time has not yet arrived, so simply he will take that 50 damage or so he took, nicely retreat, and try to play a bit more close. Now, the amount of guns Team Synq have for close confrontation here is absolutely crazy. 2 shotguns, the Vector, maybe even 3 shotgun, depending on what Warden is rocking, which currently we've been seeing that 12 fantastic SSASG, but in the meanwhile, for Rocks, there he finds 1 the second as well, and all of a sudden, MVG had completely converted it into their own directive. That's going to be 2 off the board. Solo almost having a similar fate, while Unfalls is just sticking outside of the map.
Yeah, defensively we're struggling here, and up on rafters as well. Possibly a pick could have come in, but it's Ishan who will take out Solo, a 4v2, and Owen.
Oh no! Oh god! He hit the railings, but he comes back for a second attempt. Pete here, nicely from metal to brains. He gets those skulls to crack, and Ishan still continues, persists, and finds himself a double, as now it's all left down to the mirror, who cannot withstand. And just like that, MVG have found easy entry into sight, planted it down, and then took Synq as if they were dominoes.
Yeah, they've fallen very quickly in that round, and so many direct, fights there. Look at that. Even at the start of the round, we're just going to see, just goes down, gets trapped. That's a great place to open up as well. You've got so many angles. But yeah, unlucky. MVG going to pick up the round that they need, and Synq, they might be knocked down here. We'll see.
Right. Hopefully not. I like that Synq, their mental hasn't gone yet astray. We can definitely spot that out, since they're still fully fighting with everything they have and throwing it all at MVG. Although this round it may not have worked, that top not being present at its finest. But now it's best to see how basement works out for them, as Team Synq are already showing a fantastic extension when it comes down to what operators are picked, especially with Fod on the shotgun, which I'm getting a bit of PTSD there, and Unfalls on the Vigil too.
Yeah, we've also, looking at the attack as well, we are really prepared for this Vigil. We know that if they do bring that Vigil, it's going to be okay. it shouldn't be too bad. We do see Vidge, like, wasting a lot of time normally, getting rid of those drones and dipping. Hopefully we do see that and maybe a kill coming into play, and that could definitely benefit Synq. Just waste that time if they are playing that Vigil upstairs, which it looks like they are.
Seem like it. And Fall is a position we saw him earlier with a Ramai, I believe. Now, not the best memories to keep track of, but hopefully he'll be able to use them. And, well, that's going to be easy breach for Raine here. Single wall right nicely next to site, which normally can convert to a default plant at times. We're going to have to wait and see that for time to tell. And, well, that's where the Bravo is going to be starting to kick off. And information as well as now on Falls is starting to feel a MolotovGang slowly closing in on him.
Yeah, you just got to be careful of the very good, like, attacking, pinching setups that they do manage to get into position. For MVG, they really are good at droning out and then finding where those roamers are going to be. And he's just got to be careful when he does do these retreats that he knows the information as well.
Odd looked upon that window. As much as I don't want to drag it on, but he was feeling it. Although no one really opening it up, giving a bit of a hint, but he's still sticking around it.
He's still feeling it.
Yeah, he's still around it. He's in the groove. He wants it for a second time. We saw one of the players from MVG. They were really sitting back this time to not allow that shotgun from dealing any major damage. Although while top floor is completely under control, we still have to go one below where Synq mostly relies, and then of course to the site itself, which 130 is not the best time I would work with here.
Yeah, not a lot has been opened up. Mostly little bits of vertical that's already there, to be fair. But we are looking now to slowly push out anyone on this middle floor. We will see. I mean, it's just IQ kind of holding this verticality slowly, waiting for someone to come across him. Oh,
no!
He just in electrical, and now he's going to force a gunfight. It's already open. Or maybe not. He's thinking about it. He's just going to sit contently. They know he's there. Can we get another attacker into a position, maybe to get any refrags if possible?
Yeah, but look
at
the time.
1 minute. I know. Absolutely no time at all.
Oh no. MVG. Pete's just going to stand there. He doesn't need to challenge you. You have 45 right now. He peeks out and he retreats yet again. You not being able to deliver that killing blow is going to be a major setback here for MVG as they have no time to work with. Their players are starting to lose that progression they've had in the very early beginning, and they still need to find the execution at the very bottom, which is going to be forcing them to fully send it all at once, which a single C form from solos could be wiping out in its entirety. Pete wins the gunfight against Just, and that's going to be looking horrible. The Goyos are only now getting popped, which means MVG have started losing that grip, but in the meanwhile, this is where those guns come in handy. Varax, Hachi, both on the kill feed. All of a sudden, it's 15 seconds, but the progression is going to be looking a bit better. Synq, low on it, one player off site, and Varax, all the teams from MVG, all the players have found value of the last one being at the very top. Trying to play Hatches won't be successful. He's looking for the defuse. He gets it, and in the final seconds, oh, Team Synq managed to just get out with it due to the plants being exposed to verticals, and MVG could have had match point, but they dropped it.
I mean, I guess Goyo was just in the right place at the right time to win that round out. You can't call it anything else. They were lucky, if anything. I mean, Pete spent ages upstairs anyway, which was buying his team a lot of time. And I just didn't think, you know, MVG could even get down into that execute position. But they did. They managed to break it. They break that line. And I think it just comes down to luck there, really.
Out of all the positions you can go for the plant, I know the backside of a pillar is the best in the situation. Again, MVG were probably stressed out. They were rushing everyone down. They were having fantastic kills, and they just wanted the most perfect position on the horizontal level. But they didn't want to check the top, where Synq were constantly prepping up with the Legion shotgun, making those nice lines of sight into the perfect spot. And just that one player, Pete himself, coming out from above and being that saving grace that was needed and allowed Synq to catch up to MVG's score yet again. And now this round, this is where it truly decides who's the one to catch up to match point first.
I mean, yeah, you say this as well. The final 15 seconds, you're rushing. There's a lot of pressure on you to make the right decisions, and that clearly wasn't the right decision, and that could cost more rounds here.
potentially bring MVG into overtime or a possible loss of map number 2. Again, they could have been a 6-4 right now, and out of these 2 fallen grounds, they only needed 1. Imagine how much easier that is to think about than Synq, who are sweating over a cold stove, thinking if they lose this map, it's going to be serious points, and they're already drained mentally and exhausted overall. Now, MVG, on the other hand, they could have had it, but they just didn't take the correct steps.
Right, so the process we've got now is we do have that Tabrero on the board, and we have a Thatcher in play as well. So it's going to be interesting to see how long they can buy time with that wall. Also has that mirror on it as well, so if it does get popped or opened, they can just swing back on to anyone trying to open it. So we'll see how that up top, well, how much time it can delay, and which side we are going to go for. Looks like we might be going for that rafter side, though.
Peach is holding a C4 religiously, just waiting for an audio cue, maybe a call out from a teammate to nicely throw it. But like it, MolotovGang are not going to be going one-dimensional fully. That breach is only a side quest, as currently taking this bottom and progressing towards side itself is going to be their main point of interest.
I'm waiting for the C4 to go. They know that there's got to place the exothermic charge on there unless they're going to get Habana to do it. And I don't think Habana's in the right position at the minute anyway. Pete just watching through vertical. Might get into a gunfight here, though. You can see he's watching the door, but he moves at the wrong time, I think. And Veriot's taking a lot of damage from this single door. C4 prepped. If he swings again, it might go. Oh, but it's Unfalls to take down 1. C4! Woo! And a shotgun kill from Solo. Isan will go down. 2v5. Synq is dominating this defense.
All of a sudden, MVG, where has it been gone wrong? That's the question. Coulda, woulda, shoulda, but 3 of your players are gone, and Team Synq are reigning over you like an absolute masterpiece. The true dictators. One almost loses his life, but not connecting those shots is where Just is the final one to remain. And well, with it, Team Synq have caught up. Not only caught up, but actually overthrown MolotovGang's score, now sitting at a comfortable 6-5. This round being the chance to take their first map.
Well, this is now the first time we see Synq essentially go up, right? This is their first positive game, well, round. So this is going to be interesting now. MVG chasing. Synq in a good position. They just need to keep this momentum to the final round. This is all in their hands now.
But how will they pick up the pen? Can they write a true narrative? Or will MolotovGang spit back and get themselves into overtime? Now, overtime is going to be chaos on its own. Team Synq, again, the moment is yours. MolotovGang had their own, not only in that round where they completely threw the position on the plant. Right now, Synq, you've been passed down this position, this opportunity, and it's all down to them to play their cards correctly.
I'm not really a fan of the Frost position, though, at the start of the round. I think we've seen it before. It didn't work very well. They need to make sure that Pizza doesn't go down that quickly again. We've seen it previously. It's just a waste if he does. So hopefully they will have figured out what they want defensively. And we're already going to get that hatch as well. Yeah, Pizza's not starting the round there either. But again, it is a waste of a shield, possibly, if no one's going to play it.
Now, there were pros and cons to both these teams. MolotovGang here capturing the first essence of managing to spill some blood, but not being able to finish it in the very end and having 10 seconds when the floor is dropping down. Let's see how they're going to be able to fare this time around, playing it a bit more cautiously. While Synq, again, a lot on the line. I'm just imagining how striking on the nerves that must be.
Already going to get the hatch open on to the freezers. And we're going to start work up on these walls with a Maverick. Just making sure we can get rid of everything and get easy access to push these players from upstairs. Oh, he's fell off. Oh my God. On force. What a play from him. Veriox going to take solo, but a 3v4 after an incredible run out has just got the most success. 2 hard breaches off the board as well. What?
On force. The play that could have saved Synq. Over Ryox, now returning 2 of his own, as Hachi has made headway onto the main site. but it's going to be shut down by the side of Pete yet again. This vertical has really been favoring this one player. How are we going to be using this advantage to our hand? Team Synq, it's down to 2 against 2, and all of a sudden it seems like all is on the line here for Synq, while MolotovGang, they want to persist, they want to keep on pushing, and it's an immovable object versus an unstoppable force.
Hey, listen, there's 1 minute 20 on the clock, and there's a lot that MVG can do to secure this round, starting with getting that diffuser. There is one person upstairs, I believe. Yeah, it is. It's Pizza. This could be a real showstopper, really, now. And he's going to make so much noise! Oh! He's gone! 1 versus 2. And now, again, content on the shield. And I diss the shield throughout the entire round, but it's come in handy. And those runouts as well. I mean, what a great setup here.
The information on Variox is going to be flawless. Default camera still left unchecked, and you're running right in front of Pizza here, I imagine. Although might be the timing wasn't the best, but Team Synq have tried to reconcile now, gathering about a bit too close. But the information lacking for Variox is he's going off of Sixth Sense alone. He doesn't know about any of the operators. He has a bit of an idea. He goes for the swing. Variox wins it. That's going to be triple or quad required to actually win out this round and bring them over to overtime. Pete here, the final one to stand in his way. In 25 seconds, they're both challenging each other. It's going to be as close as it gets, but these flashes are going to be coming in quite handy. He gets caught off-sided. That's a blind side. A second one to come in with a combination and a headshot, but no, Pete fights first! Variox loses his head, and that's the silver bullet for Team Synq as they capture Nighthaven in flawless fashion till the very end. So close, but yet so far, as MolotovGang and Team Synq one-on-one on series.
He! Holy crap! He has just single-handedly done something incredible. He missed the second flashbang there as well. That's insane. I honestly just thought he had died. Look at these runouts. I mean, unbelievable. Unfalls, starting something off for Synq. But yet again, we've seen something incredible coming in to this map.
MolotovGang seeming to be an absolute menace in the end. But when you're facing Pete, the man, the myth, the legend, even when blinded, he still pops your head as if it were a balloon. And in the end, that's the result we were waiting to see. Now, I mean, you can already tell I had to put my blazer off. It's so hot. I'm sweating to the max. But I'm just wondering what the analyst desk has to say about this absolute cataclysmic of a match. And let's hand it to them.
Incredible. What a game we have in store for us. I'm so glad that Synq managed to bounce back, and in the fashion that they did. I'm not gonna stall any time. I'm gonna get straight into it. Pete, what a game. 2 massive rounds from him. Travi, we were sitting in the call watching. We were like, there was a few times they're dead and buried, but Pete, he wins it for them.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I think for me, Team Synq, they've gotten their spark back. We saw it all 3 plus. There's always someone stepping up to the mark for Team Synq, and we just didn't see that on map 1 of Clubhouse. Here, though, that is certainly not the case there. As you said, Cham, Pete getting some clutches. That is no right getting away with their Fod going and shooting people outside with the Legion shotgun there, and you saw it as well. Unfalls, that double run out on round 12, getting 2 of their attacking players. Just phenomenal stuff from Team Synq, and it's evident that they sort of did what we thought they would do, right? They needed to have that mental reset. They have done that, and they've come out the gates on Nighthaven Labs absolutely swinging. They've been hitting their shots, and sure, it was a close game. Still, don't get me wrong, it was not at all an easy walk in the park, but it looks phenomenally better there from Synq, and thank God they got something.
Yeah, exactly. They've tied it up at 1 apiece now as well, of course, for the series. Guns. What happened to MolotovGang there? What was the situation?
It started off well. We had a 4-2 split on the defensive half, which is exactly what we wanted on a map that's very even from the map statistics. It's their attacks that let them down, in my opinion. They didn't seem as clinical, as well prepared to deal with some of the strats that Team Synq were bringing. I think they were just a little bit unprepared. They have a lot of experience on this map, but I think the way Team Synq played it specifically, they had real trouble dealing with. The bigger problem for me was their approach to the different sites. It didn't seem like they knew what their end goal was, what their win conditions were as such, and they didn't seem quite as confident in having the right tools available to them to achieve what their plan was. They just seemed a little bit all over the place when it came to how they actually wanted to execute on a couple of different sites. So that's what their major weakness was, I think, across that map.
Yeah. That's the case for Nighthaven, isn't it? Like, it will find you out. If you're not quite ready to attack a map, that's the one that you'll struggle with, because there's so much. It's such a big map that you need to get through in terms of your list. And that's where that kind of leads me into my next point of Team Synq. The way they started on their attack, there was a few rounds that by rights they should have absolutely won with those attacks, that they kind of let them slip. We were kind of talking about kind of the story in terms of the way that it was unfolded. We really thought that Synq were going to let this one slip by kind of not throwing rounds, but making mistakes, letting them back into the game of rounds that they should have won. Travi, Team Synq on that attack, what's your thoughts on them?
Yeah, I think you're right on the mark there, Champ. It's not all rainbows and sunshine there for Team Synq for that one. As I say, it's still a 7-5, and a lot of that 5 rounds that MVG did get, 4 of them came from that first initial half there, where the attacks of Synq, it was very similar to Clubhouse. I think the mistakes there haven't been fully rectified through, where you start off the round okay, you get a good early start going, I think you get an entry pick, you start to take a bit of ground, but as soon as that push comes a bit later on in the round there, it's the same exact story we saw on Clubhouse, where Team Synq are really struggling to make that conversion all the way through into getting the round over the line. And as you said, it's rounds that perhaps shouldn't be lost, rounds that perhaps, they should be winning on the side of Team Synq, that they're just letting slip away from them. And it could have cost them there very severely, because, you look at that final round there, it went to a 1v1. That goes the other way. The player on the side of MVG doesn't just swing it a second later when the flashbang actually goes off, and we're in overtime. It could be an entirely different story we're sitting here having right now. So for Synq, it's still a bit too close for comfort, but they're going on to 2 comfortable wraps, right?
Yeah, exactly. Well, before we go into discussing the other maps, we're going to have a very quick look at one of the replays of those rounds. One I want to highlight was Pete's diffuser clutch. Absolutely incredible from him. His performance up on the top floor, the amount of time he wasted. Look at the time, 50 seconds left, and he's up there still causing a nuisance. And I'm going to let you take us through the rest of how this plays out.
Right, this round was craziness. It was really good job from MolotovGang just to hold this player on the top floor. They understood that it's basically a 4v4 on site while we have IQ holding this player on the top floor. The problem is, though, by having this player top floor, Team Synq have thrown a spanner into the works. They don't know if they should hit the site or deal with that player above, so they decide to actually hit the site. They find those entries as they make their way in, but this is where Goyo on that top floor, he gets active, finds the guy holding him as is complete carnage on the site. MolotovGang go deep, it's a complete time scramble as they found everyone on site, but this is where there's a BP somewhere giving the info over to the Goyo to deny this plant, to steal the round away from MolotovGang. An absolute hero play coming in from Pete to steal that round away from MolotovGang. It's just such fine margins that we're dealing with in this series that got that round in the bag for Team Synq.
Yeah, exactly. And another way, that round goes a different way, and MolotovGang are the ones sitting on map point, and it's a much better situation for them. Phenomenal stuff from Pete, and of course he was the one that then closed out the map, of course, with that 1v1 and winning it out. And this is just the difference. Sometimes you just need a player just to step up, just to find that extra kind of cheeky round to kind of steal it away from them, and that really kind of lights a fire beneath them. I'm hoping that Synq can continue that momentum on, take that, and kind of move into the next map. Travi, though, I will let you kind of staple something on to the end and stuff in terms of Pete's performance. Do you think he can keep it going, or do you think it's just a one map wonder?
No, you know what? Pete can keep it going. I've seen it fought before from Synq. When one of these players, any one of them gets fired up, they all start coming alive there. And, I know Pete's the star of the hero, but I've got to put a lot of it on FOD. He's getting aggressive with Legion shotgun towards the side of that defensive half. It's obvious he himself, after what was a pretty poor Clubhouse, has had that massive mental reset. And as the one that's going to be calling a lot of the shots in that team there, how your leader is feeling it, that will come across and that will affect the whole team. If FOD's not feeling confident about the game, the rest of Team Synq is not going to be feeling confident about it. He needs to make sure that he keeps the mental going from Nighthaven Labs there. Phenomenal stuff there as well from him. And, as you say, we look ahead to Cafe and it's a very comfortable place now. That needs to kind of continue on through. Synq, they've equalised it. Now they need to take it that step further.
Yeah, I'm glad that you kind of threw Fod's name in as well, because we did focus quite a bit on Pete and stuff. Of course, when you win rounds outright like that, you get this kind of star of the show. But yeah, Fod has been putting in a great performance on that map and recovered after that first map as well. Though, that's it. Dead and buried. That's Nighthaven gone. That's Clubhouse gone as well. We look forward to the next map. It is indeed going to be Cafe Dostoyevsky. Now we're back onto an MVG pick, and this is where things could change. Travi, you were saying that this kind of is looking a bit better here for Synq, because it is one of those maps that kind of favour them. What's your thought on that quickly before we head to casters?
Oh, you know what, Cafe 7-1 the last time these two teams played it, and that was 7-1 going the way of Synq. It's an insanely comfortable map for Synq. It's one of their favourites, and I've got a feeling, even though it was MVG's pick this time around, they are going to have to fight tooth and nail if they want to take it. There's no way this one goes down anything like Clubhouse.
Love it. So, still sticking with Team Synq then for your prediction?
Of course.
Absolutely. And what about you, Guns, before we head off?
Have to stick to my boys. We've got to avenge ourselves from that previous map. It's such an even map we're going into, so I can't wait to see how these guys go head to head with each other.
I'm excited to go. Well, we'll throw over to our casters to break down Cafe Dostoyevsky. See you shortly.
Let's be honest. Travi here is just coping, because while though last time it might have been 7-1, MVG are changed people, you know. This is where it's going to be a completely different story. They know why they picked Cafe, and you know, as much as I'm showing a bit cheekiness, I trust in MVG, just like Amguns, you know, we're not biased here, but we're biased. And well, TD, what do you feel about Cafe?
I like Cafe. I think it's a lot different to what we've just seen. I think there will be maybe an upset. Maybe we'll see MVG actually, you know, just get back into gear like map 1. But I'm excited to see if Synq can now bring us a massive game. And I really, really, really want to see that. So I'm happy.
But this...
Cafe.
Oh, start warming up your hands, even though if it's like 30 degrees outside, you know, warm yourselves up because it's about to get cozy. This map is going to be bringing it to Series Point. Again, as much as I don't want to be like, oh yeah, you reach Series Point and you basically won. No, but the fact that the enemy team has to like fight against that, constantly having in the back of their mind while also playing the game, having to strategize, all that yada yada yada, is quite frustrating, I imagine. But the one thing I haven't been seeing quite commonly is not only a map that is completely different to Clubhouse, being the big box cafe itself, but on Dostoyevsky, I'm hoping to see a bit more tactical timeouts, please.
Yeah, we haven't really utilized that at all. Like, what's going on? But, I mean, I feel like MVG probably should have used it as soon as Synq started getting rounds back. But hey, look at that. 63% still in favor of MVG. I think that number's changed as well. Synq, 37%. If Synq can pull a madness now, wow, that's going to change a lot.
Look, I know that Travi keeps on talking about statistics, but we're not nerds here. Okay, I'm sorry, Trav, that was me. But in the end, we're gonna allow actions to speak louder than words. Maybe Synq can pull off those records yet again and prove us all completely wrong, especially when it comes down to predictions. Or MVG are gonna be changing the tides, sticking to the fan favorites, and in the end, having this 63% go for their side, because Cafe, like we've seen, is no similar to Nighthaven nor Clubhouse.
I'm gonna give you something here. 7-5 MVG. I just feel like that will be something will happen and that will be it. Okay. I really want to believe that Synq can go round for round in this game. But let's see the bans first. I think the bans will definitely help to see what momentum we're going to move in and what direction.
All right, Synq. Earlier, I believe they were the ones that really didn't enjoy those shields, or maybe it was MVG, either of the two. We're going to be seeing a new ban this time around, as Dokkaebi is going to be removed from the roster, especially with Cafe, with how large-scaled it is. I imagine the roamers want to have themselves a bit of an easier job.
Yeah, I mean, getting rank, you know, when you're doing that roam is really annoying, and it's so much information, especially the size of the map and the echoes that you can hear in that middle floor to top. And a Grim. Ooh. Okay, that's actually really good. Just for the fact that those bees can be really annoying on that final execute. They can block rotates off, and it's almost like getting Deimos scan if you walk into them, and they're very easy to walk into. Trust me, I know.
Speaking from experience.
Yeah, it's not good.
It really isn't. And well, for the second ban of MVG, they're going to be getting rid of one of the most powerful defenders, I would even call it, when it comes down to Cafe Dostoyevsky. There's two operators specifically that stand out for me on this map, and besides the mirror that's already been dispersed, my second prediction, honestly, I'm gonna love to see Valkyrie get removed, because the information from Synq has been really strong, and maybe they want to keep it, but Valkyrie for MVG would be also quite nice.
Oh, but the Azami, that's the thing. Do you want to trade off the Azami for the Valkyrie? Azami's massive in the top of that piano side, and especially in for train as well. If you are going to utilize it. So there is that flip side.
And well, this time around, we've been constantly seeing people pick this top floor as their first. how about we switch it over to Cafe, which is already going to be showing difference of where people find themselves comfortable most. And it's going to be kitchen, cooking, and service, the very bottom of the staple and the very bottom of the map now, considered even to be basement as a short way of calling it out. And now the lineups here are going to be showcasing most because, again, with new maps that tend to differentiate, we can also expect some new operators to be brought along, such as Hatchie's Nomad.
Something that actually interests me is I've seen a lot of teams throughout comp decide to not even bother with top floor as a defensive site. And we might just see 2 middle bomb sites and the basement be played in a rotation. I'm not sure. I feel MVG can definitely handle it on their defense, but we'll see what Synq want to play. Are they going to be heavy on that utility? Are they going to enjoy playing that middle floor more? We'll see. But it's going to be a lot of verticality on this map, 100%.
100%. I mean, the fact that MVG are already bringing not only a ram, but a bucking combination, possibly for faster verticality, but also if one of them falters, the other one can kind of replace the other for the job. It's going to be interesting to see how Synq are going to be playing this, but we can already see from the visual alone that it's going to be quite aggressive. I'm just hoping that vods won't be as much of a menace as he was on Night Hit.
And we're going to see now the exterior garage is reinforced, and that will waste a little bit of the Selma charges there as well. Ace back on the board, though. That is good to see. It's a little bit easier to get things. I don't really want to be placing exothermic charges down on this map, if I'm honest. But yeah, we'll start with the Jackal upstairs to see if he can find anyone. Roman.
Gonna have to track him down. Now, Hatchie here is going to be a good counter to him. The Vigil not being able to really necessarily directly counter him as if he were to be the Deimos, but in the end, still trying to get him out as fastly as possible, flush the defenders down back to side where they started off as, and MVG having a bit of an early possession over this top floor.
Yeah, I mean, hey, we've got the top floor now, and we're looking to get into that middle area for the verticality, and that's what they want. But we also know that we can start verticality on the top floor as well, which will definitely help get control of that. And that's what this game is going to be. Most of the game will be top floor, you know, in that first minute. So we'll have to see how Team Synq can react to denying any of their control and how we will execute now as we start to approach this final section of our execute.
So for a moment, Sola's position already revealed, so now we know where the Vigil lies around. Maybe he still could be making attempts towards this upper extension, but in the end, I very heavily doubt it, especially with how contested MolotovGang have currently been at holding not only stairside, but in the meanwhile securing down their verticality. In 1 minute and 20 here, it's only a matter of time of how long they're going to be actually taking to get themselves onto this downstairs and approaching site itself.
I mean, we know late round executes are a thing, and we don't need really to open up much onto site because it's already open. It's more about taking those gunfights and clearing off those sections, like at the Christmas tree market part as well. So we'll see how this goes. If we can get picks on this verticality, that's going to be really beneficial. But we know this verticality will be there for late round setups on stopping people from moving to denying that. And so if they can, we will see. 40 seconds though on this clock, and we're slowly looking to push through Big Bakery here as well.
How I feel about the Ace trying to challenge for gunfights. Yes, he's already used his bread loaves, but currently he's still the one that holds the fuser and is outside alone, trying to challenge Bakery, which is definitely going to be one of the most puzzly places to try and enter one with gunfights alone. And as 30 seconds remain here, now they're going to be punching up and trying to group up together, although the smoke canisters are going to be keeping them at bay. A swing up from one, and Pizza's going to be catching Easton off guard. The second he goes for the reload, he's found, punished, killed. A second for Hatchie, and all of a sudden it seems like MolotovGang have lost their grip. They're trying to drop in forcefully, but that's just not the best way to do about it. This is a very strategical map, and while Team Synq are looking to rack up extra kills, I guess the sixth one is going to be their own teammate.
Now, looking at that from a late round execute, there was no way they were even getting into that site by that 15 seconds. They were still on staircases, and that was perfect just to swing off of. Look at that, the first pick there from Pizza is just to swing out. You're nowhere near site, you're not going to execute, you've got nothing, no early picks. And we're content here just throwing our gas canisters at you because they're going to waste 30 seconds of time as well. I mean, here you go.
Solo taking out one of his own just to put some extra salt on the wound, and in the end, here we go. Synq with the opening round on the defense. This is going to be a great start on the bottom floor. Now they're going to be completely vice versa-ing it all the way to the top, and seeing how that's going to be changing their lineup, we can already spot out Jaeger with mine combination, imagining for the piano side of things, maybe even a bit of freezer action and cocktail alike, but the castle is going to be the greatest hold down because this site heavily relies off of window plays, and I wouldn't be surprised if MolotovGang brought along an OSA.
Yeah, it's interesting to see that we are, of course, making sure that these castles are in play, and we've got also those 1My discs, which are going to be very handy against operators like that Ash, which we see is getting removed as well there. And we've got, again, this, well, Jaeger as well. I've just overlooked that, but the ADSs are there as well, which means it's going to be very much lethal denial in this sense. So these nades might not be beneficial as well, which we can see is being brought as well.
You know, as for the bottom floor, the attackers really like taking it top to bottom. They take the entire site, they clear out everything. Here, you don't want to necessarily waste your time with it, so rather than going from bottom to top here, MolotovGang are going to be resorting to the Nomad and Gridlock to simply shut off the staircases, not allowing easy roam and, of course, flanks to come through, or maybe even denying them as a whole, which is going to be completely clearing out bottom and first floor, or middle floor, or whatever you want to consider it, as Synq now need to play a lot more closer, and it seems like Solo is doing exactly that.
I mean, yeah, if defenders are opting to play the vertical upstairs, they are going to be forced to do that late round if these rotates are cut off or drop the hatches as well. So, as you say, it's going to be really good to see if MVG can secure those staircases, that there will be no roam rotation. So that's good. But, hey, starting off, already going to get the red wall there as well, and Roxy just in the hatch, waiting for someone to just overextend their body. And that's what these like to do, playing little ratty positions and just wait a little bit because they know they've got to find the information anyway.
Two players right next to each other. Pizza, there he goes. Varax was holding the hatch right a step away from him. And it seems like Pizza made too much noise. Varax, liking a bit more of silence, is going to be taking him over to Deathtown. And currently, Synq have lost one, but it's not over just yet.
Look at how content he is at just looking at the balconies, waiting for someone to peek him. He knows that someone will eventually, and that's how he's going to get his kills. But from the hatch, it's just going to be the ace, just taking down Pete. He was kind of messing around with that Osa and didn't know what to do. Maybe they're having a dance, but Veriox will find Unfalls as well. 5 versus 2, and yet MVG have not fallen just yet because they've got 5-man advantage. That's insane.
They possibly couldn't throw this. Now Fada's going to be falling for yet another Hattie all the way from above, and Just same goes for Just. As from the skylines, he delivers a very heavenly-like destruction, and in the end, Synq will be losing their first round, while MolotovGang on the other gaining one for themselves, and now it's going to be DQ 1-1 already, quite early on, which isn't going to be showing much importance, as both of these teams are still constructing their blueprint to really find themselves within the space they perform at most, and let's see, as Team Synq see that their top floor maybe isn't best, so let's go to Fireplace and Reading.
I'm just a bit concerned at how aggressive, you know, Synq actually played that. Like, they literally died because they peeked everything. They peeked the the roof hatch. They peeked, you know, the piano hatch. They literally over-exerted themselves for no reason, and they haven't even initiated a gunfight there. They've just peeked ahead, right? And it's just a waste. I feel like they could have done so much better if they had just chilled out a second and reacted to the control that MVG were trying to take.
Seems like MVG are taking a page out of Team Sync's book. For a second, I saw Blitz on Isan, and now Synq themselves are bringing on a lot of comfort picks, seeing as how well they've been able to utilize chemistry and gunfights alike. And Unfalls being on the dock is going to be definitely something interesting. Putting Pete on the shotgun might be a way, seeing how he performed on the Goyo earlier, but just testing out as it's the early stage of the game, and that's when you can still do that.
Yeah, I'm going to start into the round now, and so we'll see exactly how we go for this one. This top 4 control will again be established, and we've got to see, will Synq play too aggressive this time, or will they have learnt their lesson? They look to bring in that castle again, and we've got the Goyo and a dock on the board as well.
Claymore's ready. Nomad's still there. Gonna have to cancel out on the Gridlock this time around, but switch it out for the verticality, as the second you have that top floor under your own possession, it's the next step to taking it. Hopefully Team Synq won't be putting too much of a sink down your whole MolotovGang, as although it seems like Pizza has taken some heavy blows.
For me, Cafe is literally a step-by-step guide on what to do. You just play it every single time by the page, by the book, and that's how you get your control. And we're going to start to see some of those Goyos getting popped. We'll waste a little bit of time there, but it's not going to be too impactful, and we'll see exactly how long it takes them to push off of this top floor.
Casualties, not yet present. Doc coming in for value. Bit of a cheek peek here, coming right around Pixel, but do we commit to it? This is where Hatsy possibly finds his first, or Synq to deliver an aggressive blow, but Varax has already snuck his way towards Cocktail's side. He finds the first head, that's going to be second, but returned onto the side of MVG as Pizza is having a bout with it himself. A bit of damage onto the striker, as now in Freezer, I don't think it's expected, but the rotation here is going to be great. Castle still waiting that out, and Solo swinging in for one of his own, but MolotovGang won't have it all be for nada just yet, as it's down to 3 against 3.
I mean, Solo's also managed to get off. Yeah, the refrag did come in, but he has done a good amount as well. He's got rid of that ram as well, which is easy lines of sight off the board, unless some of them have already been popped. But I don't think they were, which is the case. With 1 minute on the clock, there's still plenty of time here for the attack to make some ground. And they don't have to really deal with too much. Look, we're all going to find some verticality here onto the mute. He's got to be careful. Might be able to reverse peek that, though. Looks to be. Oh, he will!
Oh.
Pete! The punishment from Pete is unbelievable.
Double P really goes hard with this man. And it never stops, really, as all of a sudden Synq have completely shut down MolotovGang, put him in a bit of a headlock towards these white stairs, and it's getting a bit more dicey around it, as now these two final players from MVG don't really have a response, an answer to the question, the puzzle that's been put up against them, and how do we approach this with 20 seconds? This has been an adjustment made by Team Synq, and that anti-vertical really has worked out in their favor, but a second showing of it has not yet been brought along, and currently 16 seconds, Hachi finds a miraculous headshot, and could this be the final strive, or will it be the final destination for the final two players on MVG? There's a lot of final, but there's still a round to be answered. One falls, that's Isan, the second one to follow, and Hachi, both of them to the hands of Solo.
They were on the wrong side. They just couldn't get into the site, and they had literally massive holes peeking into the bomb site anyway. They had to go for gunfights, and unfortunately, they just didn't have enough time. Very well played out in the end of that round. But hey, look, Pete as well getting some massive kills from inside, and I think that really changed that 3v3 situation. It gave them a little bit more room, a little bit more content, but the flick from Multi was insane just to bring it back down. Unfortunately, again, running out of time isn't handy, and we've seen that a fair amount of times throughout this best of 5 period, so...
Beyond the shadow of a doubt, the Team Synq always find this small little loophole in MolotovGang's playstyle, and it's a mistake by them that allows Synq to completely gather around, get themselves back onto an upper position and gain high ground, which has caused Team Synq to not only claim 2 rounds, but what I would say presumably ended up being the reason for Nighthaven's loss for MVG. Now, in the meanwhile, it's 1 round against them. MVG still have chances, but those run out the more rounds you let slip by.
And again, we are going to this kitchen bomb site. Gonna set it up. I mean, last time we seen this come out from Synq, I mean, MVG just didn't really get down from the staircase. So we'll see exactly how they change the setup now. Will they get vertical quicker? Will they try and establish staircase control a little bit quicker as well? Or will they go for Big Bakery side? We'll see. It'll be interesting because they really do need to break this defense.
While resorting to spawn peeking drones out of all things, I guess it's a denial of information and still some value. And in the meanwhile, MVG, they're going to be sent back. Not only drone side, they've wasted countless amounts of them. But currently, they're nicely droning it out top low. Rather than approaching it themselves, they're just going to simply check with drones and approach if needed. But if no one's going to be present, it's easy ground for them yet again.
Yeah, going to start to get up top now as well. See how quick. And I'm really interested to see the times here and how MVG can balance control. And we can see the Vigil might be an issue. He has got his scanner on, but we have got the Jackal on the board, who is just hunting for that Vigil. The question is, where is he? We'll find out soon.
Winning hatches, transitioning from one floor to another. Where Solo hides is a mystery unknown to many, but MolotovGang will need to solve it in order to find themselves a lot more ease in. And well, Pete has already been such a powerhouse for Team Synq that simply there's no stoppage to him. Put him into second here. He's found himself another, nicely transitioning from red stairs to a kill onto Hachi, the perfect counter for Solo, and that allows Synq a lot more freedom on the movement.
Yeah, now we're going to get this vertical in as well, and we still know that that Vigil scanner will be hard for them to drone out when it comes to that later round execute. But again, I mean, that's unfortunate. Jackal, it's really good for finding where people are just going to be sat on that site as well. That could help for verticality. So unfortunately, we're going to see that off the board.
Now, we always considered MVG to be these random swingers, these fantastic aggressors, but now Synq have adapted the playstyle onto themselves and used it against MolotovGang. Using their tricks and spells against them is definitely a fantastic way of going about them. Although MVG, they've caught some strays. When are they going to be giving some of their own?
Right, now we are working on this big bakery and this wedding as well, and that's important because that's what they didn't have before. And this could mean that they can get into sight a little bit easier. We are on the hunt, though. It will be the Buck looking, but with, I think Solo's trapped. Oh my god, he's impacted out and he's got the kill! And now he wants a second. Can he do it? Will he do it again? He's going to sit hidden. Oh my god. He's behind the shelf as well. He's done it! It's a double! And Pete will say no to Berryox. 1v5. And here we go. It is just Ace outside. Waiting. They might as well have a team talk while they're at it.
What are we witnessing? Synq have disrupted the wavelength for MVG and completely set a new tone for this match. They are swinging, they are winning. We saw another incident like one on Nighthaven, where someone just not only wasting time upstairs, but getting away with kills, completely resorting to violence, and that being the only answer here for Synq's victory, as now they have not only gathered around over MVG, but two for that matter, as Pete has also been a threat, not recognized by MVG just yet, and they are more than capable of taking this first half, not only in a draw, but looking to climb above that.
I mean, the momentum that Pete has brought to the round has been crazy. Honestly, he has done so much. Let's see how it can continue throughout this game and if it can transfer into any more of our matchups tonight. And I can't wait to see how this will work. We do also see that the Echo is on the board now, and those movable drones are going to be very useful, especially for this site. And if they are going to play off those drones, it's going to give so much information. You know, you can help your defenders by moving them drones all around the map, and that will definitely benefit this defense with the information game.
The current track record of these rounds and performances have really shown that MVG are starting to feel pushed into a bit of a corner, especially that showing best and being displayed through their lineup, as now they have not only brought out new additions such as the Lion and the Sens alike, but also the Blitz onto ESA, trying to test out how shields are going to be working in these final two attacking rounds they possibly have within regulation. With Synq, they have some good counters here, and I'm only wondering how catastrophic can this really get?
Yeah, gonna see this Blitz. I mean, hey, this could be important later, especially just how easy it will be for him to just jump through one of those windows. You do have the Vulcans to worry about, or sorry, the Goyo canisters. Why did I call it a Vulcan? Who knows? 2 minutes 30 on this clock, though, and Pete on this staircase will be anchoring it down, and this could be the first gunfight we see. The Nook looking to try and, well, use this white stairs to sneak up, but he can't. There's someone on it. Shotgun pause! 2 shotguns being thrown out. He'll flash himself! Oh, no.
Oh god, they're all going in. That's one. That's a second! Pete clips 2 again, and Isan the only one to try and return some favors, having them taste their own medicine, but it's still against 3 against 4. This is where the eruption really takes place, but one from below here could be completely denying it. We hear a bit of audio cues and going for another reattempt. The hold isn't the greatest here, and everyone's struggling all around the board. Pete trying to approach it. It's a shotgun v shotgun, but Hatchet loses it out, and still not committing to that plant has been the greatest mistake here for MVG, as they simply haven't found it just yet. The Goyo trying to fight. The teammate from behind gonna come in for support. A pat on the back here, and MVG are simply losing all they currently have. A double for Royox, but he doesn't last much longer than at his pizza. Fries him till the deep core of the earth, and Team Synq have found themselves the 4th round.
Oh my god. I mean, MVG have literally got control of that site. They've gone for the plant. They've removed it. They've repositioned. And it doesn't matter now. They've wasted that opportunity. Not only that, Pete's then brought an Echo drone in, as you can see, ready in case they wanted to start planting again. But by that time, it's already a 2v4. Oh my god.
Unbelievable. Jaw dropped here with what MVG decided to resort to. For a second, it looked promising. But in the end, it's too tight of escape way to work off of anything with in the very end. Team Synq here, all they needed to do was hold down one set of stairs where a shotgun player was perfectly placed to do that on his own, and the rest of the team could have simply relied on C4s from below, holding the window, denying the plant, which they did perfectly to strike fear into the eyes of MolotovGang, who simply couldn't find any type of resort or attempt to finalize the plant. In the meanwhile, also, the utility running out by the time they tried fully sticking to it.
Look at this. We are literally just running like information defensive gadgets. We've got the Maestro now. We've had the Echo. I mean, going back to kind of an older play style of Siege where you do bring it, and it used to be in compositions a lot, but I like the fact that it's here because that's going to be so beneficial. And as well, having that Valkyrie on at the same time, Valkyrie looking to be peeking the window from the staircase as well, might be able to get something early off of this as well. Maybe not.
ESA's approaching it dangerously, although I do believe people have sort of gathering what currently the shtick could be. And False, maybe he doesn't get the attempt just yet, but he's still all around the place with that Valkyrie, and the MPX is a headshot machine to say the least. Although currently, MolotovGang, they have not been having the best of times, and I'm still wondering, I'm still looking. You can pick up a set of binoculars and you won't find it, but where's this tactical timeout?
Yeah, I mean, will that come at the roll swap? Will they decide to just roll their tactics? Who knows? It should have come the second they went 3-1 down, really.
We should have already seen it, but I guess these teams don't want to waste time, I guess, if that's the debate. But if we don't end up going in a tactical time, a single one in the entirety of this best of 5, I'll be honestly quite shocked. Because in the meanwhile, it's heartbreaking to see how MBG have been definitely having a lack of possession when it comes down to how well they can pick these gunfights, and Synq have been really acting as fantastic puppeteers.
We'll start to see these Bravo drones hacking everything right now, but it will be one solo going down. Incel, though, goes down. Oh, sorry, gets Pizza. Now a 5v3, and this defense getting torn up now. MVG looking strong, and they can start to get that verticality in or an execute as well. They have the Nomads in, well, they have one left as well to secure that bomb site if they need to. But it will be the Valkyrie creeping up the white stairs. The drone's gone off. Oh, he's just flicked onto it. Never mind. Could have been a really good play, but he will back away. Will be fodder to go down as well. 5 versus 2.
Now it's down to the final 2 to stand against this relentless army. How much of a decisive strike can really strike into them? That's not going to be much of it. No promise, and a flawless round return for MBG. As all of a sudden, we're starting to kick it off a bit more. We've been lackluster till this point and really missing a lot of shots, opportunities alike. But now MolotovGang, the final round they had on attack, they put it to work, put those bullets to use, and gotten themselves the bare minimum of a split, and heading over to defense, looking to make a difference.
Yeah, now it comes down to what this defense is going to be like, really. Can MVG really shut down Synq? And I think we've seen a very strong MVG defense previously. I mean, we've looked at Clubhouse. We've also seen Not Haven Labs. They've had some good rounds in that. How will it translate over? Have they got something that can really change the playstyle? I mean, we're going kitchen first, and we are bringing as well Echoes on the board. We are making sure we've got that frost mat, and we've got our smokes in play as well. This could be an interesting round just based off the operator lineup downstairs.
Now, earlier, we did see a similar performance on Nighthaven from both these teams, just a bit of a yin-yang when we switch out the roles, but Synq still ended up actually coming out, even when facing a bit of a deficit when going into the second split. Now, MolotovGang, I imagine they're looking forward to a similar performance, but it is all up to them, as currently they've been really starting to lack on some of those guns, but in the meanwhile, also timings. They're fantastic at catching Synq off guard when they go in for a reload, when they're trying to retreat, and that was spotted in the prior rounds. But on defense, we're going to need to see a bit more of it caught on, and well, it's not MolotovGang if they don't pick up the dock.
And we're going to start to see how this round will play out, as we do have the Deimos on the board. There ain't no Vigil to provide a counter, and it could be very useful because the entire roof is destructible. That is great. So Deimos might have a field day. We'll take a look and see what execute we go for. And now I'm really hoping that Synq's attack is a little bit more organized than what MVG's was, especially when it comes down to this bottom floor attacking situation, making sure that we have got control early. But we do notice that they have brought those hard breaching gadgets more so than a hard breacher. So
it's an extremely flexible lineup we're working with here. We have 2 roam clearers, 2 soft breakers, or rather just going for vertical operators, and the last one being the sense, which is going to be great for execution, while also bringing a small bare minimum when it comes down with the can opener, that being the single piece of hard breach that you really bring along, which Team Synq shows that they're going for multiple things at once, but they're not focusing on the usual per se, go for hard breach and then go off of the execution. No, they have multiple steps, and MolotovGang, they're going to need to stop at least one of those.
Yeah, I feel like they've realized that, well, this site is very open anyway, and it is gunfights that you take around it, which will get you into the site, rather than bringing just a hard breacher. We know that there are some wars that we would like. It depends on what play they go for. It will determine, really, how they do get in there. And this verticality game, we haven't seen too much success from when MVG decided to go vertical. We've seen a few kills come into play, but will Synq find anything? A lot of the players just go into the hallways or disappear from the site. So it is just pushing these players off the site and forcing them into these gunfight situations.
MVG lingering on site the entire time. They've been kind of like turtling it down, just shelling into it, nicely playing around this very defensive site. Although verticality can be contested, they can play outside of the site and then go for maybe retakes at certain points, even if that is a necessity amongst it. But MolotovGang, not a single casualty. The time they've wasted has been great, and Team Synq really can't find a single one of these players.
Now, the fact is we do have the sense discs that can be thrown as well, which could really throw, there's a spanner in the works, really, if anything, especially if players are off-site and they are then having to look back into the site. They're going to be locked out by the fact that there is no warden on the board anyway to see through it, and it could potentially be a really good execute here. But with 20 seconds left, we start to see some sensors being dropped. Will this do anything? We're trying to submit, well, shotgun our way in, I guess.
Make sense of it. Aina is going to be the great stoppage to it. The plant is going down, and the sense has made fantastic work into it. Well, in the meanwhile, that's one exchange for the other. The smoke still playing shotgun, not finding any shots, being a bit distracted while Ryox is putting some work into it. The plant, it's another attempt. The Echo has been bringing some trouble, but in the meanwhile, it's an absolute bloodbath. That's everyone going for ban. Now in post plant, finally, but was it worth it as Isan finds one? The final one, vods, and no one escapes this frost.
I mean, the Echoes just brought plenty of time there with the 2 denials of the diffuser. I feel like if the diffuser, the planter was up on his feet, it could have been held a little better there. But the fact that they've had the back door into that plant position anyway, they literally just threw a sense and ran into sight, essentially. They've left it way too late, and they needed a little bit more control in those hallways. And that's what a really good defense looks like as well, to retake that site. And I think they've done really well from MVG there.
Caster tingles are starting to feel, I'm not too sure, but Team Synq, if it's a time for tactical timeouts, it sure as hell is now. This is the first time we would love to see, because MolotovGang have now won 2 rounds in a row already, and they're looking to make it a third with a very dominant performance on this downstairs. They didn't even need to necessarily hold side on zone. As long as they were close by on the outside skirts of it, by the final execution, they could simply push in and hold the main entries at bay, getting themselves very easy picks, and also in the meanwhile, having secure positions all aligned nicely between them, as now we're going to be heading upstairs. This is where MolotovGang had a lot of trouble on the attack, and well, they're probably looking to have Team Synq face similar difficulties.
Now, I really want to see if Synq will just go for, you know, a standard play here. Will they just get the typical control? Will they go for that piano? Will they try and, you know, force a bit of utility from the repels? Let's see how this goes. It's currently 3-4 MVG. I mean, they could go 4-4, and it could be a repeat of Night Haven. I'm looking forward to it if it does, because that means we're going to have a longer game and a lot more competitive. I mean, it's going to be great. I can't wait.
Absolutely. It's the only thing befitting a grand final here. A bit of spawn peek action, maybe a teasing, jesting from the side of MVG, since Synq have already been met with such plays from MVG. They're not going to be finding them as funny, but one operator that I would be quite terrified of if I was on MVG's side, especially seeing as there's no direct counter, would be Pizza's Yink.
Oh, yes. Now, that could definitely do something. I mean, it could get caught by some 1 discs, but apart from that, there's nothing really stopping it. Start to see, I mean, these angles as well. I mean, anyone repelling there's really going to be forced into a gunfight early on. That could be a really good pick. We can start to see, I mean, getting control of that reds as well. Everything is slowly getting destroyed, the castle barricades, and we're just slowly seeing the fortress getting destroyed around them. Will they be able to react to it? Let's see.
They built a bit of a house. Now they need to defend it. As the charging from Synq is about to initiate, they're opening up into Piano. This is the main aspect you really want to capture upon. You most of the time can't leave Piano to be open for the defenders, mostly because of the amount of footholds and headholds and rotations they can work with, and mostly the space of security and safety they can find inside it. The line they're going to be scanning nicely to maybe force some players into position. The first things to set a bit of a tick onto these defenders and allow some entries to come in here, although Solo, as much as he gets one, he himself has gotten.
1 minute 20 here. Multi alerted to a lot of explosions here, and we're going to see a gunfight. Oh, the Blackbeard! He turns his back. He's alive. C4 out, doesn't do anything. I mean, just having to knife that Blackbeard will shut him down, but it will be unforced to take Multi off the board. A 3v4 situation. Plan going to go down. The ace is going to make sure that goes down. And now he's back up on his feet, making it a 4v3 again. 41 seconds on the clock. This could be a dire situation.
When did we allow Unfalls to get into freezer so unscathed? It's like a get out of jail free card, as now he's going to be able to convert it to himself. A double for the hand, and while though it is exchanged for Thesan, he's the last one to be standing. Gets one headshot, 2 more to be required. It's low HP. The Blackbeard is going to be difficult one to get rid of. The Ying is nowhere around to help him out. There's the knife, there's the deagle. It finds a triple, but a quad required. And where is this final player? We ask ourselves. No Candela smokes around. 13 seconds. Dupro's fake, or is Pizza going to have to drop on down? This is the final attempt we really have. And just like that, it's going to be shut down. Time has left us, and in the meanwhile, it's a KD game, which Pizza still ends up winning.
He might have been able to stick that, I don't know.
Yeah, he could have.
He probably could have. I mean, that was, again, how did he manage to just... They all just snuck in. It was insane there. Like, look at these picks as well coming into the last set situation. That Blackbeard getting isolated. The fact that he can just be knifed so easily and be shot, it doesn't mean he's a threat. It just means you have to get close. Look at this. Just the deagle's pulled out. High damage gun. Shoot his legs twice. And there you go. That's that situation. Unfortunately, couldn't finish off the round. And, well, Synq going to be making sure that they secure yet another round.
It was really close, but that 2-tick rule still stands. And as much as the Ying Pizza didn't falter for it, Team Synq were patient just enough for MolotovGang to run out of time. The Blackbeard even stalling out, retreating to Piano, helped out for a definite certain, although the final 2 players could have stuck together, the Blackbeard being a bit of a wall for the Ying to find the last kill off of, but it's still a win for Team Synq here, and they're going to be 2 rounds above MVG, 1 round away from match point, and well, MVG are starting to really not give up hope on this top floor. They're going to give it a second chance, and hopefully this time around they can find success.
Look at that. We got a nice Capiteo on the boards. Something we haven't really seen much of, actually. Be interesting to see how they like to utilize that for plants. But we do seem to be bringing more of a get the plant down setup coming in from Synq. We see the Ying and the Blackbeard that was on the board there to try and force a little bit more out of MVG when they respond as a defense. But yeah, we'll start to see as well those Valkyrie cams will be dotted around. Hopefully, we can utilize some C4s to deny those plants that might come in, and maybe they have thought about that. We'll see.
Drone setups from Synq have been excellent from the very beginning. Capital Bolt Dart not connecting best, as Isan does manage to escape away, while though it did flush him out and force him out of that comfort corner. In the end, that's an extra piece of intel for the side of Synq that has gone unnoticed by MVG, and just allowing drones to sit like that can definitely backfire on you, especially in late rounds. Isan just carelessly going in back to Piano, not punished for it just yet, but trying to stick to his own roots, as currently MVG have not lost anyone just yet.
I mean, they could have probably utilized that Capiteo bolt a little better, maybe played off of it. It's too early to just do that. Now he's back in the same position. It's a bit useless to me. He going in. Barbed wire going to slow him down, but he has got someone down on the bottom balcony. Can he just buy enough time for his team to rotate and take him down? But it will be Pizza to take down Wamai. He's down in Reading here.
A great collaborative effort, as now Isan does return the favor, and a headshot from Ryax as he keeps on spraying, praying just enough for Solo to be taken out. A criminal attempt, but in the end you don't get away with it, as Team Synq have now lost a bit of that composition. Pete also falling to the hands of Hatsi will be no laughing matter, as Varax comes in for the cross, and all of a sudden Team Synq's, their eyes have been crossed out of position, and all of a sudden MVG look like this could be that one return round. Not hitting those shots will reveal your position, and Pete's the final one to stand. as every single piece of MolotovGang, every player has started closing in. The last swing, will it be? Ane still playing close. He goes for the shotgun and hits the 12 gauge.
It's unfortunate there as well. Team Synq kind of just fell apart in that situation. I mean, just bad rotate in the end as well. I just feel like they didn't utilize their utility as best as they could. You see really great pre-fire from Veriox. I will admit, like, he sat there emptying his entire mag on that guy's head and eventually hit it. A good defensive breakdown of the attackers there. And, hey, did it in reasonable time as well.
Just like that. I love the collaborative effort on the bottom floor. We saw the Blackbeard having a bit of trouble. That's why the Nomad was sneaking from the very bottom basement side and just nicely getting the opportunity to take out the opening, but not being able to persist with any more in the following was definitely what ended up being the downfall. Now, MolotovGang are going to be visiting this bottom floor earlier. We saw the fantastic effort. Not only an effort, it was an execution on the defense that actually worked out fantastically in their favor, seeing as they weren't on site, present at all, completely ignoring verticality, but will it work for another?
Yeah, here we go. I mean, we've got the sense coming into play again. We didn't really see much benefit of it, apart from it blocking a line of sight, allowing them to get into bomb. It could have worked, but we didn't stick a plant on this basement site. So we'll see how they do adapt and if the attack will benefit this time. I think they can definitely break in through this MVG basement, though. That's the thing.
Absolutely. Let's see how MVG can cook on kitchen. While Team Synq, in the meanwhile, are going to be switching up towards the Zofia side of things. I don't see that much verticality be brought alongside this time around. I feel like it's going to be a bit more focused towards Hard Breach alone. The Blitz still picked up. The Blackbeard considered as well. And double shields is definitely going to be a terrifying face-off.
Yeah, I mean, imagine getting chased by a Blitz and a Blackbeard's waiting for you on the other corner. I feel like that would be a bit of a nightmare, eh? But we'll start to see the Glio canisters getting popped, and the shield will be in a position just to watch out on anyone repelling. Will he get punished? Oh, he just saw him drop. Oh, unlucky Sophia just surviving there. 2 minutes on this clock, and they look like they want this big bake, so we might see a lot more utility being thrown at it.
Pings there. Synq still trying to persist. I'm going to be able to consistently find it through, but there it comes. It's going to be the full-on rush. As just finds one through the smoke. That's going to be Fod following to him. And in the meanwhile, still trying to persist. They go through one. It's 1 for 1. All of a sudden, Synq have delivered 2 just like the same as MolotovGang have onto them. It's an absolute mayhem, but it seems to have settled down just for a moment. This Armageddon has taken a stop on Atoll, but Isan with a shotgun up close. Varax winning out on a gunfight to drop Case. And a knife from Isan up close, stabbing the head of the Blackbeard. And the final one, Pete, the legend, the ace, standing on side of Bakery, and MolotovGang with 2 players. He can definitely find a 1v1 initiation onto the Frosty. Isan could be an easy pick-off, but the final one is the questionable. He's trying to find any shots, any cheekiness, not to be punished yet. A pre-fire there. It works out for 1. It works out for the second attempt, and Isan with the final one, as MolotovGang have seemingly brought it back.
I mean, what on earth if I just watched from that attack? That was basically the same thing they did on the backside, but they just realized, wait a minute, we can just run straight into sight through that rotate. It kind of worked until...
Almost.
Yeah, almost, until everyone just died through the smoke, and then the defenders realized, oh wait, this smoke doesn't last too long anyway, let's just wait. Yeah, just a situation fell apart, and it's always, what do we do once we're on the site? We've lost about 2 players that we probably needed for that execute. It's unfortunate, but it did nearly work. We're going into another round here. I mean, you could have sneezed on that Frost and he would have fell over.
In the end, still prevails. Now, that Bakery has been a rendezvous for both teams in the end. The rush, like I said, it seemed to have been working for a moment, but it's the fact that MVG haven't been as cluttered together as Team Synq that allowed MVG that movement to switch positions, to find themselves more punishes, and again, in general, is the fact that they are pushing straight into a fully reinforced site with all the utilities still intact and a lot to go up against. It's too much to work against. As long as MVG get their heads together and not completely fumble under the pressure of a rush, which they seemingly did so, Team Synq faltered, and now, TD,
Hi.
it is 5-5.
Okay, well, I was just about to talk about this, actually. My prediction was 7-5 MVG. Right now, that means Team Synq cannot win any more rounds for my prediction to be correct. It's 5-5 as well. We've seen this on Labs as well. This is a repeat almost in the same situation. This is going to be amazing. The next set of rounds are going to be incredible. And already going to see Multi take pretty much half HP there from the window.
Thankfully, they do have a bit of a medic on the dog. That's why ESA is going to be fantastically pulling out the stim, giving him his HP back, and making it look like it was just all for nothing. Like nothing even happened to begin with.
And we see Pete is just repelled there as well, upside down, just waiting for someone to repeat back. And we're also going to see if we can push up that white stairs and make sure no one's playing it as well to watch for those runouts. And we've got the blitz on the board as well. Gonna slowly get upstairs and get control if we can. And we do have a whole roam in that middle floor that we need to push off. The Frost, potentially, I mean, fully HP now, but potentially could be a little bit of a thorn in the side.
On MolotovGang, very first attempt at a spawn peek, all bark, no bite. Let's see you bite a bit more into Sync's skin. Well, Synq, in the meanwhile, they haven't really been... From the first map, we thought they were an easy pickings, but in the end, MolotovGang have been barking up the wrong tree, and currently, there's a meal to be served. This round has a lot of meaning behind it. MVG, they claim this. They're looking to secure TD's full-on prediction, while Synq looking to deny it and maybe change the throne that's been kept for one team in ESA for so long.
I mean, listen, Synq's now just literally all of their drones are pretty much gone now. They know where people are. FOD will find one. Multi goes down. A 4v5 and a minute on the clock. We're going to start to see FOD as well looking to break in. It will be one more. Solo gets knocked off the board. And that'll be the Nomad. FOD will fight back.
Triumph from the ace. He has found himself a great value onto the side of Team Synq. Now, a run out there could be capitalized off of. Well, in the meanwhile, Team Synq have already found themselves a great step towards the side itself. The pings are going to be there. That's for Ryanx for the fall. All of a sudden, it's going in against the directive that MVG have wanted to. ESA and Just are still trying to fight back against all these efforts. While though they do work for one, they need to be greater for a second in order to make it work.
Talk's just standing there and gonna get taken by a crossfire. It is a quad kill as well for FOD. On for his ace, never mind. FOD gets taken down.
Is that the diffuser?
Oh.
I think that's the diffuser.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, they've got it bad though, and there's a blitz there. So, he's gonna run up the stairs. They're gonna look to go for that plant with 10 seconds left. No C4 in hand, he's got to push up after them. Will they know?
Well, they know they're holding the wrong angle here. He's revealed, and it's a headshot just with a quad! Looking to confirm the ace! He doesn't need it anyways! And that's the revenge, the vengeance that MVG have been seeking out all the way from Nighthaven. Like Pete did them dirty on that vertical. Now the Bandit swoops in for the final clutch and triumphs, allowing MVG to claim match point before Team Synq get even close within its reach.
My problem there is the communication issue. We know that the guy on the rappel has just died downstairs. Like, what has gone on there?
That is questionable. I think the thought was mostly since the Bandit killed someone from that side, he was going to rotate up red stairs, trying not to be too obvious. But in the end, he was just playing it by the book. And the final player, the IQ, wasn't holding it correctly. Honestly, the better position there, I would argue, if depending on where the footholds were positioned, if footholds were facing the side of red stairs, I mean, the IQ could have tried playing all the way into train and holding the long way about it, but it was a 50-50, I'll be quite honest, and, well, MVG won it.
Yeah, I mean, sound information as well could have determined where they planted and where they thought he might have gone, because, you know, that's an echoey downstairs where they didn't hear him go into Christmas Tree, and so that's unfortunate, but hey, he's literally managed to backstab them, and I love that from it, so yeah, very good round from MVG's defense.
That was decent. But now, this round counts. This round really counts. We're either going into overtime, which on its own is already a fantastic time to be here for the grand final on ESA. I don't think the previous two seasons have had such a fantastic rival and delivered such a legendary battle between teams, especially for MVG standard, which really puts high hopes in the eyes of Synq here. But we are having some technical difficulties for context, and let's talk about what we've currently seen. I mean, it's been really close. Some of these rounds have gotten extremely tight, but this is following a very similar narrative to how we saw it on Nighthaven. I really don't want to constantly call back to that map because the playstyles are not similar at all. But TD, it was 4-2 for both these teams. They were
Yep.
both on the receiving and giving end. And all of a sudden, just like Synq did it on Nighthaven, MVG have found themselves match point first.
It just shows how much a game can change, even if you've got one team with an advantage in that situation, how much, teams can adapt, teams can pull back, mistakes can happen, and lucky situations can occur. And that's just this whole matchup has been a whole demonstration of that.
Yes, it has been. A lot of punish, a lot of play, a lot of mistakes, and also some cheeky efforts of rushes have been noticed, mostly alongside Cafe. We've seen, 2 rushes from both these teams, or rather 1 rush on each side, which is really interesting. I guess this is that experimental ground Cafe. Like we said, it's not similar to Clubhouse, which is similar to Nighthaven, but Nighthaven is nothing close of Cafe, and in the end, Dostoevsky is a completely different delivery on strategy, team chemistry, and how people work along, especially on which side you can be more aggressive, but the results are still quite similar. The only difference maker being here is Clubhouse, where MVG ended up going 7-1, which was quick work, but over time, it seems like they've started losing that adrenaline.
Yeah, I feel like first map is breaking the waters, seeing what people are like. As well, you've got your players on the day, how they're going to perform, and that's the first map. It doesn't really matter, if I'm honest. It's just a stepping stone to get to the final sections of it. As long as you, on map 2, map 3, map 4, you perform. I mean, we've seen it. Pete, massive name to point out, has performed. We've seen that. And that's what's changed, I think, as well. Individuals are slowly getting into the game. And that's what I really like.
And at times, you maybe need some hero plays. Maybe the teamwork can work all together, but we've seen all sorts of it. Anyone who has a bingo board, I imagine a lot of things have been ticked off. We saw a fuse cluster charge kill earlier, which was definitely a thing of its own. Using the fuse for strategy is definitely interesting. But again, we've seen 3 maps. The third one is also looking really close to overtime, but it depends on how Synq are going to be mentally looking into this, because in competitive in general is the first one to break under the pressure that really ends up falling to it. Both these teams are still looking high and mighty when it comes down to not only how they're performing, but teamwork at times does seem a bit lackluster, and questionable decisions can be made, although they're all made within reason. And of course, both of these teams just trying their best way to figure out and solve some of these problems.
Yeah, I mean, these players are such high caliber, and it's not often you do see communication errors like what we've seen in the last round there as well. But hey, they've got the gun skill to back it up. We will see this quality continue, and I think if we can get an OT in this map, it would be so good. Also, we have to now talk about what this break might mean for the players. That this could be a mental reset as well. They're going to be able to just talk about what's happened in this game and how they could adapt. It's like a tactical timeout, but for both teams. So here we go.
I mean, if they're so hard-boiled to not take a tactical timeout, I guess we have to use really difficult standards here and measures to actually have this be a bit of a mental reset. Like you said, the tactical timeout mostly is just to reset everything down to equal grounds and have people be on equal standing when it comes down to how overheated they are, how well they perform, and going into these following rounds after this, I'm imagining there's going to be change, but MVG, again, and both the side of Synq have not taken out a single timeout. Not a single one. Maybe this one is technical, but we're talking about tactical, which definitely should have been shown because teams both Synq and MVG have won rounds in a row. That's the second you see 2-3 rounds go past you just like that, you should switch onto it. You should talk what's wrong. And well, while we speak about talking, I think we should let the desk give you a bit of a better insight.
Yes, indeedy, we're going to have a little mid-map yap. That's what we're going to call it just now. A little call-in situation while we address the issues with I think it's a player disconnection that's happening just now, but that's okay, that's fine. Cafe Dostoevsky, it's been a game. Let's just say that.
It's been a game.
It's been interesting. I don't think I've ever laughed so much in my life at a game of Siege. There's been some very interesting rounds on both sides. So, there's no blame to be put on, which is always good. But yeah, right now it's sitting kind of on the precipice. It's been a great game for both sides in terms of actually finding a bit of form here. I still think that Team Synq are overall playing a little bit better. What do you think, Travi?
Yeah, I think overall it is slightly better from Team Synq. I mean, those defenses, I think the success on the defense really is coming off of the back of, I'll be honest, the quality of the attacks not probably being where it should be, I don't feel. Both the black teams really, really struggling to get anything going on their attacking sides, and it's all about who can really capitalise on that as well, I feel, really.
Yeah,
Well-
that is the key thing. It's just the attacks.
Before you even jump in there, I'm guys, I know you're going to add more on. We've came back to us because we thought we were going to be yapping for a few seconds, but we're getting right back into the game, so we're going to throw it right back to the caster. So see you back after the game.
Oh, thank you very
my.
much.
A bit of a
We're
kiss
back.
from Sham. That's a privilege.
Oh, yeah. It's more of a privilege, though, to get back into Cafe Dostoevsky
Yes.
as we do get to resume our game mid crash out. But hey, this is going to be interesting. Now, let me remind you, we have just seen an incredible round. It's pretty balanced right now. I'd
It's
say.
really close.
It is really close.
Like, again, both of them have shown ups and downs. Both of them have had their fantastic moments, and they're showing an equal fight. Again, this is the rivalry the grand finals have been seeking for such a long time, and finally we have it delivered. Is now, you know, if one Frenchman on the side of MolotovGang wasn't enough, how about we include the second duo, the dynamic between Doc and Rook?
Wow, okay. Both of them going to have massive ACOGs, lots of utility, and a lot of HP to throw at their team if they need it with those Rook Armors and Stims. I mean, we also have got the Echo being brought back on the board as well, and we're going for them shields to be played on that White Stairs as well. It's going to be interesting. They've got the match point in their favor. Are they going to go for some frags and denials upstairs? I think it'll be the perfect place to take gunfights. We'll have to see how this one goes.
This is where MolotovGang, previously, going a bit back in the past, we saw the Valkyrie attempting to clutch a 1v2. It came down to a 1v1, and oh my goodness! Just barely dodging a shot there, missing by an inch. And Aine, his head was almost completely splattered on the ground.
Just another aspect of siege timing there. Just walk past the window and nearly got your head taken off. But we're going to start up on the roof, going to pop all the hatches and start our attack. Start to see if we can get that information on how are we going to push off this massive ACOG defender Rook, who's not really going to move unless you put a bullet in his skull, if I'm honest.
Yeah, and that's the only place you really need to put the bullet in. If it's going to be in the body, you can count your days, because these people do not go down without a fight, especially when they have Rook armor and the Doc's Hatchet to support them on HP standards, while in the present current moment, peeking out with the head almost, Variox trying to challenge it, but just misses the moment.
I couldn't tell if he, on the rappel, could also see the angle, but it looked like he did shoot there. I think he hit the shield, so that could have been crazy on that pick. But just by mere pixels, Flash is going to go in as well. What are we going to see from this, though? Oh, he's shooting him in the back. Just took half of Peter's HP out.
Fod, what are we doing? That's not the enemy.
Well, with 1 minute 20 on the clock, we're slowly seeing what we can do to take off this Rook. Just holding the angle. If Rook keeps peeking, though, his head might get taken off.
What are we doing, Isan? Please. Take your lesson and learn. Go away from this fight. You kept on peeking. There was another inch, a millimeter, but he finds the kill anyways. Pete now going to be a victim, and he adapted, he overcame. But same goes here against Variox. Pete is going to be a fragger v fragger. Both of the major households here from the side of MVG and Synq have been lost, while in the meanwhile we have an Echo drone on the outside of the map, and Isan's still sticking to this pixel as he just can't give up. Just returns it. That's 1 for 1, rather 2 for 2, but the attackers have made headway to sight. Hatchie falls, the reload for Fod, and in the meanwhile the last one to stand will be Just, who does not get this final, the Rook armor to have him stand up, but the knife there in the final. And what are we seeing, TD? It is overtime.
Overtime, let's go. Hell yeah. Unfortunately, that does mean my prediction is wrong. However, I don't mind because we get the overtime that we want in this final. It makes it more juicy, it makes it more spicy, and we can see from this round, maybe Synq have got so much more left in them.
Absolutely. I don't know what MVG were doing, but Isan, I don't know if he's magnetized to that corner, but that one kill was more than enough for you to help your teammates on site. Hassie was struggling to take out the A's dropping from Skylight, and would have loved to have the second Frenchman come in to swoop a kill of his own, but no, Isan just kept on sticking to that corner moment for moment, hoping he was going to have another natural D20 on the headshot. It didn't come about, unsurprisingly, and that's where MolotovGang, just like on Night Heaven multiple times, lost the grip, and Team Synq are now back in order.
Yeah, I mean, it did feel like a bit of a slow round, a little bit of a unreactive round, especially when the attack have just managed to creep in and they've got control of that site, and they've pretty much just completely taken down the two Frenchies as well. They just played very aggressive, and I think we were in the wrong position as well, especially off of the White Stairs side as well. So, yeah, we'll see.
This is a lot here for Team Synq, because if they can win Cafe, then they're going to be going on to Consulate, which I believe is their map pick. Now it's quite dangerous here. Again, surprising that MVG ended up having Cafe be theirs, according to the previous matchup they had, but they're looking a lot better than the 7-1 that was previously seen, although still not as perfect.
Yeah, I mean, it's that Synq Consulate's going to be fun, and I love the setups on Consulate. But yeah, looking at this round now, we are going to start to see, you know, information coming in, and we're going to rappel all the way to the top. We do have the gridlock on the board. This is going to be, again, I see gridlock being beneficial, but I haven't really seen it really impact the game as much. We just know that it's there, and we've got these yokais as well on this defense, which again have been really strong. So MVG going to be pretty much in a good position to deny any plants.
Ine having a bit of an attempt with the SMG-11, trying to take his scratches off the board, although not able to secure it. Just a bit of a warning shot, to say the least. In the meanwhile, though, Synq have already claimed their top position and trying to hold MolotovGang where they currently stand, and not much further than it. That's going to be the vertical already being put to work, and it's very early on, but it always comes down to a very difficult position in the execute because they just spend too much time up here.
You see the Echo drone just teasing and just trying to find information, and that's what it's there for. It'll help its defensive teammates determine where the attack's coming from and where people are going to be pushing. The verticality coming in here as well. Just trying to make as many lines of sight, and it will again push players off. Ooh, can we claim someone here? Ooh, just ran out of bullets on the shotgun. Possibly could have got a pick if he was a little bit quicker.
Oh, 1 minute remains here. Look at the ground that's been opened. Team Synq have completely split this site into two. Now it's all verticals here. But again, MolotovGang don't even need to be in sight present completely. As long as they can get that retake, they're going to be completely fine with it.
We've seen a lot of the Goyo canisters now popped in sight as well from the verticality, and I think that's the benefit of taking vertical as well. You see Goyo Multi just sat. He's getting droned out now, so they might be able to move to his location and put pressure on him vertically. 30 seconds here, though. We now have to do something. The hatch drop looks to be the thing, but Smoke wastes a lot of time, and he's still got one more Toxic Babe in his pockets. We'll see how this will go. Will they drop the hatch and just firm it? They have done. Takes a lot of damage, but will now have control of that site. Takes one down. Vods will get a massive pick and is going to start planning. They got people on the vertical. The Echo off the board and a 2v5 situation, but it will be denied by Veriox, who's now laying the body with 9 seconds. Diffuser at his feet. He takes another. A 2v2. 4 seconds. Oh my god, a 2v1 as Veriox gets another. And he finishes the round. What?
That is unbelievable. MolotovGang just got away with that, seriously? A 5v2 position, and Veriox just sprays down in one single line. He empties out the mag time after time again and gets away with it. This is the third time we've seen the final few seconds the plan deny come through. And this was a close situation, a similar position that we saw from Team Synq. Now, Team Synq got into the site as easily as they could have. They nicely scavenged their way in, got that recycle, and got the plant without being noticed. At least until it was far too late. But Veriox returned the exact same performance. He went in, he found himself that spot, and just like that, Team Synq have lost it, like MolotovGang lost the opportunity to take it within regulation, and now Synq will have to face a match point for the second time this match.
I mean, I'm sorry, but you've managed to get into sight. You've got one guy on vertical, one guy planting. Where's the rest of the team? Like, who's watching the Doc who's vaulted over a cabinet to get the kill? There's no one's contested him. The vertical can't see him. I mean, it should not have happened there. And Synq, this is going to be where they miss out on key moments. That should have been their round. Now we're in a bad situation on Synq's behalf. But for MVG, they're loving it. They just need to win a couple more rounds, one more round here. That's it.
That's it. They win this one, and all of a sudden, they're going to be going on to Consulate, which, honestly, it's not similar to Cafe, but it's a big map, right? Now,
Yeah.
False attempting at a bit of a spawn peek, it's going to be uncanny to say the least. Not working out, but it was an A for efforts. Could have definitely gotten away with a lot of value. In the meanwhile, though, we're going to be seeing an addition of the most recent operator for Siege, the Aurora, being brought.
Yeah, I like it. I use it myself. It's got good block off of line of sight. So we're going to see shots here from Solo. He will rotate off, though, very quickly. Does get a lot of damage on to the Blackbeard, which will be useful later on in the game, especially against that shield. But hey, 2 minutes on this clock and a little pixel hole being held there as well. Not too sure if it will come in handy.
If Synq could have gotten rid of Isan there, it would have been great value, but in the end, it's already in the past, it didn't happen, and now you're going to have to deal with it. MolotovGang reap off of the benefits of keeping your Blackbeard alive, now taking this top floor, seeing already the time comparison, it's not going to be the greatest, as you still have 2 minutes, but you have barely gotten to this very top clearage. While Solo is taking some heavy damage, it's not going to be enough to bring him down.
Yeah, Solo getting bitten back there, and he will impact out to rotate off. Good little rotate, won't get caught, and he will come out unscathed. Well, his HP is a little bit weak, but hey, it's fine. Nomad's going up onto the half stairs on pillars as well, and it will allow them to just have a little bit more security as they do look to get their Blackbeard down to the bottom. And can we start funneling and getting picks? You see all these doors as well coming in handy, so it allows them to safely do vertical. I don't know if they're relevant up here, to be honest. I don't know if you need them. No one's really contesting them. I think everyone's dropped back down.
It's a great way to disperse some steam off of Hattie's job, so people can just sneak up on pillars and shoot them down. But I'd want to reserve some of those for the later game. As speaking of which, the later game's already being a bit more positive here for the side of MVG, as they've taken out the first. That's going to be pizza to deny any attempts of trying to look through smokes, which still some of them remain alongside flashes. While A&A taking damage, he's not going to be giving in so easily.
Oh, hello.
Oh.
5 versus 3 situation. Blackbeard pushing into Big Bake now. I mean, shots on as well. Oh, was gonna tease a smoke, but he's gonna put it away, and he's gonna go down. Blackbeard says no, flicks onto his head, and there's another. Solo goes down, a 5v1 as they flood onto site. This is theirs, unless Pete can clutch it up. He gets 2 though, Pete, but he will be shot in the back, not knowing where Multi was.
Not enough. Not enough for the coup de grace there. MolotovGang, although they have you tasted personally, as this final round, the defense was definitely catastrophical from the side of Team Synq, and I imagine they're right now banging their heads on the desk, thinking about what a mistake it was. But the round, not only that, but it's going to be match point, the second one this time. We're going to be reaching overtime for the first in this series, and in the meanwhile, the series is going to be right now going in a pivot for the side of MolotovGang, with their second map under their belt, one for the side of Synq, meaning they can still bring it all the way to the 5th, but I mean, there's still one more map remaining here that MVG need to claim. They have 2 opportunities, but it's up to them to decide. And TD, how about we leave Sham and the beautiful analyst to take over?
Yep.
Thank you very much, boys. What a game we have in store so far. Oh my word. This has been a map. It's been something. We jumped in there for a second just to kind of have a little quick discussion in the middle of it, and then we're kind of back to kind of break down what actually happened. Of course, MVG do eventually come out on top. I still think that I'm still leaning towards that probably should have been a Synq one. There's probably a few replays and a few rounds that should have went their way. I'm going to come to you first. You're firmly in MVG's camp. You're kind of hyping them up as the kind of game was kind of playing out in front of us. What is something you want to highlight about it?
Although I am an MVG supporter, our attacks were all over the place. I think this game was settled by which team could figure their attacks out, and that last round was phenomenal. I can't highlight the importance of whoever's cooked that strat up is a genius. Like, we spoke about it when we were watching the game. Flank watch was a massive problem for MVG when they were working their vertical. They brought a Nomad and a Aurora to make sure that even if the Nomad got dealt with, they didn't have lines of sight from the flanks to deal with the pressure they were applying through the vertical gameplay. It was just they locked in, basically. As soon as they hit OT, they basically went, look, let's stop messing around. We need to lock in here. And it was just phenomenal work from them, especially off the back of the grueling 7-5 labs, to absolutely cook up a special attack for us in that last round.
Yeah, it was really, really good. We'll come back to that later on as well. We'll have a little discussion about that round in specifics. But we do have a replay just ready to have a look at the clutch that I think probably won the game for MVG. It was just with an absolutely huge round. Travi, take us through what happened here.
Yeah, so this round, of course, immediately this is vods doing absolute bits here from the dining room window, facing in towards all the players, but he's totally off the sight position of sight right now, on a bit of a flank, and a massive question mark for Team Synq right now. ESA aren't going to be taking a gunfight from reading, overswings goes down eventually, but then this is where the masterful play comes in here from the bandit. He goes out, gets the runner, and the key there is he drops the player with carrying the diffuser, which Team Synq, they're already quite pressed for time. Look at the top of your screen here, meaning Pizza has to panic and just rush on through. Zero idea where the player's gone. They don't have the time. They don't have. Only got one drone left for Team Synq, so they're not really sure where he is right now. And just plays it slow, plays it cautiously, maintains his composure, sneaks up White Staircase, takes down the blitz, runs away, and with Clock alone, takes the round just off the back of that. A really phenomenal clutch up there, and around that MVG had zero right taking.
Yeah, that for me is the round that wins MVG out there. You're thinking, yeah, that's it, Team Synq, they get themselves that map point, they're looking pretty comfortable, and it's looking like they're going to start, kind of closing it out, and they're looking good, but they leave that gap open, just hops in, and it seems like that's been the story of the day. Every single time there's been a round that should absolutely be Synq's, there's been something where MVG have been like, oh yeah, I'll see this little gap, I'm just going to wander in here, I'm just going to kill this person off here. It's been... one of those days I think where Synq will kick themselves, especially on that map, that if they do end up losing this series, they'll look back at Cafe and they'll be like, oh, really, that's one that we probably should have won out. We do have another replay that we're going to go over, and I'm going to let you take us through this one. This is the moment that they absolutely won the game here. Yes, they had a great attacking final round for that strat, but Amguns, this is the clutch from Verox.
Yeah, Verox single-handedly becoming the hero that MolotovGang needed. I've got to give credit to Team Synq here as well. This execute was phenomenal until it wasn't. It's low time situation, the smoke babes being thrown out by MolotovGang to try and gatekeep Synq from attacking this kitchen side. We had IQ as well, perfectly positioned to take care of the Echo, so this plant could go down. They find all the kills, making their way into sight. A great entry by the Ace as well, but this is where Verox just comes alive. He knows the plant's being stuck right next to him, finds the first, finds Ram in the time scramble as well as she flies in afterwards. Just Verox being the hero of out of nowhere seemingly to completely shut down Team Synq, and he finds all the kills, a quad for himself at the end of the round as he just decided, not today Team Synq, Cafe belongs to us.
Absolutely wild stuff from MolotovGang. Yeah, I think they've completely stolen that one away, and you've got to look at it like, yeah, there's mistakes there from Team Synq there, but the opportunity spotting to seize the gap, to go in and be like, yeah, I am going to play big here, I'm just going to try and make something happen. Yeah, the round's not done. We've seen it work on the last map, we've seen it happen in Nighthaven, we've seen Pete do exactly the same thing, so it's kind of like a, haha, we've got one back. And now I'd probably say two at this point, because MVG are in front now. But that's Cafe locked away. Now the series stands on a bit of a spicier point. 2-1 now in favour of MVG, which means that if MVG win the next map, they will be the champions of ESA Season 10. The thing is, though, I don't think it's over. We're going to be going to the next map, of course, which is going to be Consulate. I will ask you guys, just before we head over to the casters, your predictions for Consulate. Travi, I'll come to you first.
Synq need to iron out those mistakes. It's as simple as MVG have let them slide up till this point, but they finally started to be punished for them. If they can't get a control under that, I've got to say it might just go MVG's way, but I think Synq can do it. What
about you, Amguns?
I'm going to be a statistics man. Both have the same win rate on this map. And I would like to see a map 5 because it'd be hella entertaining. So I'm not going to call either which way. I know I'm supporting MolotovGang, but I can't tell who's going to take this map.
Okay, alright. Alright, fine, I'll jump in then, I guess. I think it's probably going to be Team Synq. I think they iron those issues out, they play properly, and they kind of plug those gaps, and then we get a 5-map banger. It'll be Chalet, of course, that if we do get there, but it will be Consulate coming right up in just a few moments. Puffle Bob and TD, take us away.
Look, all I'm saying is that Amguns is a fake fan, and I know MVG are going to be claiming this 4-1. I'm calling this. You know, Amguns and I have been going MVG this entire time. I'm going to stick true. I'm going to stick true to my roots. Maybe I'll give it to Synq. Synq can really win this out. They have the potential. I mean, they were a real threat on Nighthaven, and they came out as the winners. Same was here for Cafe. They were absolutely terrifying. I'll be honest, I was shaking in my boots. But in the end, it's going to be down onto how well they can patch up those mistakes. TD, what do you think?
Hey, listen, new map, new lineup, new operators, new bans. It could change. Anything can happen. Okay, I'm excited. Okay. However, I'm gonna do it again. MVG 8-6 win. I want another OT.
As much as I want map 5, I'm going to be sticking to MVG. I've been since probably previous season. And you know, I like the boys. I like every single one of the players, and I'm going to be sticking to them till the very end. Now, maybe Synq can prove us all wrong, but it depends on how they perform in Consulate, as this is a map we have not seen anything similar to when it comes down to both of these teams. We've seen Clubhouse, we've seen Nighthaven, we've seen Cafe. Consulate is a world a whole on its own, and both of these teams are going to be having their first dips in it right now.
Yeah, I mean, hey, there's certain play styles that you can bring to Consulate. There's a lot of a variety, to be fair, but when it comes to that top floor, everyone's going for that admin, unless they want to do some kind of rush plan. That's going to be something that could go anyway, and that means this map is going to be so good for just picking up these odd rounds. Executes could go wrong, anything can happen again. It's Consulate. You gotta love it.
You gotta love it. You simply cannot hate Consulate. The rework has been doing it fantastic greatness. It has really done it justice, and both these teams can too by performing at their very peak. Now when it comes down to predictions, for a second it was quite close. We saw a bit of a sneak peek there, but there it is, a perfect 50-50 between MVG and Synq, really making this a hard-boiled match.
I really like how the predictions have slowly changed over time, but now we have kind of got to that, hey, 50-50 sounds okay. I think we will still see round for round, but it depends which team is really more adapted to playing Consulate. It's not a map that everyone likes to play, or maybe don't have that much time spent playing it in a competitive league game or a tournament structure. So, hey, fans are here. Let's see what we've got, and we'll see how the game will progress.
All right. Now, the one thing I do want to mention here is while this is Synq's map, MolotovGang have gained the privilege of going onto the defense first, and this is what I would call a defender-sided map. And well, going off of the bans as we switch directive, it will be the Blitz getting rid of, as both these teams have played it a bit, although I wouldn't say it's definitely that horrific operator you can't counter.
Now, ban the Blackbeard and it'll make my day.
Get him out of here.
Get him out of here. To be fair, he is utilising the lineups, but we'll see. I don't think he will. It'll be something...
Yes!
Okay. Okay. That's crazy. So it's going to be more of a traditional game. Get rid of the shields and bring back some kind of strat that's a little bit more adapted to Consulate then.
Absolutely. I feel like Clash is also going to get gotten rid of. Just like on Nighthaven, I feel the Clash coming in as one of the bans as well. The following, maybe Azami. There it is. And the last one, I'm going to pick my Clash to be gone, because Clash here on this map is really shining bright. And it all depends on MolotovGang. Do they want to utilize her? And do they want to give Synq the opportunity to use the Clash against them when the roles are reversed?
Yeah, I mean, they could also go for more of a utilized ban where it could be a Fenrir or something they don't want to bring. I mean, we'll see. A mirror. Ooh. It's a good shout. People do like to bring a mirror into the strat, but I think you can play this game without a mirror.
Absolutely. Mirror here is definitely strong. You can go with or without the mirror on both, but similar applies to Clash, which is going to be just interesting to see how MVG are going to be utilizing the so-called operator that is also going to be receiving a fantastic rework in the following season. But up until that happens, right now we're going to be heading to meeting and office. I believe that will be the top floor, and right now I'm seeing a lot of similarities, especially with Hatchie just persisting on the dock, and if it works, don't fix what's not broken.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see where he holds as well with that dock. And they've got no shields either, so they're probably going to be playing it a little bit different to what I'd expect. You know, I normally see the teams just bring a shield and have someone holding that drone hole, and the little expansion as well coming out from the bomb site. But they are looking to do a little bit of a different strat, and I think they've evolved with the meta as well. We'll see how well this goes. But the fact that we do have the two British here, we've got the smoke as well with the shotgun being ran, and the mute jammer's going to deny so much drone access as well in these positions.
Absolutely. Now, while Synq are still trying to lock in their attackers, there it is. We're going to be seeing the Grim pulled out, which we couldn't have witnessed much in the previous map due to him being banned. And I'm loving to see the potential of this operator because it can really shut down and force a lot of players out of their position. It's just a better and less direct Flores.
Exactly, and we're going to start to see now, as we go up to this admin, we're going to prep any type of run out, which I don't really think is going to be a common one. But we'll see. Pete is most likely going to be looking to get that admin wall down, as he is setting up his claymores on that side. But it's interesting for me to see Pizza, what he's doing downstairs and where he will go. Possibly a spiral flank as well.
Absolutely. Now, I'm going to be quite terrified. The attackers here are going to be looking to cook up. Main presence on admin side is going to be definitely contested, but Synq are looking to take it multi-floor, as also Skylight is definitely going to be opening up new windows here for the side of Synq.
Yeah, it's interesting to see all those bees just got shut out as well from down in that window. The admin is such a strong place. Someone's just pushed into that admin as well. Does he know? Oh my god, he's just been shot in the back, and there's one! He gonna take out Hachi, but yeah.
That's it. That's the first of all, but many more to follow up with it, as you've lost the dock. I'm imagining Ane would have appreciated the medic being kept on board, but Synq certainly are gonna be having him be a prioritized pick, especially with how Hashi has been really taking players up. He's been quite a dominant hand here. On MVG, you've lost one, you gotta give off an answer.
Yeah, the power of not really holding that wall as strongly and allowing them Selmas to just be thrown onto the wall, to be honest, is what got him killed there. But hey, he could have possibly have rotated off later. They've got control of admin now. They've got a minute to kind of really work on these players holding from vending machine and on the yellow door as well. See how this goes. Oh, we're throwing in the Grims as well to push people off. Might give them more space, but it's going to be shot, so doesn't really do anything there. They've got the control back.
Not the bees, not just yet. Still a lot to be used. 2 of those charges remaining for the side of Unfalls. Well, in the process currently, it's not been exchanging for the side of MVG, although they have been holding Synq in a bit of a corner line, still looking to contest him, and Varax has switched off of the shotgun to try and deliver a headshot. He has one right between his eyes. That's going to be a fantastic click on the head. On the meanwhile, that's the second one. MolotovGang have come back from worse situations in the past. Can't they repeat such actions, such consequences to deliver it to Synq? And it's a blind shotgun to get it. While in the meanwhile, Just is going to be facing difficulties of his own. Another sneaking up, just running away from it. Unfalls could have had another peeking into that cage. Og is definitely not going to be the ideal position, but everyone's trying to push through split. Smoke Babe is going to be heaping you out of the reach of that plant. But currently, 4 players need to push, and that's one. The second, do you get it? No, you can't connect those shots, and it was a bit too close. That's one. But one for the backlines, I imagine, is going to be a bit more troublesome, as an overreach of players ends up clustering over the final, and Synq here with a good starter.
Yeah, defensively, position's not as good when you come to that final execute where you've got 3 players that have managed to just creep around you. That's the thing with Consulate I'm not too much of a fan of. It can be so easy to crowd that site upstairs, especially after that admin, well, those players in admin have been taken down. But hey, looking good to start off with. I'm interested. I'm intrigued to see how this game will go. Synq started off pretty good, but I mean, they finished that round perfectly, I think.
Bit of a poor performance here from MVG. In the end, them relying on this final player to clutch it out. Maybe he found Unfalls earlier, laying on the ground to take him out and secure this 1v1 position. But in the end, Synq starting off is definitely going to be miraculous on its own. Again, this is going to be a bit more defender side if at least in my own eyes. And MolotovGang, if they don't get themselves a 4-2 split, oh, it's going to be a rough battle going into the second half.
Absolutely. We can start to see now. We're bringing back this Echo as well, by the way. Just bringing it onto every map that we were playing. So yeah, that's interesting. It could be beneficial, but the IQ is being brought here. That'll be able to deal with those lesions, those Echo drones. The floor as well in most places is breachable. So IQ should have a field day here. Also, we'll get rid of those bandits easily. Will we play a middle floor defense? Will it be strong? It looks like they are set up for that. Very vastly set up for that, actually. So, we'll see how impactful it can be.
Earlier was Synq who needed to patch up some of those mistakes. Now MVG looking to repent for their sins. There's a lot of mistakes from the first round to be shown. Looking to change that about when it comes over to the second, third, and any following while you're on the defense. You need to make sure you make the most out of it while you still can. This is valuable rounds we're talking, and one right around it. I don't know if it's a sound cue. It's a random shot. Doesn't scare him off, or maybe he does. Hachi just manages to get away. This drone is going to be revealing an extra bit. But now Synq, although they still haven't made full-on entry in contact with the building itself, MolotovGang already starting to feel the pressure.
Yeah, having that Doki on the board is definitely going to be a little bit different. Of course, we've seen it get banned before. They're going to be able to utilize it, and it's going to be so good for pinching on this map. Already going to see the first call come in, and it will be Legion just holding the window. Does he know where people are? There's one! Can he do it? He did! It's a double! Oh my god, Isan absolutely obliterating both the Hibana and the Doki. Calls for you! Put your phone down, you're dead.
Signed this man already. Team Synq have lost 2 of them, and even the HP isn't that much required, but it's just a bit of a treat that Isan gets for such a fantastic play. A drop down from Unfalse, and now Synq need to go to drastic measures just to find themselves this double, and maybe then convert it into a possible victory, but those are a lot of conditions. They're difficult too, especially with how MVG have been currently playing alongside it, and right around the corner, there's 2 ready to swing. MVG, they find one to trade for the other, which is definitely going to be working in their favor a lot more thanks to what was committed earlier.
I mean, that's a great trade, and you've got both players just really close to Spile, stopping anyone from pushing in and getting any space. And now we'll see Pete looking to try something, but every barricade is barricaded. And that's unfortunate for him because he has to make noise. They probably know that they have dropped this side as well. IQ going to come and try and get into that backside, but it is Ishan holding on that spiral stairs, and yeah, there's not really much room for them to make. Vertical is the main place that Ace is at, but it's IQ solo pushing to try and get frags here.
Oh, the Echo coming in and just zooming in at the perfect moment as Pete has absolutely no idea what's just struck him down. The final one, vods, gonna be simply food for the mirror. MolotovGang, the final one ready to feast upon him and either saving KD or trying to waste a bit of time to have a bit of a chat through. This is the first time Synq on Consulate will be paying the price of mistakes and hopefully won't become as traditional as in the previous maps. Isan coming out for a bit of a hunt. He's looking to finish what he started. That double was absolutely off the charts. And it's converted to a triple as Vod walks right into his loving and caring arms.
Great round there as well. Hey, we have just seen Synq pretty much fall apart there. A great, pretty much flawless defense in my opinion. It might as well have been. Look at the nice little double kill you see there straight away as well. Just denies on the swing as well. You get one pick, but it doesn't matter. You've been refragged. I mean, Team Synq haven't really made any ground in that situation. Molotov have definitely shown us a very strong defense on bottom floor. Can they keep this going up into piano as well?
Into piano, that's a really interesting one. I'm not loving to see that MolotovGang don't want to give a second shout out here to the top floor, but rather trying to resort to a bit of a nuance, especially the Scopos being brought alongside it, and of course the Soulless that was mentioned previously. Isan and Varox are definitely going to be doing God's work up there, but it only depends on how quickly they're going to lose that aggressive position, some could say. I mean, the Scopos here is fantastic. You can go onto the 3rd floor and instantly be on the bottom if played correctly, but it all depends on where Synq are going to be pushing and how their lineup is going to be looking, as Pizza seems to be quite a counter.
Yeah, it is quite an interesting play to bring that, but hey, this top floor is going to be controlled. How long for? We won't know, but it's going to definitely help keep that piano alive. Problem with this bomb site is not only is the top floor something you can hold, you have to hold, but there's a hallway on the left-hand side. There's an entire wall on the front. It's very easy to breach, so you have to make sure that you are in the right position as a defender.
Melusi's going to come in quite handy. I would have also loved to see potentially a castle for the top floor to not allow Synq as easy entry into these rooms as they could have hoped for. Just breaking down the barricade with 2 or 3 punches. But currently, MolotovGang gonna be holding it down from the very top, looking down upon Synq, and Synq looking to grow up to them. It's gonna be a challenge, to say the least, but with how the positions currently stand, I'm imagining this top floor is gonna be the main entry of battle.
Yeah, those Malusis are going to get hacked straight up, and they'll be annoying if a defender does walk in them. But it's good utility for that attack. It means they don't need to break it, don't need to make noise doing it. They're just going to get silently hacked because no one's there really to see what's been hacked. And hey, Deimos as well coming in with those scans. What? He's just ran out the main door. Roxy's just said, oh, have a free kill. I might just try and run out on one of you. He has just died, unfortunate.
We've seen some nasty runouts, but what was that? You burnt down the kitchen, you did not cook with it, and Pizza comes out with a kill of his own. That's the shotgun striking yet again. The fear into MolotovGang as they've lost the first 2 players. This is what Synq were facing earlier, but now it's going to be reversed. A bit of Uno onto it, a bit of a peek, punished by the side of Fod, and it falls to Faro with a second as not a single casualty. While MolotovGang, their cost has cost them an arm and a leg, or rather 4 players for that matter, as the final one, Hatchie, to go up against 5. Are you kidding me? This is going to be either the greatest hero play in ESA history, or it's going to be how it was meant to be from the beginning.
Yeah, I mean, he's got very limited verticality. Not too sure how much will be beneficial to him, but he does have 5 players to kill. He can target that planter, but again, he's got to find it. People are going to be hunting him upstairs. He's got a Deimos now on his tail. He's going to be distracted by that Deimos B, and he will be just taken down. A flawless round, and well deserved there from Synq, because they have got the control they needed. They have ripped upstairs apart, as well as in that main visa entrance.
Race isn't ran yet, but if I were to say how much of a possibility MolotovGang have at taking this, we're going to need some plausible rounds in the following ones. This was quite a bad one. The fact that Pizza got away with the kill while 2 people were cross-holding Visa stairs is already bad on its own. The run-out from Virax was completely unnecessary, and it gave a real burden to the side of MolotovGang as they lost the Scopos. That's not only great time denial, but again, a huge potential when it comes down to mechanical giftness.
Yeah, I mean, Scopos was just going out to say hello, and then he decided to put his controller down. But hey, this is going to be interesting to see, because we have just seen 2 rounds go pretty much flawless on either side. It's a back and forth, really. They're just going, hey, take a flawless round here, take a flawless round there. Will we see anything change, or will it just continue to be like this? Will MVG now take another massive round off Synq? There's a lot to play for.
There's a lot to sustain here as well. Again, Synq, not being on the defending half, is already quite a downscale. MolotovGang, they got the privilege of going there, yet they're not utilizing it to its finest. They need to be a bit more capitalizative upon what Synq have gotten them into. And again, while though they don't necessarily need to win this map, if they don't, the next one is going to be their final hope.
I like with the fact that we've brought a bandit, and we do have that mute there as well inside the admin side. Will we see a different take coming from Synq? Or will they commit to that admin play? But it does mean there is a little bit more time to buy for that defense, and it'll mean that Synq can't really get onto that site as quickly.
MolotovGang, bit of a break between the maps, really hasn't been dealing them any good. As much as I want to point out the fact that we haven't seen a single tactical timeout, maybe if Synq actually win this round, MolotovGang will finally come to their senses. Currently, checking a bit of nades. Pizza there, trying to disrupt the current wavelength. But it doesn't seem like MolotovGang are going to be fully giving up just yet.
Yeah, I don't think we will see a tactical timeout unless it's the final map and it's the full decider. Just for the sheer fact that they just want to keep the momentum going. I know it sounds stupid, but they're just gonna keep playing. But we do see this hatch is very close. Look, just trying to find the kill from below. Not too sure if he will succeed, but shortly we will know.
Going barricade mid-game. Pizza holding down flanks. And the entirety of Synq spread out vastly. Now MolotovGang, although they don't have that great position, everyone's just crunched up together into a single corner, and that's where Pete is going to be finding his opening onto Virax's case. It's a great way to flatline the first, but many more shots to be delivered. A bit of trigger pulls, and in the meanwhile, happy trigger fingers here from the side of Synq as they keep on chucking nades, going for pre-fires, just finds it just in the nick of time, gets away from that grenade. Although only a wonder of how further the solve this could get is Hatsi. He brings one down. The smokes are going to be forcing Fod out of his comfort zone and denying that plant in the meanwhile. And just like that, Synq have again been completely desynced.
50 seconds here on the clock. Toxic Babes deployed again. We'll start to see that Deimos text, but he will get stimmed. Now, the question is, will Fod try and jump back in and get a plant, or will he go for something else? Pizza with a shotgun. Shotgun versus shotgun here. Can he get the right situation? It looks to be favorable from the mute. Oh, never mind. Pizza. He will swing and get the pick. Now, another Deimos track is what he wants. Going to be finding that dock. He's going to be running away. Oh, the shotgun's going to come up close again, but it will be Hachi to take down Pete. A 3v2 with 10 seconds left on this clock. The plan has been denied, and it's a triple on the board. Pizza looking to take another 1v1. Doesn't matter because he's going to get a shotgun pistol to the face.
Reincarnation, 1 round here for the side of MVG. It's 1 round alone. An extra 2 or 3 would be able to back it up and maybe get themselves into a more promising shot. They're definitely already taking their chances with it. And in the end, while Synq were looking a bit more dominant when it came down to these yellow stairs, the shotgun up close were very difficult to fight against. I mean, Isan put some fear into these players, and although still completely holding back Pizza, in the end, Fod was isolated, alone against Hachi to claim. And just like that, Hachi went for another streak where he just simply was not punished. A second round for the side of MVG, and another attempt, a second one at that, of going downstairs.
Hey, yeah, I mean, back downstairs are very good for MVG. They should, I mean, realistically pick this one up, right? I feel like they did so well last time. Synq kind of need to now adapt to that. We're playing upstairs as well, like we did before. Can Team Synq pick any players off earlier and deny that massive anchor on site for late round execute? Because that's what they struggle with. They were having to funnel down those staircases on Spiral, and they got pretty much swung in every situation here. But again, it's now 2-2. It's a back and forth game, round for round. I'm enjoying it.
I think everyone has. This has been one of the better grand finals that I personally experienced. And of course, at the same time, Team Synq here have been really putting MolotovGang to work. They've been having them grind into the bone, to the very bottom of the core. And currently, let's see Synq do it more and more, because this has only been a warm-up. The party's only getting started. Maybe we have 3 maps. Possibly MVG have some sort of lead, but it's not over. And Team Synq are looking to take back what was rightfully theirs. That is going to be this consulate.
Doki up top already. Going to be taking down default cam and looking to see what she can find. Those phone calls going to come in handy as well throughout this round. I love Doki on Consulate. And we'll see how quickly they can establish that verticality, bring in both the Buck and the Ram on the board. Lion is a great pick there as well. We haven't really spoke too much about that, but hey, we're going to have so many scans and phone calls coming in when it comes to that late round. Is that the play that Team Synq needs? We do now see as well Legion on this backstairs being scanned off as well, as he did a little bit of a move and he got detected.
A lot of gathering here, not only from the Dokkaebi, which was banned on Cafe, now giving a bit more freedom to the attacking side once used, but the line alongside it to completely disintegrate any attempt of roaming clear free and getting out with a possible kill, as everyone that was upstairs has now retreated back down. While though time wastage is definitely a great success, in the end Synq have slowly started creeping up to side itself without having much of a loss on players or utility alike, but that just might be changing as Solo is taking heavy damage from below the impact, almost delivering the final.
You want to throw any more impacts at him? I can't stand anywhere. He is just getting taken, but the Selma will be deployed on the main breach now, which is going to play more pressure, but it is Ishan to take down Peter, and Peter will fall as well from the main lobby, and All Falls will get one as well. Bandit off the board. A 4 versus 3 situation, and Solo could be tickled and he would fall down. Just about missing his head there as well. The Goyo Veriox just coming in short of that kill.
Steps away from it, Solo. That's one head hole. That could be your pathway into greatness, but Vorox finds Fod. That's going to be the fuser drop case. Hatchie's still fighting against it, but he has a stim pistol he can use to get back on reset. Looking to recycle this round. Synq have already been completely dubbed down, and Vorox finds himself a double as Solo looking to be the final that stands, but simply another victim for ESA to claim. The roaming Legion, the menace himself, and the one to not allow movement for the side of Synq, even after all their efforts with Lion and Dokkaebi alike. MolotovGang will get themselves a 3.
Yeah, I mean, this defense is really, really strong, especially for the basement. You're forcing so many gunfights all the way away from site, so you don't get much impact. And even then, when you have established some verticality, you can't go for that final execute because you've lost so many men on that advantage. And MVG just played that so well. Now the question is, can we find any benefit going into this 4-2 split? Or will it be a 3-3 split? Going Teller's bomb site could definitely change a lot.
Oh, the segue, not only from sides being on 2 separate floors, but to the operators changing drastically, with ESA being on a shotgun comboed microwave user that can detect heartbeats, and a Maestro for Variox, which, seeing how the bailiff has worked for him on the dock, really comes in great competition, especially with the Alda on such a strong player. MolotovGang here are not joking around. This is the first time that Synq are going to be facing them on a site such like this one.
I mean, this site is so unique in its own way because it is pretty much the only vertical 2-floor site that you will ever see in a competitive scene like this. And the fact is, we have so many more components than we are used to as well. Like, we have the external entry now that you can utilize that takes you straight into servers, which can become a big issue.
Defense, although they might have gotten some tricks up their sleeve, especially this K tricking a single wall, trying to bait out a bit of Selma charges. I don't think the audio's checked out by Fod. Pete's Brava is definitely going to be a bit of a burden to some utility, although not much more, but I'd be scared for those Maestro cameras if I were the Ryox.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing with Brava. It's so good at just finding these electrical utilities that Maestro is low-key just useless when it's on the board, and unfortunately, you might as well just not be Maestro when it's played.
It's really a horror factor when it comes down. There we go. I'm imagining there's already some cams being currently hacked. Looking for more evil eyes. Hatchie doesn't seem to recognize the threat currently, and already needing to take out your own creations must be painful for Ryox, but it's an exchange needed. Vertical is here from Fod. Hopefully he doesn't find himself to be C4'd from below, as although Isan, I'm imagining he's saving his for the post plant.
I mean, yeah, only having one C4 in his pocket means he has one chance with the pulse detector, and then possibly can give some information for that K to throw a C4 up as well. And it depends. We've got nades getting possibly thrown, and they're trying to find a way to push players off now. But a lot of verticality coming in, utilizing that marksman very well. Oh, Legion Goo Mine as well, going to be falling in the foot of the ace with 1 minute 20 on the clock. Looking to execute now, very close to site.
Oh, the vertical is being opened. That's where Fod has made a bit of a mistake, not being able to claim the pulse. Could be coming back to bite him very heavily, but currently it's a lot of strong pulses coming out here from the side of Synq, as now they're trying to really reconcile on the side alone, but using that verticality, that's where Aine is going to be finding perfect position to take out Solo. It's only one for the count. There's still a lot of positions and opportunities for Synq to find themselves a bit of a right fight back. But time is running out, and MolotovGang are all playing a vertical battle.
Gonna lose one C4 off the board. Plant will start to go down now. Can Pulse connect? Oh, wow, but a 3v4 situation comes into play. Unfalls, takes down for Variox. 41 seconds here.
Odd. He's playing a child's game. He's holding them down. And the pistol won't be helping it out, Isan. As now 4 against 2, it seems like the microwave didn't come in clutch as you were too occupied trying to save your own life rather than to deny the plant. You didn't use that C4 best, and that's going to be coming bad as Hatchie is still battling back against him. And even though while this Maestro camera is a bit of a burden, the verticality used by Synq from the very top of admin and all alike is going to be completely denying you any attempt of trying to win this out. One going to be on Visa, takes him out, Aina for the trade, but the final one to have a say about it will be Pete, as he puts the bullets in where they belong. And now Synq are going to be equalizing it out for a cut split.
Wow, okay. I mean, you could see going into this game how close it's been. 3-3 is crazy though. Synq just managing to find something beneficial here. Look at how well that Brava came into play. The Doki cores as well were very useful for that sound, especially when all of these players are so close together. That staircase being a main point for getting kills, and that verticality coming in. Unfortunately, just wasn't 100%. But yeah, we're going on to the role swap now. Let's see how this goes. The game's got to change somehow. The defense strat will definitely evolve, but, well, we see a few familiar faces.
Absolutely. Solus again. The Kate as well being a lot more of a common addition on this map. MolotovGang, the main point I want to make here is unless you can really find yourself a sweet, sweet succulent spot on this attack, Synq are going to be having a lot easier of a job than they did on attack. That's the bare minimum of expertise you can really go off when it comes down to consulate. But we saw Synq do quite well on attack. Doesn't mean MolotovGang can't repeat it.
No, I actually really like the Flores to be utilized here. There is no mute jammer on the board anyway. And that means these utility drones are very useful. The Brava, the Flores, the Twitch. They're going to find so much impact. The Twitch can pop as many Goyo canisters as possible. You know, that Flores can breach for walls and open lines of sight. It's super useful to see. And yeah, we'll see how the game evolves utilizing this without a mute on the board.
Now let's see it. The Twitch is going to be a great way to get rid of Pete's Goyo canisters as early into the game as you possibly want to, and then not having to deal with them in the execution as they stall you out. Currently, though, what I imagine that Synq are going to be looking forward to is trying to deny the main entry towards admin and yellow from MVG.
Yeah, I mean, admin's house a lot better in this situation with the electricals. Again, we've seen a different play style on the first round swap, but we'll see now if, you know, MVG opt to get that admin quickly and how they're going to do so. They have got players that can swing out to them if they do enter, so they have to be careful, and they know that, so that's why they're dealing with it. They're all on repels. That's the safe way to get rid of people from this. And already Goyo canisters being popped, but it will be Pete to go down. Gonna lose the Goyo. Shots in the back of Solo as he retreats. He's trapped by the fire, but he can just slot in there.
Canisters popped. Goyo is too. Nomad there. Gonna forcefully take Warden away from that corner. He definitely could have swung on from a lot of times. The shotgun up on this close range is gonna be a deadly one, but if not used at a proper time, could be backfiring quite well. The deficit here is definitely gonna be affecting Team Synq, but it's minor, it's a slap on the wrist. Let's have one for the side of MVG too.
Yeah, looking at that drone economy, still 5 drones pretty much in use, plus the utility drones that Flores and Twitch have in the pockets or have been deployed. It's going to still give a lot of information for this final minutes as we slowly start to open now the admin wall, which will allow us full closure of that hallway as well. And it'll be time soon to execute onto that site, and we'll slowly see all the players rotate to the side that the game is being played on here. Berryox is pushing up now, making sure no one's vending and waiting for someone to just swing out so he can force a gunfight.
35 seconds. We're not left with much here, MolotovGang, but we have to do due diligence with what we're given, and not ADSing in that moment is definitely going to be switching factor, as all of a sudden that's going to be some possession loss. Multihachi fighting, that's one headshot. All of a sudden it's going to be down to a 3v2, and MVG are still going to be persisting with this type of advantage. Now the smoke babes definitely are going to be keeping you out for a second, but the smoke gone, that's going to be the last one they get to see. Currently the plant is going to be going down. There's no C4s, maybe an impact. One player exchange for yet another as the final one. Vod, he can deny this, but he doesn't want to swing. He feels it to be too risky as Aine just comes out of the corner, nicely waiting for the strike. He got himself that safe and comfort crossfire with his teammate, and now MVG are going to be back on their lead.
I mean, hey, this is a good start for MVG. They've got themselves a nice attacking round, and they've really just managed to force their way in, even after losing a couple of men in the process. That unfortunate swing off of the Venom Machine double door, but it doesn't matter because they've managed to get into sight. I mean, a great little push from Hachi as well to take out the shotgun player who was really limiting that staircase, that single door access into sight, though unfortunately does get refragged. But it's a good situation. Very good at refragging each other and getting more leeway into sight. Now we're going downstairs. Will Synq be as strong as MVG was? That's a big question as we bring the Tobrero, the Castle, the Vigil, the Warden, and Arcade.
Tobrero is interesting. I do feel like it's a really important aspect to not allow the attackers to gain easy control over the main breach, because the main breach connects to so many aspects, not only when it comes down to rotation-wise, but at the same time, it's the pillar. It's behind the car.
Yeah.
Anyone who gets stuck in those positions cannot move, because if someone's holding that position and you try to make a step forward, you're going to get killed from main breach, and you simply can't hold main breach from the inside because there's so many different angles someone could be holding from. You just have to guess, and a guessing game is not a safe one, as in the meanwhile, Synq, although I love the Cade and Tobrero combo, I'm gonna have to see how the Vigil can do upstairs, because earlier, I mean, Isan was taking some heads.
I mean, if you're bringing that Tobrero and that Cade combination, we've seen the MVG we've seen Synq, when they did their attack, they went for wall really late. That's when it will benefit you a lot to have that Tobrero on the board. But just to play out the long waiting game, we'll see how it goes. We know that they're going to go for that top to bottom anyway, so it will be definitely a late round wall. See how it goes. We have the Jackal, we have the Deimos. There's a lot of tracking potential here as well, especially the final execute.
So it is, and vods takes the first fall. That's Isan. We talked about the devil, so he shall appear in the form of the Deimos. Didn't even require a death mark from what I was able to gather. And the castle falling first definitely isn't the worst, but a damage from Hachi there, not going to be anything major. And now the Vigil going to need to either fully fight back against them or try to retreat back to site without much caution. Although Solo here could be a game changer.
Yeah, he's just creeping around, isn't he? Look at him. They don't really know. They're paying attention on all the death markers that are being scanned and the information coming in. I mean, Ram could potentially go down here if Solo's quick enough about it, although he might play quite passive. We'll see. Oh, one person up top. C4 thrown! Oh, it's not been reached, and he's detonated a bit too late. Oh, no.
Well, we've seen this before. This is where Pete constantly went upstairs and got himself a kill and then wasted countless amounts of seconds. And Solo, he's looking to retreat off of it, but he's found himself cornered. Yellow is occupied. Bottom top, he's looking to shotgun his way out, but simply won't be working. There's the flash. He tries to activate the goggles. He will be a bit late. There with the final blow, and not exchange out will be huge. Although the death mark right around the corner, the Deimos isn't playing any games, and the name of the game is going to be Isan as he's pushed it back into sight, and Team Synq have revalued the player count.
Don't forget, we still got that death mark vertical, but it has just run out, unfortunately. He's got to sight. He's escaped with a kill. He's even the playing field. And to be fair, he's navigated that staircase completely blind. So he's done very well there.
Ooh, this is getting a bit more frisky around it. Solo still sticking close and personal with the shotgun, which is definitely a smart way of playing about it. Well, what are we going to be doing, MVG? We haven't gotten what we wanted. There's the breach, which is going to be hopefully even denied by Pele. No, Pete doesn't get it in time. And
What's
that's
the
going to be
point?
allowing the death mark again. But oh, just in time to save himself. Solo's already made ground, and he's looking to approach it, but again, he finds himself cornered, and how well will this shotgun serve him? Because 15 seconds, and we can't waste much more time, MVG. Two players up close. He's looking to fight back against it. That's one. That's a second for Solo, and that's the only man needed to shut down the entire attempt. Gonna be backed off. Tobrero and Vigil, last one to stand. Hachi from below, behind. A huge stab in the back. One for the headshot. Time is about to run out, and the final one planting. Can he find it in time? The ping is right on it, and the Yang, or rather the IQ, cannot stick it, as now Team Synq will again match the performance.
Wow, he was so patient there, the Vigil. And we see a great little flank coming down from that spiral stairs, but I love how Solo puts himself back in this situation after leaving it and escaping it. He gets pretty much the entirety of that staircase, and then does get cleaned up by the IQ, but that's enough to get that its playing field even. Look, he's done that twice. That's beautiful. A triple kill overall. Quality from him. And then to come in on site and just have such a patient Vigil, not really worried about the plan, and two players going down. He's done so well to finish that round off, and a really, really good effort here on Synq's side.
It's terrifying to think about the fact that if Solo didn't go for that reload, he could have even taken out the IQ. It was his playing field. The fact that people pushed not synchronized perfectly is what really bothers me. Again, they went in one at a time with the movement of the Warden. He had enough space to go up and down just at the point where he finds the first at the bottom, then he switches to the top, flicks to the left, and gets a second two along with it. Now, the IQ would have been another victim. I'm telling you, it would have been a complete game changer if Solo could have went to a reload, but his play play alone. This type of play that we've seen from both of these teams has been a drastic changer and a complete round tide turner, because constantly someone goes upstairs, he wastes time, he gets out with a kill or two, and then he either returns unscathed or has completely messed up the enemy team's chemistry and how they want to move through it, that they can't really come back from it.
Absolutely. What a good set of, well, I mean, he just put himself in a great situation and reaped all the rewards from it. Now, we do see Pete. He likes himself a little cap can and he's brought it out into play. I'm going to say it's going to be more beneficial on Consulate possibly for that cap can. We do have a Brava on the board, unfortunately. And also those Fenrays might be getting hacked pretty soon, as that Brava is definitely going to be taking him off the board.
I think a bit of a field day, to say the least, and Team Synq have brought the Brava themselves. I don't know why they wouldn't expect MVG to take it. A C4 there, not going to be claiming much value. Possibly just to distract, possibly attempting to go off a bit of a lucky kill, but Lady Luck isn't on your side just yet. The Dokkaebi calls will not be showing effort, although denied fantastically by vods mute.
Yeah, here we go, and again, those calls just going to be completely denied. But it is 1 minute 50 on the clock here, and we do have a lot of ground to get covered. The Ace looking to also breach as many walls as possible. And Brava just losing one drone, I believe, there as well. But it's a slow information game. Lots of cams on the board. The drone economy looking healthy. Going to slowly open up some lines of sight here, making that hallway very accessible. Oh, Hachi gonna go and get a kill onto Pete. Down the cap can goes. Flash is going into the box room. Allows everyone to flood the site access, especially on the double door there. Everyone's in a good position for an early execute before the 1 minute mark. Locked into that hatch room as well. Fod will take out one. Now it's a 4v4.
Trying to really take this brutal aggression here. It's not going to be the greatest. You find the headshot. That's going to be just a common classic from him. Now looking to push and find himself a double. He keeps on persisting, but Solo does not fall just yet somehow. Varax finds and falls in the midst of all of this that's currently unveiling before our very own eyes. It's unsacred, it's unholy, but currently MVG are taking the win with it. Although Pizza making a huge rotation here, could again be finding a fantastic kill. Meanwhile, that's exactly what I mean. Hachi, he falls down to it, but the diffuser has found his way into sight. Now the Ace nicely sticking about it, and Pizza from above looking to play a vertical game, although notice, not fully punished. The information's still great, but you just don't ignore the top floor. That's the main primary point of the site, and MVG have fallen down to the very basics of it.
Yeah, we're 22 seconds here, and Veryux is struggling now to find his way out of it. Definitely going to find some vertical connection here. The plant doesn't matter where you go. There's a shotgun from Solo, and to finish off that round, very well played from Synq. Also, can I just point out, they probably didn't know that it was a wooden. They might have known, I don't know. They knew they trapped someone in that room, but the fact that he just got flashed and flashed and flashed, just turns on his goggles and then deals with it, is so good to utilize that operator for the full ability that it's brought for. And that's exactly where Warden wants to be. He's got the operator for, he's got the guns, he's got a shotgun as well, and he just wants to take gunfights. Perfect time denial as well.
Great from Team Synq. I don't know why MolotovGang didn't try to persuade this top floor contention. They already wasted so much utility on it. They wasted so much time and players alike, but they tried ignoring it as if the verticals were just going to disappear the second they step into sight. This entire top floor is just an extension for you to have control and vision over your bottom site. And in the meanwhile, while Synq utilized it perfectly till the very end, MolotovGang attempted to ignore it, hopefully, or rather hoped and prayed that they wouldn't get spotted out, and in the end, hope and praying doesn't get you the victory. Playing strategically, on the other hand, does. And Synq, they've been doing this a lot better than we saw in Cafe.
Absolutely. And hey, now we get to see another top floor site, okay? And we'll see how well this one unfolds. Unfortunately, we have seen a few rounds where it's gone slightly poor. However, I think Synq have got this. They literally know what they want to take here.
Still set up. I feel like Synq have always been carrying on this late round setup, even from Clubhouse, but it hasn't been drastically changing the way they play. Although MVG here, a single Claymore, and I'm saying that it could be changing the life of how Unfalls plays. Either you force him down to rotate, or you put a Claymore down so he falls to it once transitioning. But currently, it's already a great way of scouting one of the abilities out. Synq, they still have everything under control.
Got a couple of C4s in hand as well, being brought solo, and the Kate. Nice little bit of utility to be used, hopefully. We'll see. We do have, of course, now trying to get up to the top of admin as well, as we do want to open up the admin wall, and they're still spending a lot of time down here waiting for this switch. There's one.
Free kill. But I don't think it's going to be matter. ESA has spent all that time downstairs just for Unfalls to fall at the very top.
Yeah, that's it's quite funny actually, but hey, they've got a pick. Can they now get onto site? Verox very low HP though. This could be a good execute now. They got a little bit of room to move. Going to be finding a nade onto the camera. Does it blow? I think it does. There's a glue canister as well. Lots of utility getting taken down. Ash still has another Ash charge in pocket. 1 minute 10. The drone economy is still looking strong as well. We'll see exactly where we go from here.
Clinical not yet. Could completely switch up. Synq using their babes. Babes being dropped for the side of players. Attempts at shots. The goer keeps on peeking. Pete has not learned mistakes just yet. Maybe he still finds himself value off of a frag, but in the meanwhile, this 5v3 isn't going to be looking towards anything good. Now we just have to act accordingly to it. MolotovGang, you do not allow such falteries to come as ESA simply swings in and he finds a quad within seconds. This man is not a force that can be reckoned with, not a man that can be debated with, as he simply stomps down on you. And I can't believe I'm saying this, TD, but for like the fourth time, we're at a 5-5.
Yeah, I mean, this is great. 5-5 again. Again, it shows how close these games can get. It's even. It's almost like they haven't played around at this point. It's the same thing as we go on again and again and again. Now we're going to go to that basement, and now we're going to see how this will go. Will one just win a round? Will they then get that round back? OT is calling. I'm telling you, it's calling. It's on that Doki's phone, and it is calling.
We keep on stepping back to this site, and always MVG or Synq both have faced the difficulty that I've mentioned many more times, and many more times I will mention as long as the match is keeping going, is allowing a player to go upstairs and completely ruin your strategy. Now, I don't know what way MolotovGang is looking to deny it, because I don't see a Nomad being picked. Yes, we do have operators that can nicely clear the roamers, but it's the denial of allowing these roamers to get back up that we need to focus on.
Absolutely. Now, looking at what we've got to move into this round here. Again, we're going for an IQ on the board here. We do have the Tubro as well. The thing is with me, I kind of said it was a great pick to bring, but it just didn't get used the last time, so will they utilize it this time? He was too far away to actually even initiate the ice anyway, to freeze it, so that's the thing. Now going up into admin anyway, and again, it's going to be that long game of finding this information, looking to where we can go and execute onto site. And is there anyone playing ridiculously upstairs? I'm not too sure. We've got, of course, the castle middle floor. Yeah, it just moved away.
Speaking of which, I imagine the viewers really want to pay their attention onto Solo right now, because again, he's already checking out the main cams, seeing where he can find his first people to put in the grave, and he's already plotting up, I imagine, an evil plan, even putting Pete on cams to check for him. And currently, MolotovGang not having the fastest clear, but still trying to be as safe as they possibly can be to not allow any slip-ups. Now, like I've said, they haven't been failing at flushing players down. They've been failing at denying them from getting back up. Now, Synq, they have a fantastic way of retaking ground and even playing off of it accordingly. For MolotovGang, though, their counter on that in the late game has been failing them at certain moments.
And talking about late game, we have still got a little bit of time left as that hatch will get breached by the breaching gadgets, but it will be a shotgun, which he lands just about solo, proving that his shotgun is superior to Veroxy's gun. 1 minute 20, and that's a massive pick, by the way, as well. I feel like Veroxy he heard the player, he heard Solo, he just wanted to see if he could get a pick, but it's Pete with a C4! 4. 3 versus 5 now as MVG are slowly losing man advantage.
I'm starting to hear the fat lady sing slowly. MolotovGang, this is not looking the best here. Team Synq have been performing not only kill-wise, but again, they know the ground they're playing. They use it to their advantage. Close up for the shotgun. The Synq and they hear us, an audio crew above them. Just chuck that C4 and find yourself some explosive damage, or maybe even a kill. That's been dealing some fatal blows to the side of MVG, as they've been left with 3 players to face off against 5, and now with the best according time to give them.
You can see we've just about got that as well. I like that the Tabrero has actually been utilized to freeze walls, but plant now goes down. Oh.
No?
They didn't find him.
Oh
He's gone down. He's stuck in the smoke,
He gets
though.
out safely. Where's Solo? It seems like they completely ignored him. And now they just need to work off of it. That's one for Hachi. He finds Solo in the midst of it. Now just trying to play off of these verticality. It's a run out. And Falk gets spotted. That's a flick onto 8A. Or rather from 8A. He gets a second one as well. They're completely shutting it down. And trying to play against this verticality is going to be the major point. Although Team Synq here are really having them tough out a bargain. But the defuse, I don't think is going to be coming out. The HP is definitely not comfortable. The last one is outside of the main breach. And one's still trying to play this this top floor as Hachi finds 180 for the final. And all of a sudden, MolotovGang have completely converted this loss into an absolute W.
Yeah, it's just these individual weird plays that just work. It's happened the entire matchup. Synq seem to just miss out on things, or they get really lucky and succeed. This is one where MVG has managed to do this, and look what they've done. You've got one player who's going to take a run out. Great reaction time, by the way. Just flicks around, sees the ping, and then takes another out. It's insane. Meanwhile, that diffuse is going down, and now we're at match point. It's 6-5. MVG have control now. Synq really need to get this round so we can see an overtime.
The elimination stands within the eye line of MolotovGang yet again. But are they going to put on the reading glasses? And Synq, they can again punish them for it. We're going to be going down to this bottom. And the only saving grace for MolotovGang was that plant, and to allow the forceful push from Synq to come about, which completely crumbled the lineup and team, and of course player singularly. Now, I doubt MolotovGang are going to be going for a similar risk, so I guess they're going to have to do it the old-fashioned way.
You know what, I find it very funny, you know, it's very rare that we see smoke plants work, by the way. Like, that just happened, and it worked. Like, no one managed to throw a C4, no one shot randomly through it. It was very, very successful. But we never see success in them all the time, and it was a good little gamble to have. Looking at this spawn peak, though. He's behind the van, but he just misses out on the opportunity. Probably couldn't quite see him there either. Similar lineups coming onto the board again. Not much changing now. We know we're in the midst of the game. We're getting towards this end part. MVG really want an attack that they can utilize here, and it needs to be successful if they want this game.
All right, Team Synq. Let's see you put it to work right now. Bit of that vertical established. Loving to see Castle on the work as well. And again, they have nicely also extended towards the server side to just allow as much ground. Although we have been seeing them be a bit more active on the side of Piano. Now having a switch up like this is going to be interesting.
Absolutely, and already going to start to see contact being established as we do get this top floor, as it will be IQ looking as well. With that LMG, by the way, that's insane. Don't really tend to see the LMG come out. It will be Hachi taking VOD off the border. 5 versus 4. Castle goes down. And a nice early pick onto that piece of Synq.
C4, great way of throwing, but you don't get the full point. In the end, there's another from below, as that's the one that finally claims it. Hachi, been absolutely shucked around. Now fought for Hachi. That's a good exchange value when it comes down to how utilized the Jackal could have still been. And up until this point, Synq, they've been using this Warden close up with the shotgun so many times. I'm just wondering if MVG are going to be looking to avoid it or forcefully push to him.
1 minute on this clock. We will start to see this execute come into play. We start to push into the building now. We see again Solo in this situation where he wants to take gunfight. He'll be taken down though, punished for walking past that door. He wasn't too sure exactly who was waiting for him. And now 4 versus 3. This breach is still not available, though. They need to do something about it. There are people upstairs, though, and Ishan gonna take one down. Down goes the Vigil, and a 2 versus 4. This looks to be MVG's round, but anything can happen. There's still 30 seconds and 2 men alive. They have to get on to execute.
Yes, they do. Beaten pizza, the double P's. Come on, can we do it? Is this going to be the presumed hope? The final moment. This is your time to shine. And currently, you don't have a warden to deny. And although the TCSG finds it, that's going to be the defuse denial. And all of a sudden, Team Synq have completely crumbled it. Just with one kill of his own, the last one to stand. Pizza needs to fight against the final 2 within the 10 seconds. Either survive, deny, or kill. That's the 3 objectives you have. You find one, but just takes you out. And MolotovGang will be the winners. 3rd time in a row for ESA Season Cup number 10. Team Synq meets your makers as the winners yet again. MolotovGang proclaimed to be the very peak of the crop, and just like that, winning it in map number 4.
Wow, that is well deserved from MVG. Team Synq have gave us a good matchup, though, and I've been excited the entire time watching it. But look at how this situation could have turned on its head as well. What an incredible game we've seen, and something to definitely remember. MVG champions yet again.
That is just insane how close it got. Again, it was this close. I can't comprehend it. The diffuser was going down. It got denied. A kill prior to it in the favor of, rather, a favor against MVG, and Synq almost actually getting that 2v2, but just in time comes out, just ironically enough, to take him from vertical. And the final one, the 2 players, while one of them was looking towards that cafeteria side, it was the player from Spiral just himself yet again to come in for the swooping save. And I mean, that was probably one of the closest matches. There were so many moments. It's just that MVG got that brink over the edge, and just like with it, I mean, TD, honestly, I'm going to ask you this personally. What did you expect?
Listen, I did expect this game to go to overtime. I did expect to see Chalet. I was excited for Chalet. I like that map. But you know what? It's been very entertaining this entire time. So, you know what? It's been exactly what I wanted. And MVG deserve everything here. So, yeah, well done.
Absolutely. MVG here deserved it. And, well, like always, let's see what the host and analyst have to say.
Thank you very much, Bob and TD, for taking us through an absolute banger of a series, a best of 5 that we don't get to see all 5 maps, but we do get to see 4 belters. Of course, MVG are your champions. Congratulations to them. Amguns, Travi, we're going to break down a couple of those rounds, and then we'll get a quick chat, of course, with one of the winners. Travi, I want to just very quickly pick your brains. We thought that Synq, you know, we're having some issues. You know, they had things they had to kind of work on. They just couldn't quite get it done. They couldn't quite plug those gaps.
Yeah, I think that was the issue there. They just couldn't quite get the gaps done. And I think you had the issue there for Team Synq. It was just not being able to patch those holes quickly enough. Throughout the entire series, it was really, really difficult there for Team Synq to try and close anything out, struggling with these sort of end-of-round positions. And as a result of that, it got right to the end, and they were just unable to really get it across the line. Real shame from Team Synq, but got to give it to MVG. They played phenomenally well there.
Yeah, they really did. Amguns, I'm gonna throw you straight into it. I know you're hyping MVG up the entire time. I'm gonna throw you in with Ishan. What a performance from him! Absolutely fantastic through that entire map there.
Yeah, he was popping off. This guy claimed this was his playground. Consular is his playground throughout this whole game. If this is the round I think it is, he just walks in with the Ash on the backstab, claiming a 4K for himself. As, you know, MolotovGang just kind of finding their way through. And this is Ishan just at his finest. He just finds everybody. And this is the great thing about MolotovGang. It was Ishan in this game. It was Verox in the last game. MolotovGang have had the heroes when they need them. When the going gets tough, they've had various different players rising to the occasion. But across all 4 games, Ishan just went nuclear to give MolotovGang the edge they needed to close out this series.
Yeah, fantastic performance. That's what you want. You want to peak at the exact right time, just when you think that Synq are going to get away back into this. They managed to step up and just completely bury them. What a great performance from, of course, I'd probably say MVP of at least that map. We'll probably have to get into the actual statistics and discussions in terms of to who the MVP of the actual entire day would be. Not that MVG will care. They've won it again, back-to-back champions. Travi, you were firmly in the Synq kind of camp the entire day. Yeah. We're unfortunately going to have to put you onto the hot seat because we're going to have a look at one of those rounds that they did let slip away. It was that round where the smoke plant kind of snuck in and they weren't quite ready for it. I have no idea what just happened.
I have zero clue what happened here. I mean, Solo's playing by yellow, so he could have used the Warden here to deny the plant from going down. We do have to give Solo credit, of course, here. He was phenomenal on this yellow position on Warden shotgun throughout this entire defensive half. I do want to highlight his potential and how well he played it there, of course. So as the remainder of this round is going to go on through, you're going to see that MVG, they're not going to go off to the best of starts there. They've lost Variox there. That's your vertical capability's gone, and it just goes from bad to worse. Pete takes down Just there with a C4, and MVG, they're now in a very dire situation. 3 versus 5, 2-man disadvantage. You don't have that ability to open up any more vertical. Only thing you've got available to you utility-wise is 4 smoke grenades in the pocket of Aina and Hatchy, and those are going to be instrumental here for MVG to get this round over the line. They're going to drone out trying to find the players, and they notice the front of the objective towards the garage itself is looking a little bit bare. There's a small little bit of an opening there, so the Thermite, he's going to go and get the wall open. Obviously, Zoto canisters from the 2 Bro are going to be stalling things down just a little bit, buying away some time. But eventually, the push is going to come on here, and this is where I've got a question. Where is Solo? Where is the response? Team Synq have zero idea this plant is going down there, and they're able to stick it. And this for MVG is still difficult, 3 versus 5, but key thing is they've got the plant down, and now they can just hold it from the outside here. They're going to be watching. Hatchy gets one towards Solo here, and as you'll see, Team Synq, they try and do what they can in this situation. Run out from unfalls, gets caught out on it. It's so incredibly difficult to recover this position here from Team Synq. It's all panic stations. The 2 remaining players, Fod, Pizza, such low HP. 20 seconds to do it left. One's up on the top floor. It's looking extremely unlikely, and just from this point, MVG, they stealed around, and I feel just from this point alone, are able to steal the game off of the back of it.
What a round! What a round! It's the pinnacle, right? It's the that's the point that you're going to be thinking about. You're going to be like, that's where we should have been at that point. We should have been in a situation where we're close to sending it to Chalet. Now the thing is, for me, I think it probably did favour MVG if we did eventually go to Chalet. It's one of their best maps. But the thing is, we should probably be there. The way that Team Synq have kind of had these rounds play out throughout the entire day, there's so many times where we've been like, this is their round, they're sitting comfortable, and then they do something like that. They miss a gap, they leave something open. There's you've got 5 members there. There's no one focused on that. There's no one on that looking at the hatch. There's no one looking at that's 2 positions that no one's looking at, like the garage as well. I don't know. It's it happens. It happens. It's not great. It's not great when it happens in a final. But the thing is credit to MVG for spotting those gaps. Credit to them for punishing them and winning this tournament. It's a big congrats to them. Of course, it's the final season, ESA Cup drawing to a close. Season 10. We have our champions. Amguns, I'm going to come to you. And I know we haven't quite been able to look at the statistics and keep it and kind of figure out who the actual MVP is, but is there anyone you want to kind of give a shout for that? And you think, this is a player that I think probably is in that conversation at the very least.
I think it's got to be between Variox and Ishan for me. They stood out across Ishan, especially in that last map, was absolutely nuclear. But Variox came up with some real hero plays on Cafe. He was fragging out on that first map as well. It was just a case of it was various members of the team rising to the occasion when they needed to. But if there's 2 players to highlight, I think it'd be Vryox for his hero plays on Cafe. So some of the clutches he pulled off, that 4K on Kitchen Basement was nuts. But obviously Ishan doing God's work for his team, finding entries left, right and centre. I think if we had to give it to somebody, I'm sure we'll break it down a little bit later and figure out exactly who it is, but they really stand out to me just off the top of my head.
What about you, Travis? Is there anyone, do you agree? Do you think there's anyone something slightly different, something flew under the radar maybe?
Yeah, no, I think Amguns is spot on the mark there. I think, from the whole of MVG, phenomenal performance. You can't state that away. Everyone was putting in the weights there. And I think that's really what made the difference there. As a whole team, they were collectively stepping up to the mark. Whereas I felt with Team Synq a little bit, a couple of players would be stepping up at points in times. Everyone had great moments, but you know what? I think you guys might have a little surprise waiting for you.
Yes, we are going to have a very quick conversation with the winners. MVG, of course, have just won that one out. Me and Amguns are going to have a little chat with Aine, who is going to join us. And we're going to... My first question is actually going to be, very quickly, how do we actually pronounce your name? Because there's been so much debate today as to how to say your name correctly.
Like, when I say it in English, I say, like, Aine.
Aine. There we go.
Aine.
Perfect.
Yeah.
I wish I'd asked before, but I'm glad that you've clarified that. I'm going to ask, my first question for you is, first of all, how are you feeling? How are you feeling about that win?
Bro, I'm feeling amazing. Like, winning back-to-back ESA with basically the same team, it feels so good. Like, we started off great and now ended up winning it on the 4th map. It just feels amazing.
Yeah, congratulations. It must feel so good going back to back.
Thank you.
I'm going to ask one specific question, specifically for you. What happened with that round with the smoke plant? How did you realize that you had that space? Did you just call it that you were going to go in for it? Because that's probably the round that won the tournament.
Yeah, listen, we had basically the same rounds, like 2 rounds before when they were in the basement, and we just all challenged the warden on yellow stairs, right? You remember this round where we challenged him and all died against him? And then after the round, we said like it was unnecessary to challenge him. We can just bait on him and hold him from the hedge, from the door, so we can just go for a plan. So like we said, we should have done that, and then we had the round where it was like a 5 versus 3, and yeah. I remembered the situation, and of course, when I go for a smoke plant and the warden is not inside to deny the plant, it can work. Like, it's lucky a bit because you can get wallbang through the smoke or like a C4 or something. Yeah. But we covered everything. I just went for it because like it was 5 versus 3. We had to do something, and then the plant went through. I walked like, I don't know, 10 minutes in this freeze charge thing, trying to get back out. And then we just hold our crosses perfectly and ended up winning the rounds.
Yeah, phenomenal stuff. I think there's a lot of rounds I can say that won you guys up, but that's definitely one of my highlights. Amguns, any questions for the winners here?
Yeah, Aine, my main one is it's cafe overtime match point. The attacks have probably not been going the way you wanted them to. Who in the squad cooked up the absolute masterclass bakery execute to win you the cafe match?
I mean, I need to like applause myself then. Like, I saw we had a hard time to attack Christmas because we didn't want to bring like a blitz or something to rush him out. That's just 50-50. And we had no real opportunity to go on the freezer attack. The only thing we could have done is like just drop and go for the plant. But that also not worked one time we tried it. So we basically have an attack when we Aurora the bakery, small back door, and then just rush in bakery, but like I changed it up a bit, so we got word control as well. And yeah, we basically had the main advantage in the front. They had the smoke in the back, so they couldn't really deny it. And then we just brought the right operators and won our gunfights. And then it worked perfectly.
Yeah, it worked out to a treat. It was phenomenal to watch, like how it all came together. But what were the vibes like as a team when you were explaining sort of this is the take we want to do, this is how it's going to play out? What was there a lot of confidence in the plan going into that round?
I mean, like, I'm always trying to call these plans. Sometimes they work, sometimes not. Normally, everyone believes in me when I call something like that. If it's not working, I'm getting a little bit of blame after. But yeah, if it works out, I got the congratulations, and yeah, we were all very happy. Especially also, we need to like mention the clutch before from Variox. It was like also insane. I didn't watch it. I was alive as well, but like I don't know. I think he smashed everyone there.
Yeah, it was wild. Yeah, there's so many moments for this entire series. Well, what we're gonna do is we're gonna let you go and enjoy the rest of your evening. Is there anything you want to say before you sign off?
I'm thinking.
Anyone you want to
I'm thanking the coaches as well, like Kroat and Gorilla throughout the season. Also had like some good calls on the maps sometimes, like bring their ideas in, worked out. And yeah, I'm very happy to win back-to-back ESA with the same team.
Good stuff. Well, congratulations, and we'll catch up for you another time. See you later.
See you. Goodbye.
Bye-bye. We'll get Travi back in here and have a little conversation. Travi, is there anything from that interview you want to discuss and have a discussion about? Of course, quite a few good points there.
Yeah, I think for me, what really, really stuck out there was the problem solving from MVG. I mean, I know obviously mentioned that, they were aware of the problem that Solo was causing on the yellow stage. You're looking at Consulate there, and they were aware that perhaps you just don't need to deal with that. You don't need to take that. And I think that was the kind of problem solving that we saw today, and that sort of adaptation we saw a lot of being brought by MGG that really set them the difference today, because I think those changes were what were giving Synq so many problems during those late rounds. And I think that really is the difference maker there today. Those end of round calls, those small differences in adaptations, that for me is what makes MVG this championship winning team here.
It's been absolutely fantastic. Before we head off, of course, Guns, is there anything you want to add on? Anything you want to say to people before you guys sign off?
Although I was an MVG fan throughout the series today, I feel like Team Synq gave us a phenomenal series for the final. They played their heart out, and it was a great game to watch and cover with you guys. Also, massive shout out to ESA as a whole for having me on as an analyst here, and shout out to everyone watching as well. Obviously, this isn't possible without you guys getting involved and being here as well. So it's just been a pleasure to be here on ESA to round things off.
Yeah, it's been an absolutely fantastic day. What about you, Trav? Anything you want to add?
Yeah, I just want to thank ESA for bringing us on here. Been phenomenal sharing a desk with you two. Of course, phenomenal casting, everyone working behind the scenes on the production. Everyone's put in the work today, and I think it's really, really paid off. Of course, to the teams as well for putting on such a great quality game of Siege, we got to witness today. Obviously, been rooting for Team Synq this whole time. Do feel bad that they didn't quite get it over the line and think maybe we could have gone to Chalet. But MVG played phenomenally. They deserve that win. And yeah, hopefully, can't wait for, well,
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it'll be more in the future, but that's going to be it from you guys today. So I'll catch you guys in the next one. I'll let you go and enjoy your evening. While I say our thanks, of course. ESA Cup, what an absolute ride it has been. 5 years, 10 entire seasons. It draws to a close today. The winners eventually, MolotovGang, they win that one out in 4 maps. What a performance from them. Of course, we don't get to see that final one, but that's okay. That's all right. It is what it is. But what a game we had. I want to just thank everyone on the production side. Of course, Nanos, who has been at the helm the entire day for this production. Of course, Guns and Travi on the analyst desk having a little discussion with myself and Bob and TD on that cast. And behind the scenes, by the way, we had 3 observers. We had Ogon, Unnamed Gamer, and Voight on the sticks today with the Hotnicks behind the scenes at the same time. And a big thank you to Bose, Max, and the rest of the ESA Cup board for having this competition on. That's going to be it from us. There's not much more to add, and to be honest, I think I've had enough for today. So, ESA Cup, it's been good. I'll see you guys later. Did you really think I'd leave it like that? Come on. There's of course going to be some more. It's the last season of ESA Cup, but there's a little bit more. Have a look.
I said go and line up. Whoever got next is fine with us. Line up. I said whoever got next is fine with us. I ain't gonna let that slide. Think you fly, huh? Me and stay wheels up, it's a ride off. Ain't no shortcut, heading to the top floors. Me, I'm too smart to drop costs, and I got 2 fists, I'm a problem. Nuisance, who's with anybody not me? They losing, I'm proof that. Even when you down, keep it moving. The movement is never gonna stop, man. I do this. Go and line them up. That's fine with us. Come and line them up. 4, 5, fine with us. Go and line them up. 2, yeah, that's fine with us. 3, go and line them up. 4, 5, that's fine with us. Go and line up. I said go and line up. Yeah, it's fine with us. I said go and line up. Whoever got next is fine with us. Line up. I said whoever got next is fine with us. Let the blood run cold and the guests know they in my world the best of both. Seen a little more, that mean the less I know. Only thing I gotta do, collect the dough. Too fire for the matches. Do the math, kid, put me in, I raise the average. Savage. 0 to 100, that's the bandwidth. Standard. My ends don't dance on your casket. Can't we? Two fists, I'm a problem. Nuisance. Who's with anybody not me? They losing. I'm proof that. Even when you down, keep it moving. The movement is never gonna stop, man. I do this. Go and line 'em up. 2, that's fine with us. 3, come and line 'em up.